News screens display alarming global headlines about monsters and catastrophic events, sparking fear and confusion. Outside the school entrance, students gather as someone complains that the trending news is just exaggerated hype, comparing it to past zombie rumors. The crowd shifts their attention to the appearance of the popular girl, Shui Kingzi. Students gossip about her breakup with her boyfriend. One student claims the girl was just settling for him, as she got accepted into a top university while he failed to even enter an ordinary college. They agree their futures were never compatible. Another student tries to remember the boyfriend's name, saying it might have been Fangyi. Suddenly, Fangyi appears in front of Shui Kingzi. Shui Kingzi calmly states that she has made up her mind and believes their relationship is no longer realistic. She explains that high school love often ends with a moment of realization, suggesting they were never truly right for each other. She adds that a lasting relationship needs equal standing and courage. She firmly says they should break up and adds that even if he tried everything, it wouldn't change her decision. Fangyi stays silent with a blank expression, while the crowd watches. Internally, Shui Kingzi wonders if he's so stunned that he can't respond. The crowd mocks Fangyi silently, assuming he'll beg her to stay since she's the school flower. One student even calls him a fool dreaming beyond his league. Fangyi casually responds with "all right" and brushes it off. Shui Kingzi is caught off guard and stares in disbelief. Fangyi says he'll leave if there's nothing more to say. As he walks away, she calls out for him to wait, while wondering if his cold reaction is genuine or just an act. He looks back at her and calmly asks if she has anything else to say. She angrily warns him that no matter what he thinks or does, she will never return to him. He coldly tells her not to overestimate her importance, referring to her as just the school flower. Shui Kingzi stands speechless as Fangyi brushes her off, saying he's too busy to continue the conversation. As he walks away, a few students express disbelief that the breakup happened so quickly and easily. Fangyi reflects to himself that Shui Kingzi and the others have no idea about the disasters coming. He's no longer the person they once knew, he's someone who has returned from the future to this timeline. He knows that in the face of what's coming, society's standards, money, degrees, and reputation will become meaningless. To him now, Shui Kingzi is just a figure from a past life that no longer holds any value. He reflects that petty gossip no longer matters to him, what lies ahead is far more important. In his mind, the world and its values will soon be overturned. He knows that the real threat isn't personal relationships, but the crisis that will soon endanger all of humanity. The story flashes back to the previous night. Strange visions and shattered images surround Fangyi as he receives a mysterious cosmic message. A countdown is revealed: 361 days until the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, which will bring unprecedented and unpredictable changes to the world. The message declares that society's standards will be overturned, and a new era of spiritual practitioners will rise, where power will become the only measure of worth. Fangyi, startled, reaches out as the vision unfolds. He, floating in a glowing cosmic space, faces a light and asks who it is. Suddenly, a surge of light and energy flashes toward him, catching him off guard. The screen revealing that a system from the end of the universe has activated. It uses a supreme algorithm to generate spiritual techniques based on the spiritual beings the user touches. The screen states that Fangyi currently possesses 0 techniques as he reaches toward the interface, absorbing the gravity of this new power. Fangyi silently reaches toward the glowing system panel, activating it with curiosity. Suddenly, a massive beast with glowing red eyes lunges toward him, jaws wide open in a violent surge of energy. The creature appears to emerge from the system itself, surrounded by lightning and chaos as Fangyi floats nearby in shock. His eyes widen as he realizes the danger in front of him. Fangyi sees the fate he once shared with countless ordinary humans. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he processes the memory. He questions if that was truly him in his past life. He recalls how, in that previous life, he was just a powerless person swept up by the disaster, fighting only to survive. Fangyi recalls the darkness of his past as lightning strikes and mutated beasts roam the city. He remembers watching his homeland collapse, powerless to stop the destruction. His past self died in despair, consumed by a burning desire for revenge at the moment of death. In that final moment, the fire in his eyes burned with hatred, reflecting the pain that still lingered within him. He believes the system chose him because of his strong desire for revenge, giving him the chance to return 1 year before the spiritual energy revival. He acknowledges that almost no one senses the coming danger, but he's now fully aware of what's approaching. He reaches toward the glowing core. Determined, he resolves to use this year to turn every spiritual event into an advantage, as light bursts around him and the transformation begins. The system initiates a new assessment process, scanning Fang Yi as energy begins to surge within him. His eyes glow with golden light. The system declares that the user is now bound to it and a new path has opened. Everything in the world can now be used to forge spiritual techniques, making him a powerful practitioner meant to save humanity. Meanwhile, in the outside world, officials announce that humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis and must abandon past knowledge to adapt to the unknown challenges ahead. Fang Yi confirms that this moment marks the beginning. With others nearby, he notes how the authorities haven't reassured the public, only advising people to remain cautious and alert. A phone displays warning alerts with strange images. Fang Yi reflects that such open warnings are unusual. In the past, news like this would have been censored immediately. A quiet auditorium is shown as he explains that the Xia country uses calm, indirect methods to mentally prepare people for disaster without spreading panic. Fang Yi admits it's a tiring and slow approach, but far better than neighboring countries that respond with chaos, violence, or looting when disasters strike. Fang Yi remembers the system's rule: everything strange can become a source of power. So, he knows he must rush to the scene whenever something unusual happens. His eyes narrow as he checks his phone. A headline warns of the highest UV levels in a century at Qingcheng University, along with a heat wave alert for new students, disguised as a casual sun protection notice. Some students nearby dismiss it as media hype, joking that the university probably paid to trend, unaware of the deadly seriousness behind the warning. He looks up at the cloudy sky, noticing how different it seems from the weather warning reports just nearby. He checks his phone and sees the UV index at 0. Questioning how Qingcheng University, only 15 minutes away, could be experiencing extreme UV levels. He reads a school announcement stating that registration will proceed as normal despite the intense heat, while online comments joke about the warning being fake or photoshopped. While the public dismisses it as a hoax, Fang Yi smiles subtly, knowing deep down that dangerous is beginning, and he's the only one who understands it. Fang Yi smiles confidently as he senses that his first real opportunity has finally come. The sun blazes unnaturally over Qingcheng University's north gate. He arrives calmly and realizing something is not right with the environment. As students flee from the unbearable heat, Fang Yi calmly observes the glowing particles floating around the campus gate and wonders what they are. He crouches down and reaches toward one of the flickering lights. As his finger touches the glowing orb, it pulses brightly with a surge of energy. A flash of light erupts, and Fang Yi is taken aback by the sudden reaction. The system detects a severe solar-type energy disturbance and immediately initiates the solar attribute data template. He screams in pain as the overwhelming energy surges through his body. A massive burst of radiant light explodes outward, illuminating the entire area with intense solar energy. Onlookers react in shock. Some question if they're hallucinating. Others jokingly call it a Super Saiyan moment, while one compares it to a heavenly being descending to Earth. Fang Yi screams in agony as the solar energy floods through his body. He wonders if the formation is complete, feeling like he's about to die under the strain. Suddenly, the system confirms the formation is complete, and he has obtained the golden sun breathing technique. His transformation is complete. His hair turns white, his eyes glow gold, and his body radiates with powerful solar lightning. At Qingcheng University, the new student welcome day begins under a bright. A crowd forms around the registration area as students line up. One student offers to help a Shui Kingzi carry her luggage. As she draws attention, multiple boys rush over, offering guidance and club flyers, hoping to impress her. Calm, she politely declines with a firm, "Thanks, but no need." A group of students chat excitedly, happy to be in the same city. Shui Kingzi stands beside them, visibly uninterested, thinking they're completely love-struck. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light appears in the distance, drawing everyone's attention and stunning Shui Kingzi. A warning blares through the loudspeakers, advising students to stay away from the north gate due to an incident. With a serious expression, she realizes strange things have been happening everywhere and decides she must investigate it herself. At Qingcheng University's north gate, amidst the swirling smoke and flames, Fang Yi appears. A system panel activates, explaining that by staring into the scorching sun and breathing in the burning heat, Fang Yi can perform golden sun breathing to strengthen his body. Without prior learning, a new skill is unlocked, and writing points are gained as golden energy continues to surge around his hands. Fang Yi looks at the system panel, which confirms that a new skill has been unlocked and 59 writing points have been gained. He questions what writing points are. After a brief pause, he decides it doesn't matter, thinking it's obviously something useful, and he'll figure out how to use it later. The sun shines brightly overhead as Fang Yi looks up. Nearby students begin to react to the strange phenomenon. One comments that the sky suddenly went dark, while another says they felt a chill in the air. Someone else calls out that a crowd is forming at the north gate, and Shui Qingzi is seen among them. A large group of people gathers at the campus entrance. The president of Qingcheng University arrives with security and questions why so many people are present despite a warning message being sent out. He orders everyone to check in immediately, warning that those who don't will lose points. The hooded officer commands the team to re-establish the perimeter and fully seal off the north gate area. The president acknowledges the order with a nod. A system notification appears, confirming that the contaminated zone level at Qingcheng University's north gate has been purified. Fang Yi reads another message explaining that a contaminated zone is a government-designated area in Xia country where spirit return energy appears. He's surprised to learn it's officially recognized and realizes he's not the only one affected. A broadcast alerts everyone that all unrelated individuals must evacuate the sealed north gate area immediately, prompting Fang Yi to stay cautious. As military personnel take control, someone questions if they are from the army, while others in the crowd express confusion about the situation. Fang Yi realizes the disturbance has become too large and their presence has attracted too much attention. Without hesitation, he launches himself into the sky, deciding it's time to leave the area. The hooded officer steps through the smoke. He kneels and touches the surface, picking up a small crystal fragment. He brings it to his eyes and inspects it carefully. He examines the crystal and states that the event was no accident, suggesting someone may have already begun resonating with spirit energy. As security orders the crowd to clear out, the officer continues observing the area while other staff try to assist with dispersal. Shui Qingzi overhears the mention of spirit energy and questions whether this disaster was truly unnatural, wondering if such terrifying events could really be caused by humans. Watching Fang Yi from a distance, Shui Qingzi recalls the shadow earlier and wonders if it was actually him. She doubts her earlier suspicion, telling herself not to be naive. She thinks there's no way Fang Yi, with his mediocre performance, could have entered Qingcheng University. In Fang Yi's house as the sun sets, lying on his bed, Fang Yi struggles with intense heat radiating from his body and wonders why it won't fade. Despite taking cold showers and using air conditioning, nothing helps. He is drenched in sweat and realizes that if this continues, he won't be able to sleep tonight. While wiping sweat from his face, Fang Yi worries that the chaos earlier might have exposed him. He quickly checks his phone and finds a top trending update from the Spirit Energy Practitioners Association about a new ranking system. Recognizing the name, he recalls the group as an obscure online community that occasionally posted spiritual training content, once thought to be pure fantasy. A flash of the cloaked figure from earlier comes to mind, and Fang Yi begins to suspect that the people he encountered at Qingcheng University may have been part of that same association. Fang Yi taps open on the announcement to view more details from the Spirit Energy Practitioners Association, revealing various ranks of spiritual cultivation. He notes that while the content sounds fantastical, the watermark proves it's genuine and officially released by the Xia Country Agency. He reflects that in his past life, he never encountered such information because he was just an ordinary person focused entirely on survival during the disasters. Realizing this might be an official signal for early awakeners, he sits on his bed and decides to resume practicing Golden Sun breathing as instructed. He closes his eyes and begins breathing steadily. As the heat builds within his body, he starts to sweat but stays concentrated. Flames of golden energy swirl around him as he levitates in his room. A narration explains step 1 of the process, strengthening the body into a vessel capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. As if becoming a living weapon, he channels his spirit energy and concentrates intensely, commanding himself to shape it into the form of the divine axe as golden power explodes around him. As the energy condenses above him, Fang Yi wonders if this could truly be it. Then the system confirms his breakthrough to Ghost Axe 1-star rank. A new system appears, reminding him that he has 50 writing points available to convert knowledge into skills. He had forgotten about them, but now considers using them to boost his new cultivation rank even further. Fang Yi reflects on the system's explanation, questioning what it means to forcibly embed power into anything. Curious, he holds out his glowing hand and wonders if a random object like a mug would qualify as anything. A system window appears, asking if he wants to use a writing point to embed the sun attribute into the mug. As the mug glows, he realizes his guess was right. Smirking with satisfaction, Fang Yi confirms to himself that this new ability has limitless potential. He realizes that forcibly embedding attributes means granting objects supernatural powers. He wonders what would happen if he used this ability on a weapon like a sword or a gun, rather than a mug. He looks at a sword in his possession, understanding that a weapon crafted specifically for him with supernatural powers will be crucial in the future. Fangyi stares at the sword in its case, planning to experiment with the system and test its effects before committing to forging a true weapon. Determined, he resolves to fully prepare for the coming threat of mutated beasts. Under the moonlit night, a large mutated beast approaches the building from the forest. The mutated beast crouches in the darkness, watching intently. Inside the room, the sound of coughing echoes repeatedly and moonlight spills through the window onto the bed. Fangyi lies in bed, sweating and coughing as he shifts slightly and murmurs. Suddenly, he slowly opens his eyes. He sits at the edge of his bed with his feet touching the floor. He walks into the living room and stops, noticing something while moonlight floods the space. He focuses on a sound, thinking that ever since he entered Ghost Axe, his sense of hearing has become sharper than normal, making it easy to hear noises from nearby houses. Still lying on the couch, he continues hearing repeated coughing sounds and realizes something isn't right. Fangyi peeks out his apartment door and hears coughing echoing from the corridor. He spots a beast with glowing red eyes and black feathers in the hallway and identifies the sound source it's there. Recognizing it, he realizes the creature is a mutated rabbit beast affected by the mutation. He recalls that even with distant memories from his previous life, seeing this beast again still sends chills through him. Meanwhile, a helicopter with a spotlight approaches the city. A girl with long hair stands on a rooftop under the moonlight, stating that the rabbit who consumed the dark spirit fruit is still on the loose and that its speed is shockingly fast. She instructs to stay updated on any new developments while continuing to eat the lollipop. She leaps across rooftops, swiftly moving through the city. While midair, she suddenly senses something and turns her attention toward it. With force, she kicks off the building and accelerates toward the source. The girl reports that she has detected the beast's dark energy again, and that it fled 20 kilometers away to a residential area. She urges for immediate pursuit to protect the residents. She pushes off a building wall with force. While flipping through the sky, she warns others to be cautious. The beast has consumed a spirit fruit, and although its transformation isn't complete, it may still grow stronger. A man on the street looks up in surprise as a blur of light streaks across the night sky. Inside the Central Channel manga department, a man wonders if he's hallucinating from working too much. Another colleague scolds him, asking if he's done with the manga. He points out that they're on the 65th floor, shocked by what he's seeing outside, a figure leaping in front of the full moon. Meanwhile, the mutated beast charges toward Fangyi, letting out a roar. Fangyi's eye lights up with intense golden energy in response. He notes that ever since his breakthrough, his body has improved. He can clearly see the beast's slow movements, and his muscles react fast enough to dodge its attacks. Power gathers in his hand as golden energy crackles around it. He wonders if these terrifying mutated beasts are already appearing this early, as he charges forward with his energy ready to strike. He recalls from his past life that the beast hasn't fully transformed yet, but its current stage boosts its power and madness due to the dark energy. He prepares to strike, determined to stop it before the residents fall victim to its rampage. He grabs the beast firmly, unleashing his power through his glowing hand. A loud crack echoes as he slams the beast down with full force. He pins the beast down and stays focused as golden energy surrounds him. He realizes the beast's weak point is its tail and prepares to strike. He launches himself upward, shattering the ground as the beast is thrown into the air. His eyes glow fiercely as he channels energy into his glowing fist. A powerful golden beam shoots upward, blasting the beast mid-air. The beast screams in pain as it's struck directly by the concentrated energy attack. The mutated beast attempts to absorb a powerful glowing energy ball as it faces Fangyi. Fangyi strikes the beast directly with the yang element energy, questioning if it dares absorb it. The intense solar energy floods the beast's body as it begins to lose control. Fangyi declares that the sun's power is too majestic and that the beast is bringing about its own destruction. A massive explosion erupts from the energy clash. The man in bed reacts to the explosion, wondering if it was thunder. He looks out the window, puzzled, trying to see what caused the noise. Fangyi lands outside the building surrounded by glowing energy fragments, observing that there's nothing left. He reflects that the creature had acted desperately, as if it was starving and trying to consume all the energy from his body. As golden energy fades from his feet, a red eye rolls near Fangyi. He stomps the ground firmly, cracking it beneath him. Fangyi thinks to himself that although the beast used the darkness element, its attacks were wild and reckless. The yang element inside him suppressed its energy, revealing just how desperately hungry it truly was. Fangyi reflects that if he hadn't awakened, he would have been devoured like the others by the mutated beasts whose hunger had already begun to manifest. He knows that to survive future threats, he must gather more spirit energy techniques. Meanwhile, under the full moon, the girl descends from the sky. She lands forcefully in the forest. She steps forward and questions if the target is truly dead. Kneeling down, she confirms the corpse has been torn apart and decides to begin collecting the remaining dark element energy. As she reaches toward the ground, she suddenly reacts to something unexpected. The girl winces in shock from the heat, pulling her hand back and wondering how intense the temperature is. She realizes the heat is due to a high-level yang energy, one with a pure concentration, similar to what's detected at Qingcheng University, and suspects it's no coincidence. Raising her hand to her earpiece, she contacts HQ, confirming the rabbit is dead and explains she wasn't the one who killed it, a new pioneer did, someone possessing a high-grade elemental affinity. Someone at HQ asks if the person who purified the polluted zone at Qingcheng University's northern gate and killed the mutated rabbit is the same individual. Another confirms the person isn't listed in the HQ archives and remarks on the unusual talent of a pioneer with such pure elemental power. They insist the association must reach out to him immediately. The girl agrees, activating flames and energy in her hands as she prepares to store the sample. She seals the yang element energy carefully inside her cloak. HQ instructs her to postpone all other missions and focus entirely on tracking the new pioneer and gathering any information about him. They hope to persuade him to join the Spirit Energy Association. The girl calmly unwraps her lollipop. She acknowledges the command with a quiet "understood" as she places the lollipop in her mouth. Still chewing, she casually says that before anything else she just wants a cup of milk tea. Fang Yi wonders who this mysterious person is, recognizing that such overwhelming power must belong to a true expert. He silently vows to meet him no matter what it takes. Fang Yi stretches his arms wide in front of a large window as sunlight pours in. He states that the whole day's plan starts in the morning and acknowledges the dazzling sunlight. He removes his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, and mentions that waking up early helps with his cultivation. As he stands in the sunlight, glowing energy begins swirling around him while he activates the golden sun breathing technique, directing himself to feel the morning sun and operate the technique. Surrounded by radiant golden energy, Fang Yi explains that after entering the Ghost Axe realm, he can now sense the aura of the mountain masterpiece more clearly when using the golden sun breathing technique, which feels like threads circling the divine axe. A sudden explosion of light erupts as he realizes the breakthrough happened faster than expected, surprising him. Fang Yi clenches his glowing fist with determination, channeling the power through his arm as energy surges outward. Lifting the golden axe, he notes it feels much lighter than before. As he swings it, he reflects that cultivation is like chopping wood. What truly matters is persistence. He swings the golden axe downward with force as radiant energy shoots up through his body. He channels the power while standing firm, stating that his axe technique is becoming more refined and destructive. With golden eyes glowing, he senses his body becoming stronger, remarking that his physical toughness has increased. He reflects that although his progress seems fast, it's due to unused residual energy from his previous breakthrough to 1 star. Surrounded by golden flames, Fang Yi decides that from now on, he must level up gradually, 1 step at a time. As he glances at a package labeled "Authentic Goods," he notes that the anomalies caused by his cultivation are too flashy and thinks he needs to find a quieter place. At the association office, an older man hears something and reacts with curiosity. Holding a phone, the man detects a solar energy fluctuation and immediately suspects Fang Yi as the source again. In a quiet mountain forest by a stream, Fang Yi sits cross-legged and activates a screen interface in front of him. When prompted to use code points to implant a yang attribute into an item, he confirms with a yes as golden energy wraps around him. He recalls a past attempt where he used a figurine as a weapon. The coding worked, but it couldn't handle the yang attribute's power. Now wielding a new blade, Fang Yi senses that not all props can be turned into weapons. But this one is different. He feels the blade and his body share the same origin and resonate together strongly. The screen confirms that the coding was successful. Surrounded by golden energy, Fang Yi praises the weapon and prepares to test its power with a strong swing. Shocked by the overwhelming force, he exclaims in surprise as a massive burst of light explodes from the weapon. Holding the glowing blade with a confident stance, Fang Yi unleashes a fiery arc of energy in a wide slash. Fang Yi unleashes a massive slash that nearly causes a wildfire, relieved that the situation didn't get worse. Seeing the smoke and destruction, he realizes it was too loud and he's probably already been noticed. He prepares to leave quickly. Meanwhile, the girl rushes toward the scene, frustrated and yelling repeatedly in anger. She complains that she only went to redeem a coupon and buy milk tea. but missed something important, blaming her bad luck on retrograde Mercury. The girl looks surprised and shouts in shock upon realizing something about a hot spring. As she rushes through swirling smoke, she questions what the Buddha statue just did and wonders how to handle the aftermath and where to report it. With teary eyes, she worries about getting scolded by the cleanup department again and complains that ever since they appeared, nothing good has happened. Suddenly, she's caught off guard as something hits her from behind. The girl is shocked and yells in disbelief, realizing that last night the aura was still 1-star ghost axe, but now it has advanced to 2-star and even carries the presence of a spirit weapon. A visual explanation describes spirit weapons as powerful tools infused with attributes, far beyond ordinary weapons. She notes that spirit weapons are extremely rare, with the association only possessing 2. She's confused how someone else could have one, especially since current tech is still incomplete and restricted from public use. After a pause, she nervously laughs it off, saying it must be a mistake on her part. Sitting by the stream, she prepares to cool it down and clean up the aftermath. Walking through the forest, Fang Yi reflects that his weapon has the young attribute now, but the system never said it was limited to just one. Remembering the system's words, he notes that many techniques can be coded, and anything in the world can become coding material. He wonders if he can stack multiple attributes onto the same weapon. While checking his phone, Fang Yi receives a message from someone asking if he's a pioneer. The sender reveals they checked his browser history and saw he entered the realm after using a driver post. Fang Yi realizes he forgot to set his privacy settings. The conversation continues with the user saying their group has 3 members trying to connect with other pioneers. Fang Yi responds that he's a newbie too. They ask about his cultivation progress, mention how tough the body tempering divine axe is, and share a rumor about a national team player reaching that realm. Fang Yi replies that it sounds impressive. Fang Yi is surprised to learn that even official military recruits are still only at the Ghost Axe realm. He receives a message from IDUG-72 about a newly formed pollution zone and a suggestion to team up, offering safety and shared loot. Fang Yi is intrigued and questions the new zone. He asks for the location, and IDUG-72 sends a compressed data file titled Dark River Molten Dragon. Fang Yi begins extracting the file. The file explains that the pollution zone originated from a dark river altered by tectonic shifts, now turned into molten layer due to world mutation. Fang Yi notes its yang type attribute matches his and considers it a promising opportunity. Fang Yi sends a message confirming his participation in the team-up. In the Anhwa district, someone asks Old Lai when his friend will arrive. A group stands before a massive sealed entrance, with one member thanking Xiaoya for the detailed map and intel that helped him find the location easily. Another member expresses gratitude for the group's support and reminds everyone that once they're inside, they'll need to watch out for each other. Zhang Xiaoya, a staff member from the Ministry of Culture's Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, laments that there don't seem to be any standout pioneers to recommend this time. A narration explains that most pioneers don't realize the association is a government agency, and becoming a formal member is extremely difficult, often requiring heavy connections and multiple tests. Zhang Xiaoya sighs, dreading overtime if the group doesn't discover anything. Just then, someone excitedly recognizes Fang Yi approaching. Fang Yi steps forward confidently and introduces himself to the group, saying it's nice to meet them all. She observes Fang Yi and guesses he's at Ghost Axe Realm 2-star. She finds his strong aura unusual. It's warm and not oppressive. The group stands ready at the cave entrance. Someone announces that since everyone's gathered, it's time to move out. Another responds with an okay. Inside the cave, Fang Yi takes the lead and tells Zhang Xiaoya to handle the light. She agrees, and the group begins their cautious descent. As they explore, one member warns Fang Yi to be careful of loose rocks. Another comments the heat isn't as intense as expected. They guess it's because they haven't reached the core of the pollution zone yet, and Fang Yi reminds everyone to prioritize safety and speak up if tired. Fang Yi reflects that although he arrived last, the group has already welcomed him warmly. He senses their friendliness is genuine, whether out of kindness or survival instinct. The team reaches a cavern filled with glowing molten lava. One of them exclaims in awe, realizing it really is lava. Fang Yi suddenly steps forward toward the lava without hesitation, alarming the group. Zhang Xiaoya warns him not to act recklessly with danger ahead. Ignoring their shouts, Fang Yi plunges a weapon into the lava. The others panic, yelling at him for being reckless and shouting to pull him back immediately. Flames erupt violently from the lava pit as Fang Yi makes contact, shocking the rest of the team. The system detects a world anomaly called Inner Flame and begins analyzing it while activating ultimate computing power to code the phenomenon. The analysis reveals that the inner flame has an extremely high internal temperature and explosive traits, making it incredibly destructive. The system then describes the Crimson Flame Blade technique when the blade is drawn. Each strike is surrounded by blazing flames and lightning, unleashing its full might. Fang Yi prepares his hand to activate the technique, surrounded by swirling fire energy. He declares that it perfectly complements his Tang blade and chooses to spend a serial point to embed the inner flame attribute into the weapon. The team watches in awe from a distance as Fang Yi rises safely from the lava. They notice his weapon is absorbing the lair's energy and confirm he's unharmed. As flames swirl around his newly enhanced blade, Fang Yi stands confidently. One of the team members praises his discovery, deciding to absorb energy during training too. Fang Yi notes that the spiritual energy has stabilized, and it's time to cultivate. Another teammate raises his arms, excitedly saying he can now absorb energy smoothly. A second person shares the same experience, saying with a bit more training, they'll officially enter the cultivation path. Zhang Zioya smiles and assures them not to worry about safety. She's only there to gather intel and will keep watch while they focus on their training. Everyone expresses gratitude to her. Suddenly, Zhang Zioya turns toward the cave entrance and notices new figures approaching. She warns the group that more pioneers are coming. A group of aggressive newcomers arrives. The red-haired leader mocks the others, calling them small fries, and declares the area his. Zhang Zioya looks back at her cultivating teammates and realizes all three enemies are at one-star Ghost Axe realm, concluding they can't risk provoking them. She politely responds that they found the location first and her friends have already started absorbing energy. She offers to share the space if they're willing to cultivate peacefully. The man mocking her strength and yelling at her to get lost. He threatens violence if they don't leave immediately. Zhang Zioya silently reflects that in this era of spiritual energy revival, the rule is survival of the fittest and the weak are left behind. Despite that, she reminds herself that as a member of the Xia Countries Association, she can't let this continue and must intervene. Just then, Fang Yi steps forward with a confident "heh," surprising her. Standing tall, Fang Yi confronts the red-haired man, accusing him of only knowing how to bully a girl. The man reacts with shock, shouting, "What?" Fang Yi unsheathes his flaming blade and strikes, sending out a powerful shockwave that pushes back the enemies, stunning everyone around. The man shouts for his group to fall back as Fang Yi's flaming attack blasts them into the air, overwhelming their defense. One of Fang Yi's teammates is startled by the sudden energy shockwave and asks what just happened. Fang Yi reflects that the tragedies in this world began because cultivators started worshipping the idea of the strong preying on the weak. But he concludes that such people aren't swayed by words or moral teachings, only power can stop them. Fang Yi unleashes another fiery slash, telling the enemy to get lost as the attack erupts with explosive force. The leader is stunned by the second explosion, panicking and questioning what kind of monster he's facing. Overwhelmed, the enemy group turns and flees in terror as Fang Yi calmly holds his sword. Fang Yi's teammates rush over in excitement, praising his insane power and saying that his sword slash looked incredibly cool. Fang Yi smiles and says the enemies crossed the line, but they've absorbed enough spiritual energy, so it's time to leave. As the group agrees and prepares to exit the spirit zone, they reflect on how destructive Fang Yi's attack could have been if it had fully landed. Watching him walk away, Zhang Zioya observes that he's clearly a top-tier pioneer with elite talent and a powerful attribute. Clenching her fist, she firmly decides that this event must be reported to the organization. At the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, a woman reacts to a report and asks if another high-tier attribute pioneer has appeared. Zhang Zioya on the other end is shocked to hear the word "another." Caught off guard, the girl nervously denies anything suspicious while secretly confirming she recorded the event and should be contacted for any updates. She ends the call, saving the data, as instructed. Later, excited, she tells her teacher that they've found two high-tier pioneers back-to-back, but he dismisses it, saying it's not luck anyone with a high-tier attribute now holds value and will soon rise to power. The older man rubs his forehead, frustrated by recent developments, thinking it's all becoming too complicated and he wants to quit. Meanwhile, in town, Fang Yi walks in a hoodie and sword. Girls nearby admire his appearance, thinking he looks like a powerful character, making Fang Yi embarrassed. As he silently continues walking, others around admire him. A caption notes he's pretending to be a cosplayer to avoid attention. Suddenly, Fang Yi receives breaking news on his phone. The events from cultivation novels are starting to come true: golden light in the east, a purple aura, and even a dragon sighting. Fang Yi realizes the anomaly was caused by his inner flame's power, which he underestimated at 2 degrees Celsius. He rules out Old Lai or Zhang Zioya leaking his traits. He thinks absorbing Yang-type energy might let him break through if he uses the Golden Sun breathing technique again. Deciding not to delay, he heads toward the back mountain to continue cultivating. 5 minutes later, at the back mountain, Bai King stretches and celebrates completing her task. She's startled by a sudden powerful energy surge glowing in the distance and quickly senses it's coming from the mountain. The overwhelming aura spirals upward, signaling someone is breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Shocked by the scale of the energy, Bai King realizes this breakthrough is beyond monstrous and questions who could be behind it. Bai King slams her foot down, deciding she must immediately investigate the source of the massive energy surge. As she rushes forward with determination, she wonders if the one behind it could be that guy, though it seems too unlikely. Fang Yi raises his hands as spiritual energy begins forming above him, spinning rapidly in a spiral while lightning crackles in the background. He sits cross-legged, surrounded by intense golden flames, eyes glowing. His body is enveloped in a complex aura, and he maintains a focused hand seal. The golden energy condenses further, mixing with blue currents as it takes the shape of a glowing axe. Bai King watches from above, realizing that Fang Yi is trying to control a divine axe. She notes the difficulty of manipulating spiritual power so precisely and wonders if he secretly trained for several years without anyone knowing. Bai King recalls how she previously failed while breaking through, vomiting blood and collapsing under pressure. She stares at Fang Yi from her bed and questions if he's truly a monster born from thunder. She observes how the divine axe is filled with spiritual energy, and how Fang Yi controls it precisely. She notes that every movement of the aura looks like it could strike with immense force, and recognizes that someone like him isn't just a genius, he's a being summoned by the heavens. Meanwhile, how most cultivators would rush to finish after forming a core, but Fang Yi maintains sharp focus and sword-like intent. He compares Fang Yi's calm to that of a high-ranking cultivator. Bai King chases the divine axe's aura as it begins to move again. She yells that the divine axe has shifted toward the east. Fang Yi's eyes glow intensely with golden light. He rises into the air, fully wrapped in golden lightning as energy erupts around him. He successfully breaks through to the 2nd star of the Ghost Axe realm. Bai King braces herself amid the crashing energy blasts, breathing heavily while standing within the storm of golden lightning. She is flung back by a massive energy surge as Fang Yi's divine axe unleashes a shockwave, engulfing the area in golden force. Catching her breath, Bai King wonders why she still can't get close even though only 30 seconds have passed. She realizes he may have already detected her presence and worries he might act against her next. Her eyes narrow with sudden realization. Looking up at a large, glowing tree bathed in sunlight, Bai King notes that the divine axe seems to have stopped and hasn't yet fully awakened. Fang Yi hides in the trees and watches Bai King, realizing she's the one who's been investigating him over the past few days. Bai King introduces herself as the captain of a field team from the Spirit Energy Association. She formally extends an invitation to Fang Yi on behalf of the organization. Fang Yi responds calmly, explaining that he's only been following her these past 2 days in hopes of joining the official association. He assures her that his actions weren't meant to leave a bad impression. He adds that while the association hasn't made a public announcement yet, all internal documentation is already formalized. Bai King wonders if he'll misunderstand her actions or think she's been bothering him. She focuses on staying calm. Fang Yi questions Bai King's reasoning. She tries to answer but hesitates, overwhelmed by his directness. She debates whether to be honest, unsure if revealing the truth would make things worse. He explains that he wanted to locate the Spirit Energy Association early to integrate with their system and correct misunderstandings about rogue cultivators, giving both sides more clarity. He acknowledges that despite their differences, they all must face the same threats ahead. Fang Yi admits that if he were her, he wouldn't trust someone like him easily either, and joining an organization without certainty feels like deception. Bai King remains silent, visibly affected by his honesty. Bai King pulls out her ID card and formally introduces herself as Su Mantang, an athlete from the Spirit Energy Association. She enthusiastically holds her badge up high, hoping Fang Yi recognizes her. She asks him to believe her, treating it like proof of her sincerity. Fang Yi examines her and mutters that her name does seem a bit familiar to him. Fang Yi realizes she had better conditions and training, which likely helped her become an elite runner. He acknowledges it explains her speed, but something still bothers him. Fang Yi looks serious, remembering that in his previous life, Su Mantang failed to fulfill her mission and humanity was ultimately wiped out. He recalls the destruction of the world and thinks that now that he's been reborn and granted a system, he must one day join their cause, but the time isn't right yet. Su Mantang smiles and says she really does recognize him, hoping it builds trust. Fang Yi quickly leaps away, telling her he'll consider the offer, leaving behind a trail of wind. Fang Yi reappears behind Su Mantang and tells her to temporarily keep his identity and actions a secret from others. Based on her conduct, he concludes that the Spirit Energy Association likely trusts her more than other scouts. He internally decides to make use of her abilities, believing she can serve his goals well. Su Mantang agrees to cooperate but says the association has already noticed the disturbance from his breakthrough and she must still report it eventually, perhaps in half a year. Fang Yi accepts the condition and calmly agrees. Su Mantang leaps through the forest, frustrated that Fang Yi slipped away again. She complains about always missing her chance and the tiring task of reporting back. She grumbles about cleaning up after others' messes, then tells herself to stop dwelling on it. Since she's already on assignment outside, she might as well finish it properly. Receiving a message through her earpiece, Su Mantang is shocked to hear that an abnormal has reappeared. She quickly asks if it's active again. She recalls the brutal monster pack responsible for past horrors. She vows never to forget them. Dark red creatures with twisted forms crawl through ruined cities, hunting, biting, and killing without reason. They target humans and spread chaos wherever they appear. The creatures are classified as abnormal beings by the Spirit Energy Association. Their actions vary in behavior, with some attacking randomly and others following complex strategies. If they're not eliminated early, they grow stronger by absorbing aura, becoming more destructive and difficult to handle. Lightning strikes violently in the middle of a heavy rainstorm, illuminating tall city buildings. Fang Yi steps into a puddle as rain pours heavily. Emergency warnings flash on electronic screens, announcing that the area has entered a dangerous state and civilians should evacuate immediately. Passers-by comment on how frequent these anomalies have become. Fang Yi looks up. He notes the intense lightning pressure in the atmosphere and realizes that the center of the storm is still moving. Fang Yi climbs a flight of stairs in the rain. He stops before a distant mountain struck by purple lightning and mutters that the signal is coming from there. Without hesitation, he leaps forward into the storm. He lands with speed, sprinting up the slope toward the mountain. He receives a system alert confirming the area ahead is contaminated. Target location, Jade Peak. Another display identifies Jade Peak as a 545-meter mountain and a notable landmark in the city. Fang Yi approaches through the misty, skeletal forest littered with bones. The system reports that the contamination level is currently unknown. Fang Yi continues forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes sharpen as he senses something unusual nearby. A massive bolt of bright blue lightning strikes down in front of him. The meeting begins with a report showing a mountain struck by lightning. They explain that the spiritual energy levels are rising, and the danger level of Yuhuang Peak is increasing rapidly. A man in a suit says this is a serious situation. The original cleanup team was reassigned, so the emergency meeting was called. He then asks King Yin to continue the briefing. Bai King, in front of the council, explains that currently the peak is inaccessible due to explosive lightning-type spiritual energy. They had only rated it as an A-level pollution zone so far. Bai King adds that in 1 hour, it will reach a level that demands a new emergency classification. However, based on past data, no one in their district, including herself, has the ability to approach it safely. The officials review death rate estimates and conclude that even Ghost Axe Tier 3 elites have a 100% fatality rate if deployed into the contaminated zone. Another officer proposes immediate lockdown around Yuhuang Peak's base with 24-hour patrols to stop anyone from entering. A second officer agrees, stating the mountain must be sealed completely from the root of the danger. They finalize the decision. No one is allowed near the spirit turbulence until energy levels drop. The zone will remain locked for safety. Suddenly, lightning crashes into the mountain. Amid the rain and flashing light, Fang Yi appears in a hooded cloak, muttering to himself that he will reclaim his memory. Fang Yi stands amid the storm, but realizes it's not enough. To absorb the powerful spiritual energy, he must move deeper into the mountain's core. He reflects on the deadly nature of this energy and its origins. Even ordinary monsters are now strengthened, and the danger level is rising with distortions in space and time. Although he now controls Golden Sun breathing technique and Flame Blade, Fang Yi knows he still lacks the strength to fully wield these powers. Future enemies will be far more terrifying, and even cultivators might struggle against them. He prepares his weapons carefully, combining fire and blade traits to increase his attack power. However, he notes that overuse may also cause severe damage to his body. Only by pushing his limits can he survive what lies ahead. Fang Yi senses the immense lightning energy surrounding him and sees it as the perfect chance to further strengthen his body. He reflects that constant growth requires opportunities hidden within nature's extremes, and he must seize those moments no matter how dangerous. He understands that if he misses this chance, he can only wait for death under the heavens. As a bolt of lightning strikes down, his eyes glow intensely. Gripping his blade tightly, he braces himself for what's to come. As lightning strikes, Fang Yi braces for impact. He marvels at the overwhelming force crashing into him. As he channels his strength, sparks and energy swirl around him, while he clutches his weapon tighter. Caught in the center of the storm, he screams while absorbing the energy, enduring the painful surge through sheer willpower. Breathing heavily but still standing, Fang Yi grips his blade and steadies himself. Fang Yi stands firm, feeling the deadly lightning attribute in his sword. He senses that this force is like a punishment from the heavens. The pressure increases, forcing him to clench his fists and grit his teeth. He realizes that even nearing the lightning's core could crush him instantly. He looks up at the storm, wondering how he can make this wild power submit to him. Taking a deep breath, he calms himself. With a flash of determination, Fang Yi activates Golden Flame breathing at full force, shouting his command to unleash everything he has. Fang Yi charges upward with blazing force, clashing directly with the incoming lightning. Flames burst from his body as he strikes, combining fire and lightning in a single explosive leap toward the sky. Despite blood dripping from his mouth, Fang Yi doesn't falter. With full strength, he pushes forward into the heart of the storm, declaring that he will survive through death itself. He feels the powerful spiritual energy stir through his body, shaking his core and electrifying every cell with intense force. With glowing eyes, he declares that the storm wants him dead, but he refuses to yield. The lightning energy rages forward, expanding wildly as Fang Yi braces for the final clash. A notification appears. A massive surge of lightning energy is being detected and recorded. Meanwhile, people in the city watch the storm from a tower, shocked by the scale of the lightning strike. Fang Yi is engulfed in a massive explosion of lightning and fire. A system message confirms he has obtained Divine Thunder Tempering. Another system prompt appears. Heavenly Thunder drawn, body refined into divinity awarded 50 system points. Surrounded by radiant energy, Fang Yi floats above the mountain. As the inheritor of Divine Thunder, he now carries both lightning and fire attributes, and his presence begins to reshape the weather itself. Fang Yi declares that lightning is both his fangs and his shield. He feels its power flowing through him, enhancing both his offense and defense. He channels the lightning energy into his body and notes that even as it tests him, it does not cause pain. It offers both danger and opportunity. A system prompt appears, offering him the Pure Judgment lightning ability, capable of delivering 300% damage to evil beings. It asks if he wants to spend system points to acquire it. Fang Yi wonders if he should embed this lightning energy into his blade. Though doing so could damage its structure, it may also break through its limits. Fang Yi considers the risk. If he injects too much lightning attribute, the weapon might not be able to withstand it. A system prompt asks if he wants to embed the lightning attribute into the object. He makes his decision, stating the energy should go into his right hand. Smiling slightly, Fang Yi confirms the command with a firm yes, ready to proceed. Lightning gathers in his hand as he prepares to absorb the power directly. In the next day, at the Yuhuang Peak, military personnel observe the aftermath of the spiritual storm. One officer reports that, unlike expected, someone had already entered the mountain before them. The officer, addressed as Major Han Lai, confirms that the person was a pioneer. Bai King is surprised to hear this and rushes forward to ask if the person survived. Kneeling on the ground, Bai King remains silent as the wind blows around her. She explains she can't sense his attributes or how long he's been gone. The violent lightning from yesterday has made it difficult to track him. Bai King learns the incident occurred around 6 or 7 a.m., with the person entering the mountain just before the team arrived. She's surprised and asks why they didn't detect him. The officer explains that the spiritual burst time matched their association's earlier predictions exactly 7 a.m., and the person might have entered before the data was finalized. Standing over the lightning-scorched peak, the officer says the pollution level was expected to reach this rank, but afterward, the spiritual density dropped drastically. He suspects the intruder may have lightning-based powers, which helped him absorb the energy. He concludes that the person not only survived, but possibly used this event as a rare opportunity. The outcome was too precise to be a coincidence, and the person acted faster than their entire team. Bai King and the officer agree that someone capable of such power is dangerous. They question where this person truly stands, friend or threat. If he's a danger to society, they say, he must be found quickly, as his presence could lead to disaster greater than any anomaly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi wakes up casually in his home, rubbing his head while his sword rests beside him. Back at the command center, the officer declares that no matter the cost, the mysterious person must be located. He assigns a code name, Tyrant. The investigation at Yuhuang Mountain kicked off immediately. The military hoped the Spiritual Practitioners Association would soon bring the mysterious figure known as Tyrant into the fold. Until then, they planned to keep the situation under wraps and run a parallel investigation of their own. Atop the rain-soaked summit, the head of the association informed Major Han Lai that one of their top pioneers was already attempting to establish contact. He then turned to Su Qingying and instructed her to brief the major on what she knew. Caught off guard, Su Qingying gasped quietly, her heart racing. Thrown into the spotlight, she quickly pieced together a report half-truths stitched with care. She linked the recent disturbance to the same pioneer who had resolved the contamination near the local university. Internally, she was a mess nervous that one wrong word might expose her secret alliance with Fang Yi. She explained she'd been trying to reach him, but he'd proven difficult to track down. She recalled finding a mutated rabbit's corpse, clearly killed by him, and correctly identified the presence of yang flame energy at the scene. Wrapping up, she promised to continue closing the gap between them and uncover how he'd managed to purify the university's gate. As she spoke, she prayed silently, relying on a mix of truth and deception to keep her story believable. Major Han Lai listened carefully, pondering the significance of a pioneer possessing the yang flame attribute. He seemed satisfied with her explanation and praised her for her effort, calling her a gifted young pioneer. Su Qingying saluted with sharp precision, responding that she was simply fulfilling her duty. Once the meeting concluded, Major Han Lai mentioned plans to spread false reports of natural disasters to keep the public from panicking. He also voiced concerns about posting spiritual energy intel online where it could be exploited by malicious actors. While the conversation continued, Su Qingying exhaled quietly, grateful the grilling was over. Meanwhile, at his home, Fang Yi activated his golden sun breathing technique to dry his soaked hoodie. In seconds, it gleamed with radiant warmth, dry, clean, and almost glowing. He then turned his attention inward, examining the changes within his body. Even after adding the powerful thunder element, the contrast was striking. His right hand now crackled with blue lightning, completely transformed and significantly strengthened. As he moved his fingers, small sparks danced between them. He could sense a breakthrough approaching. What surprised him most was how tame the thunder energy had become. It now obeyed him completely. This was a huge change from the violent pain he endured when he first awakened his yang power. He recalled the system's message. This thunder ability doubled damage against supernatural threats. He was eager to test it in battle. A sudden ping from his phone snapped him out of his thoughts. He picked it up, wondering what fresh chaos had arrived. After previous experiences, he'd set up custom alerts for emergencies, knowing that in this era, official warnings were more than just safety tips. For pioneers like him, each crisis was a new chance to grow, even if it meant putting his life on the line. He checked the breaking news. A massive explosion had rocked a chemical plant, spreading dangerous pollutants across the city. Official reports claimed there were no injuries and urged the public to stay calm. But Fang Yi didn't buy it. He browsed online forums where eyewitnesses described a chilling atmosphere around the blast site. Some spoke of an unnatural, evil presence. Others backed up the claim. The words "cold and evil aura" stood out to Fang Yi. A horrifying memory from his previous life surfaced. Blood. A monstrous hand. Chaos. He recalled hiding in terror from a giant, crimson, many-eyed beast that tore everything apart. He knew exactly what it was, a mutated creature, once plant or animal, that gained awareness and transformed into a deadly predator. They preferred to strike under the cover of night and were far more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had faced. Realizing the urgency, Fang Yi clenched his lightning-charged fist. He couldn't allow this creature to grow stronger. Tonight, he would face it. Surrounded by a field of crackling electricity, he stood ready to test his new skill, a 200% critical damage boost. That same rainy night, empty streets glistened beneath the storm. Blurs raced across the slick roads, and an elite squad in black cloaks moved like shadows through the city. They were the destroyer squad tasked with hunting anomalies. One operative reported that they had been tracking a target named Candle Knight, but had lost it. Its ability to vanish into darkness made it incredibly difficult to follow. The operative added new intel. The creature gave off a low sizzling sound and preyed on humans. High above the city, lightning flashed as the team landed on a rooftop. Their leader, a hard-faced man with silver hair and a scar, knew the storm gave the creature an advantage. With determination, he declared they had to stop it. At the central command station, an operator received the update. The report on Candle Knight was finalized. An extermination directive was immediately issued, priority level red. The target needed to be neutralized within 12 hours. The squad received instructions: continue the hunt, but don't risk unnecessary casualties. With renewed urgency, they dashed across rooftops. The squad leader paused to check a glowing digital map. Red dots marked multiple active threats. 12 hours wasn't ideal, but it was the best the stretched resources of the nation could offer. Just as they neared Candle Knight's last known location, a warning came in. The area was currently under the jurisdiction of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo of Su Qingying popped up on the screen. She and her team were already on site, monitoring pioneers. The squad leader acknowledged the update and requested her assistance, noting her reputation for exceptional work. Elsewhere, Su Qingying raised an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden fame. Back in the field, the destroyer squad waited under the rain. Soon, Su Qingying and her cloaked team arrived, taking position on a rooftop above. With a playful smirk, she asked if they were the ones dragging her out for some overtime. The squad leader wasn't amused. He firmly explained that Candle Knight was a man-eater. This was no casual favor. One of Su Qingying's teammates shot back, questioning his rude approach. Su Qingying turned to leave, sarcastically suggesting that since they seemed so capable, maybe they didn't need her after all. Her team followed, murmuring to one another, some concerned about her sharp attitude, others insisting their missions were just as risky. Panic flashed across the squad leader's face. He called out, apologizing and pleading for help. He emphasized how deadly Candle Knight was and how much they needed her renowned tracking skills. If they failed, he warned, innocent lives would be lost. Cloak's squad stands on a rooftop overlooking the city in the rain. One of them detects something and announces they've found it. The portal unleashes a strange force, spiraling down into the city. A creature with red eyes emerges in the shadows. File number 7. Candle Knight likes darkness, dampness, eating people. The squad receives the command. The man confirms. Destruction squad, begin operation. As they prepare to engage, the monster Candle Knight stirs. Its glowing red eyes fixate on the squad's direction. Candle Knight leaps from its position with explosive speed. One of the squad members shouts that the target has detected them and commands the squad to deploy formation. The monster Candle Knight lunges forward, but members of the squad dash in from multiple directions. One shouts east, others respond in unison, surrounding the target from all sides with precise coordination. The squad yells in unison as they close in on the monster with intensity. As the team positions themselves, Candle Knight lets out a roar, and one squad member rises from the shadows to kill it. The strike hit hard at the monster, as he lets out a sharp squeal and pounces in response. Then, the monster swipes through debris, showing its physical power. Its eyes glow red as it snarls in rage. With a furious roar, Candle Knight spins into a vortex of energy, launching into a terrifying spiral attack. Bai King warns the squad to dodge quickly, shouting that a soundwave attack is incoming. A spiraling shockwave tears through the battlefield, sending squad members flying as the vortex smashes the surroundings. Bai King checks on their leader, asking if he's okay. The captain, bleeding from his arm, admits that if he hadn't backed off in time, the impact would have shattered his bones. He warns that with its dark attributes and destructive force, Candle Knight will cause catastrophe if it stays in the city. Candle Knight's body glows green as it channels corrosive dark energy. A massive green shockwave erupts beneath the creature as it unleashes its power into the ground. The monster starts digging rapidly, melting through the earth with corrosive breath in an attempt to escape. Bai King shouts that it's trying to burrow underground. Another warns that its dark attribute corrodes anything it touches instantly, and they lack a high tier counter attribute to stop it. A squad member explains that while Candle Knight can corrode the ground, it can't tunnel out instantly. He urges the team not to break formation, reminding them their role is intel and tactical support. Another soldier shouts for everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. Candle Knight bursts out violently and strikes, knocking a squad member into the air with a fierce blow. The leader yells for everyone to chase the monster before it escapes. As they follow the green energy trail, a surge in spiritual energy is detected. Reaching a rooftop, one member notices the spike and commands the others to wait outside while they follow the target in. Inside an abandoned factory, the lead scout prepares to scan for spiritual energy readings before proceeding. The leader asks if the device on the Bi-King wrist is the new auxiliary tool from the association. She confirms and explains that the average squad can handle anomaly levels up to 50. The creature they chased was just below that at 48. Suddenly, the watch spikes to 80 and continues rising, shocking them. She realizes there's more than one anomaly present. As the group enters the factory, a dark serpent looms above. They both turn in alarm as a loud crash behind them confirms they're not alone. Another threat has arrived. Bi-King realizes they were tricked. Candle Knight lured them in to trap them with another anomaly. She tells the group they must retreat immediately. The leader suggests heading to the door. If the anomaly wants to stop them, it will have to reveal itself. Together, they fire an attack to force the door open. As they run, Bi-King is struck by something and collapses, gasping in pain. She realizes her senses and body are being overtaken by the poison gas as a dark creature looms in the mist. She calls out to the others but gets no reply. Alone in the mist-filled factory, she suspects they're nearby but unable to respond. Holding her communicator, she pieces it together. Candle Knight lured them in, but the poisonous place belongs to another anomaly, likely a giant serpent. The serpent's face emerges from the toxic fog. She realizes that unlike Candle Knight's dark powers, this mist is poisonous and began affecting them the moment they entered. The gas not only paralyzes senses but drains spiritual energy rapidly. She knows if she tries to attack now, her energy will run out. She's already close to collapse. Lying on the ground, she questions what kind of anomaly could possess such intelligence and overwhelming power. It feels like they're being toyed with. Her body collapses completely. A faint light breaks through the ceiling above, but she's too weak to move. As her eye barely opens, struggling to stay conscious as she senses something approaching. Fang Yi crashes down from above, descending with confidence. He lands firmly on the ground, cracking the floor beneath him with sheer impact. Standing tall, he faces the looming serpent and confirms it's a dark attribute anomaly, unfazed and fully in control. The black serpent lunges with jaws wide open, aiming to devour the intruder. He dodges swiftly, but a second creature, Candle Knight, crashes into him from above. He's forced back, growling in frustration as both enemies close in. Realizing the truth mid-battle, he confirms there are two anomalies working together. He smirks, realizing one anomaly lures while the other harvests. He mocks Candle Knight, biting him, saying it must enjoy it too much. Power surges through him as he activates thunder energy. He slashes through the serpent, burning its body with a blazing attack enhanced by thunder. With lightning crackling, he turns to the next enemy and challenges it to handle fire next. The serpent becomes extremely angry after seeing RMC's interface, and the moment it spots RMC, it starts attacking him. However, seeing the serpent charging in for an attack, RMC dodges and quickly draws out his sword, getting ready to attack the serpent. As soon as the serpent pulls its head out from the wall and looks upward, it realizes that the person in front of it is charging in with a sword to strike. At this moment, RMC had already gotten very close to it, and upon reaching right near it, he strikes the sword directly at the center of the serpent's head. The MC's attack lands directly on the serpent's skull, and it slices the python right down the middle. Just after landing the attack, RMC steps back slightly and looks in shock as the serpent, even after being split in half, starts regenerating again. RMC, Fang Yi, already knew something like this would happen. He had expected it that the serpent would surely have a regeneration ability. While the serpent is trying to recover, at that very moment, a powerful bolt of electricity strikes its head. The moment the lightning hits its head, it begins screaming in agony. Seeing this, RMC smiles. This attack was launched by him. Watching the python die in front of him, RMC smiles and thinks, "Good thing I sensed it in advance. This serpent's dark aura is even denser than Candle Knight's." Then he raises his sword once again and attacks the python. Just now, while wielding the Tang sword and unleashing the power of internal flame, I controlled the force and retracted it. Using the sword as a carrier, I condensed and channeled the thunderbolt power in my hand into the snake's body. The moment the MC's fire-type attack is unleashed through the blade and strikes the python starts burning. Seeing this, our MC thinks, as a dark-type anomaly, Candle Knight may be eerie and sneaky, but its power is relatively weak. It's bloodthirsty, but at most it could only harm 1 or 2 humans, not truly evolved. But this serpent. Just then, at that very moment, our MC groans in pain and notices that snake scales are attached to his shoulder, spreading poison through his body. Our MC starts recalling the fight with the python, thinking about how this happened. Then he remembers when the scales made contact with his body. Thinking back, he says, "Just as I thought, it's a cunning mutated species. Its intelligence has even improved. These sneak attacks are deadly. Its poison carries a built-in paralyzing effect. It kills silently, without a trace." At this moment, our MC is feeling intense pain, probably because of the continuous flow of the golden sun breathing technique within his body. The moment he feels this, he starts thinking again. The yang flame attribute can dissolve poison. The golden sun breathing technique protects and heals, and the thunder attribute purifies. These two give a clear pain response to poison intrusion, warning me of incoming enemy attacks. But for others less lucky, even with some defensive ability, it may be incurable. This serpent grew to this size so stealthily. Besides likely being at 3-star Ghost Axe realm, it surely relies on ambush predation. Not to mention, with Candle Knight as a partner, it's the perfect trap combo for elite pioneers. It's probably devoured quite a few people by now. Many pioneers who never met up with the association are likely. As he's thinking all this, in front of him, the serpent's body continues to burn. Our MC keeps staring at the serpent and continues thinking. Finally, no matter how sinister and venomous it was, its end is ash and dust. The inner flame energy was pure, but the thunder attribute's triple crit really stole the spotlight. I feel like my combat ability is pretty decent among pioneers now, right? And just after a short while, the serpent completely turns to ash. After burning it entirely, our MC moves his hand close to the burning fire, but suddenly stops and begins looking around. Sensing something, he looks into the smoke where Su Kinkying is coughing because of the smoke. She appears to be in extremely bad condition, looking almost semi-unconscious. Seeing her, our MC says, "This is that girl from the association. What was her name again?" Then walking closer to her, our MC says, "There's no need for you to keep pretending. I know you're faking your death. You should improve your acting skills, it's clear you're just pretending." Seeing our MC up close, Su Kingying starts covering her face and thinks to herself, "Oh my god, enemies always meet on narrow paths. It really was him earlier?" Then, trying to make an excuse, she says, "I woke up because of the smell. I wasn't pretending, I really did pass out." And after saying this, she stands up. Our MC, watching her, smiles and says, "You're strong. Your teammates all ran out of energy and passed out, but you still had enough left to shield yourself. If you had no will left, you wouldn't have been able to smell blood or burnt flesh." Hearing this, Su Kingying thanks him for the compliment. Though she was still hiding her face and thinking to herself, "I did keep a sliver of spiritual energy to protect myself," and he noticed. But I have no idea how he beat Candle Knight and that giant serpent. Seeing her like that, our MC says to her, "There's no need to cover your eyes. Just be honest and promise not to reveal my identity." When our MC says this, Su Kingying thinks to herself, "This time, he seems more friendly, and he's actually talking like a friend." Then our MC, bidding her farewell, says, "I'm getting late. You and your teammates are no longer in danger, so I'd like to leave first." And with that, he starts to leave. As soon as he begins to go, Su Kingying loudly calls out to stop him, but our MC jumps out through a broken hole in the roof and says, "No need. Talking too much only messes things up. I'll leave everything here to you." And with that, our MC exits the building. Walking away, he thinks to himself, "Good thing she didn't see me trying to absorb the dark attribute just now. That discomfort and eerie coldness, really disgusting. Maybe it's because the dark spiritual energy had already been dispelled, and my body instinctively rejected it that I failed. The system didn't respond either. Forget it. I'll review it later at home." Meanwhile, back inside the building, Su Qingying slaps her teammates awake and says, "All of you get up quickly. It's all over now." Just then, the senior member of the team wakes up and immediately shouts, "We were ambushed." Then he sees the serpent's body burning right in front of him, and the rest of the teammates, now regaining consciousness, also begin to watch the serpent's dead body burning in flames. Seeing the serpent's corpse burning in the flames, the senior member of the team looked on in shock and asked, "What's going on? Where did that overwhelming yang attribute come from?" In response, Su Qingying stepped forward and calmly replied, "As you can see right in front of you, some pioneers came to help us." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It should be the target of my mission. My original task was to track an extremely high-level attribute pioneer, this yang attribute." Hearing this, some of the others nearby turned to her in surprise and asked, "So, do you know who he is?" Su Qingying shook her head slightly and answered, "I haven't succeeded yet. His identity is still a mystery. Actually, I was counter-tracked by him. He knew exactly what I was doing. But this time, he saved us." As her words sank in, one of the team members lit up with excitement and exclaimed, "To think someone could solo both Candle Knight and that giant serpent. What a monster!" The senior, still processing the situation, walked over to the python's dead body. With a serious expression, he said, "Speaking of which, where's Candle Knight's corpse? Let's clean up the scene first and submit the remains to the association." As the senior began clearing the area of the remaining corpses, his foot suddenly landed on one of the python's scales. The moment his foot touched the serpent's scale, a surge of electricity erupted from it, crackling violently. Shocked, the senior quickly pulled his foot back and shouted, "This is violet energy." Then, turning to Su Qingying, he asked urgently, "Captain Su Qingying, didn't you say earlier that it was a yang attribute? But this residual electrical charge is way too intense." Hearing this, Su Qingying stepped forward to inspect more closely and asked, "Is this Candle Knight's corpse?" "The thunder attribute's purity. It's very strong. Definitely high tier." The senior crouched down near the serpent's charred remains, carefully examining the electrical residue on the ground. He muttered, half in disbelief, "Could it be 2 high-level pioneers appeared here? One killed the black serpent, one killed Candle Knight, and then they left together." But Su Qingying stood still, staring at the corpse in front of her. Her eyes narrowed in thought as she silently concluded, "No, that's not it. How should I put it? Only one person showed up here. No one would believe it, that a single person carried 2 extremely high-level attributes. Just having one of them would make someone a top-tier genius. A dual high-tier attribute pioneer that's practically unheard of." She clenched her fists slightly, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend the truth. Yang Flame Walker, Thunder Tyrant, just what kind of freak is this guy? After that, the story shifts forward slightly in time. Now, around the factory, several association vehicles had arrived. Seeing them pull up outside, Su Qingying thought to herself, "Good thing I stationed team members outside the factory. If I stayed inside too long, they would report to the association." Based on the situation, the association sent reconnaissance personnel to the scene. Their original intent was to collect our corpses. Inside the factory, Su Qingying was seated with 2 of her female teammates holding on to her tightly. One of them looked at her with teary eyes and said emotionally, "Boss, you're alive. I thought I'd lost my captain forever." The second added, "If you had died, what would I have done, boss? Tell me." Su Qingying listened to them silently, thinking to herself with mild irritation, "What nonsense are they going on about?" At that moment, the association's scanning team had entered the factory. Their primary task had now shifted. They were scanning for residual spiritual energy, analyzing the traces, and reconstructing the battle. These were association reconnaissance personnel, and their duty was to report the outcome back to headquarters. As the scanning team examined the serpent's corpse, one of the personnel turned towards Su Qingying and the senior and said, "Both captains, based on trace comparisons at the scene, whether it's combat habits or kill patterns, it all points to one person who killed both anomalies. There's a 99% probability it's the same individual." Hearing this, the senior standing nearby became serious and said, "It really is a dual high-tier attribute pioneer. I thought we'd made a mistake. But indeed, either of those 2 anomalies alone could have wiped us out." A teammate standing beside him chimed in, "Exactly. This powerhouse finished them off in a single strike." We're all Ghost Axe Realm too, but the gap is ridiculous. Su Qingying quickly stepped aside to make a call and report the findings to the association. She said, "My surveillance target appeared. The data has updated. I need to report to the higher-ups. These are the results. Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingcheng University both were my assigned targets." On the other end of the line, the association's leader responded after hearing her out. "I understand the situation, Su Qingying. For now, I want you to halt your mission. He saved you, eliminated the anomalies, and secured this entire area. That means he doesn't resent the association, and he's not our enemy. Anyway, Old Han and I don't quite see eye to eye on this. For your safety, and to leave a good impression on that tyrant, avoid contacting him for now." Su Qingying responded firmly, "Understood. But I still have one theory, something that happened before, when Tyrant was about to advance at the back mountain." The chief asked, "What do you mean?" She explained, "I once sensed an incredibly strong aura in the area where he was active. I suspected he might have a spiritual weapon, but thought it was unlikely. But now that it's confirmed he's a dual high-tier attribute pioneer, then..." Hearing this, the chief's tone shifted as he asked seriously, "Does he have a spiritual weapon?" Then he began to reason aloud. "That's unlikely. No matter how gifted he is, there's no way he could possess a spiritual weapon without outside help or resources. Besides, the reconnaissance team found no traces of a third spiritual energy attribute typically associated with a spiritual weapon." Su Qingying clarified, "When I came into contact with him, the spiritual weapon aura I sensed was Yang attribute." The chief paused, then said, "I see. If the weapon's attribute comes directly from his own Yang energy, then if he's a spirit creation realm cultivator, it's theoretically possible to do it solo." Hearing this, Su Qingying was shocked and thought, "Spirit creation realm? Even globally, cultivators at that level are extremely rare, barely more than 2 exist." Then the chief continued, "But if this person does possess a third attribute, that would shift the balance entirely. It'd shake the entire pioneer community. Because according to research, different attributes clash within the human body. It's nearly impossible for them to coexist. So far, no pioneer has ever been confirmed to possess 3 different spiritual attributes." He added one last thought, "If he really has a spiritual weapon, then the fact we didn't detect a third attribute might actually be a good thing. Let's hope such a powerful pioneer never becomes humanity's enemy." The story now shifts to our MC, who is in the middle of taking a shower. As he finishes and steps out, he begins thinking to himself, there's less than a year until the official spiritual energy revival. Yet anomalies and phenomena are already erupting everywhere. Anomalies are becoming highly active. He dries his hair using his fire attribute, and his mind drifts back to recent developments. Many pioneers, like myself, have started cultivating on their own. Once the interface between body and spiritual world is opened, we become more sensitive to changes in heaven and earth, like those people I encountered at the underground river. Even without Xia country's official recognition, self-trained pioneers have generally reached the level of 1-star ghost penetration realm. Now that Xia country is reaching out to wild pioneers like me, it shows that both official and wild pioneers are in a relatively peaceful phase of mutual exploration. Anomalies are still within controllable limits, and there's no serious conflict among pioneers yet. He picks up his clothes and starts getting dressed, still deep in thought. However, even though the government established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, it still hasn't gone public. People everywhere are talking more frequently about local instability and unexplained phenomena. It's clear the government is trying both to protect humanity and issue early warnings. Then, he thinks back to burning buildings from his past life. Normal city buildings turned to ash and chaos. Remembering them, he says, "But the problem lies exactly here. I can feel it. The government has no confidence in launching full-scale cultivation. With such a large population, once information is made public, order will collapse. Internal unrest will spread chaos and death. As it stands now, even recognized pioneers can't yet stabilize societal upheaval. Internal and external threats will only accelerate the collapse. So, this gentle approach from the government isn't wrong. After all, human hearts are more frightening than ghosts or gods. But what worries me is that the development of anomalies is exceeding my expectations." Just as this thought crosses his mind, a notification pops up from his system. a reading related to the dark attribute, specifically one of its sub-attributes. The MC narrows his eyes and reflects. What I encountered today was a typical mutated product of dark attribute contamination. From touching the black mist, I could tell it belongs to a sub-branch of the dark attribute, known as the shadow attribute, a natural enemy to pioneers. However, these anomalies are far more intelligent than typical exotic beasts. They not only feast on humans' pioneer bodies are a great nutritional source for them. They may even cooperate to trap and kill pioneers. Though they're still not on the same level as the true dark-type anomalies I saw before, the kind that could destroy a country, even a continent. With just one of them still, if I hadn't tracked them today, that squad and the one trying to recruit me might not have made it. Even just a sub-attribute was so sinister and disgusting. Full dark attribute threats are simply too dangerous. Then, he looks at the system's status note, temporarily unabsorbable. That sparks another line of thought. But, if it's labeled temporarily unabsorbable, does that mean I'll be able to absorb it once system conditions are met? It might even be the key to turning the tide. He then does a mental inventory of his powers and techniques. Now I possess the Golden Sun breathing technique of the Yang attribute, the Divine Thunder tempering of the Thunder attribute, and the Crimson Flame blade technique, a sub-attribute of Yang called Inner Flame. Not just high-tier attributes, I also have corresponding techniques that perfectly suit me. Plus, my current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe realm. There should be very few pioneers who can rival me. He takes a breath, but then his thoughts end on a firm, ominous note, but it's still not enough. Just then, the MC's phone starts ringing. He glances at the screen and mutters to himself, "It's Auntie's call. Why did she suddenly call?" As soon as he picks up the phone, his aunt greets him warmly. "Hello, how have you been? Listen, your cousin is coming to study near your place. I don't feel comfortable with her staying alone in a hotel. Can she stay at your place for a few days?" Hearing that his cousin is coming, the MC thinks to himself, "Cousin's coming? The only thing I remember about her is, she was a student obsessed with studying. I don't even remember what she looks like." He responds on the call, "Just have her come over. There's a spare room at home." Then he asks, "When is she coming?" To this, his aunt replies, "No need to pick her up, I'll give her the address and let her come over by herself." Then adds with a smile, "She'll bring you some special cookies and snacks when she arrives. She should be there by tomorrow afternoon. Sorry for the sudden trouble." The MC, unfazed, says with a soft chuckle, "Auntie, what trouble? Don't worry at all." Then adds, "I've got some things to do, so I'll hang up now," and he ends the call. Meanwhile, at the aunt's house, we see a girl sitting at her computer, intensely browsing articles about spiritual energy martial arts. She's reading pieces discussing Death Town, park-based beast challenges, and various anomaly events. Just then, her mom, the MC's aunt, enters the room and asks, "Did you finish packing?" The girl responds, clearly not thrilled, "Yeah, everything's packed. But I really don't want to stay with cousin brother. The hotel was fine for me." Her mom replies in a firm tone, "It's much safer staying with your cousin than being alone out there. I trust him more than any hotel staff. Be sure not to cause trouble when staying there. Help out around the house when you can, all right?" Before she can say more, the girl shoves her mom playfully out of the room and says, "Don't worry, I get it, I get it." As she shuts the door, she thinks to herself, one hurdle at a time. No matter what cousin is like, he won't be harder to handle than an anomaly. The next day, we see the girl walking with her phone in hand, following a map. A digital voice from the map says, "You've arrived at your destination." She looks up at a large hotel-style building in front of her and mutters, "This should be the place." A girl named Lin Yi directly comes in front of our hero's house, and as our hero is stepping out of his room, she sees him and says hello. Seeing this girl standing in front of him, our hero says, "So your name is Lin Yi," and in his mind, he thinks, "I totally couldn't recognize her." Then our hero takes her inside the house and starts asking her questions. "So, you have come here for the summer camp?" To this, Lin Yi replies with a yes. Then he tells her, "If you need anything, just call me," to which the girl says, "Thank you, cousin." Our hero then gives her an extra key and says, "Keep this with you. I'm going to my room now. Your room is that one down the hall." The girl takes the extra key and, for the trouble, apologizes to him. sorry for the trouble these few days. As our hero is leaving from there, the girl thinks in her mind, it seems it's easy to get along with my cousin. He won't interfere in my work. And as our hero is walking away from the room, he glances sideways at his cousin's sister and thinks, is it my perception acting up, or is she not hiding her presence well? When she was sitting on the couch earlier, I did faintly sense an unfamiliar trace of spiritual energy. Could it be, she's already become a pioneer too? Then her excuse about coming here for summer camp, was it actually because? And thinking this, he walks out of the room. When our hero leaves the room, Lin Yi picks up her phone and starts chatting in her group chat. The first message she types is, cousin seems nice. Doesn't look like he'll interfere with my activities. When do we move? Seeing this message, the group members become active. One of them, using the ID 18-year-old sultry woman, replies, don't rush. Keep a low profile. Things are chaotic here. There are a lot of pollution zones, and some are already claimed by other pioneers. Then another message pops up from the user scammed in online romance for 50 cents, who writes, I heard too. Last time at the underground river, 2 teams clashed, and a super powerful guy cut out a sun with 1 slash and forced the others to back off. After that, 18-year-old sultry woman sends another message, 1 slash cut out the sun. Seriously? That must be an extreme young attribute, definitely a high-tier pioneer. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents responds, it's real. I heard the same. To this, Lin Yi writes, that's why we must be careful. The spiritual energy revival hasn't officially begun. Everything is hidden. Who knows how many monster-level pioneers Zia country is hiding? We mustn't draw attention. Both group members reply again, and then, closing the chat, Lin Yi types, all right, I'll wait for your signal. After finishing the conversation, she thinks to herself, forget it. I've just arrived here. It's better if I don't cultivate for now. If my cousin catches me, it'll be very hard to explain. 3 days pass just like that, and our hero was already feeling a little troubled by his cousin's presence. He thought to himself, but who would have thought, living with my cousin would actually cause a lot of trouble for my cultivation. During this time, he was also doing light training, but his meditation and breath regulation were constantly interrupted. Even cultivating the golden sun breathing technique might be seen. Whenever he used the technique, the light it emitted was so bright that he feared it would be noticed. Still, these were just small inconveniences. The most terrifying part was that his cousin had started cooking for him. Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight's tomato beef stew, cold cucumber salad, and corn rib soup, Lin Yi called out cheerfully. Our hero sat down at the dining table and replied, all right, you've been really considerate today. Let me handle the dishes. But Lin Yi shook her head and said, no need to worry. I'm staying here, so at least I can do this much. As he ate, our hero thought to himself, too polite. Faultless etiquette. Does housework like someone with OCD. Still, not stopping her is also part of making her drop her guard. Only then can I get to the bottom of her identity. Just then, Lin Yi's phone began ringing. Seeing the caller, our hero asked seriously, what's the matter? A friend's call made you leave your dinner? He then stood up from the table and said, I'll leave you two alone. I'm going back to my room. Lin Yi raised her hand slightly, as if to stop him, but before she could speak, he had already left without looking back. Once our hero left, Lin Yi picked up the phone. A voice on the other end said, what did you say? Another major world shift will happen tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Yi asked about the time. The caller gave it, and she replied, all right. I'll definitely be there by 3 o'clock. Okay then, let's meet at the entrance of Yanghua town. At that moment, our hero was hiding outside the window, listening to everything. Upon hearing Yanghua town, he thought to himself, Yanghua town? Isn't that the trendy town in the suburbs? Just an hour's drive. Then, Lin Yi began cultivating. Feeling her spiritual power, our hero smiled. Just as I suspected, my cousin is also a pioneer. Luckily, with her current strength, she probably can't detect me. But she's already at 2-star Ghost Axe realm as a high schooler and might soon advance further. Is her talent so extreme that it's made her personality a bit odd? So this summer camp was a cover. The world shift is her real reason for coming. She must have learned about the shift and used it as an excuse to come here. Every world shift is both an opportunity and a way for me to gain new techniques to enhance my power. I wonder what attribute will appear in Yanghua Town this time. With that thought, he immediately set off toward Yanghua Town at full speed. Who cares what's there, whatever it is, it's all going to be mine. He left so quickly that Lin Yi, sitting inside, slowly opened her eyes. A faint unease flashed across her face as she thought, that was strange. Was it just my imagination, or was someone watching me? The scene shifts directly to Yanghua Town, where we see Lin Yi. Standing beside her is a girl from the chat group with the username scammed in online romance for 50 cents. She walks up to Lin Yi and teasingly asks, "You've been staying at your cousin's place these past few days, right? So, is he hot or not?" Thinking of our hero, Lin Yi answers honestly, "He's a good guy. As for looks, he's an ordinary, average person. He's definitely not the kind of impressive man you'd go for, he's more of a pretty boy." Hearing this, scammed in online romance for 50 cents looks slightly disappointed. "Well, that's a letdown," she mutters. Just then, 18-year-old sultry woman walks over and says to her, "Don't forget, Lin Yi once described herself as just an ordinary person, and there are more group members here too." Among them is a boy sitting a bit farther away, who calls out, "All right, since everyone's here, let's get to the main issue." Lin Yi interrupts to ask, "By the way, she's not coming again?" The boy shakes his head. "We're still only 6 people. She's not coming." The group starts moving forward, and 18-year-old sultry woman remarks, "She's always been this mysterious. We're used to it. Let's not waste any more time." The team heads toward their destination, completely unaware that our hero is sitting some distance away, quietly observing them. Watching their spiritual power, he thinks to himself, "Seems like my cousin's team is pretty low-key. The weakest among them is at 2-star Ghost Axe Realm, and that guy who spoke earlier is even at 3-star. From what they said, there's also a powerful member who rarely shows up. And on the mountain above this influencer town." He then turns his gaze toward an area where an anomaly is occurring, a massive vine descending from the sky. Just like the beanstalk from the fairy tale, Jack and the Beanstalk. The vine appears randomly around Yanghua Town at unpredictable times. This contradicts previously known information. It's beyond our understanding. It's clearly a world shift, but it's not related to weather or land structure collapse. It's an anomaly that appeared out of nowhere, drifting around, causing no damage. It doesn't release thunder or blazing light. It just floats silently, phasing in and out. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's team has reached the area. Seeing the strange sight, everyone looks a bit unsettled. "My God, that's it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it," 18-year-old sultry woman says, fear in her voice. From behind, scammed in online romance for 50 cents speaks nervously. "Wait, maybe we shouldn't go any further." Lin Yi turns to her. "Why do you say that?" The girl swallows hard and answers, "Only after seeing it for real did I feel something was off. My whole body's gone cold. Did you guys see the rumors on the internal forums? I know someone from that team. When the vine appeared last time, they tried to make contact with it. They were much stronger pioneers than me, not low level by any means. But after coming here, they all went missing." Feeling the corrupted energy in the air, her face turns pale. She clutches her head in fear. "I can feel it. If we go closer, we'll end up just like them. Not even bones left to bury." Scammed in online romance for 50 cents could feel the corrupt energy from the vine surrounding her, and she began speaking frantically. "I originally thought I could handle the pioneer's gamble, return with fortune or die trying. But the moment I saw that thing, I felt instinctive fear. My intuition tells me this is a very high-level world anomaly, a new, unknown, and powerful mutation. I'm not ready to bury everything here. I want to withdraw." Seeing her in such a state, her teammates grew a bit more serious. Lin Yi then spoke up. "Yes, you're right. We can feel it too. Within this wood-type vine, there's a sense of desolation. I can't describe it, like it's been submerged in the river of time, where all life has perished and vitality is gone. That's why we feel so deeply uneasy and unwell. It's like it's trying to devour our life force." After saying this, Lin Yi held her hand and added, "But this is the path of martial pioneers." Meanwhile, far away, hidden from their sight on the mountains, our hero could also feel the suffocating, deathly aura. Out of all the world anomalies I've seen, aside from the dark attribute anomaly, this vine gives the most unpleasant feeling. And they actually decided to cultivate here. That takes serious courage. Clearly, it's a plant, normally a symbol of vitality, yet it feels lifeless. It doesn't feel alive, it's more like a dead thing disguised as living, devoid of spiritual energy. Back below, Lin Yi addressed her team to keep their morale up. Friends, we don't have much time to hesitate. Since it's dangerous, let's just sense energy around this area. Stay within visual range, don't wander too far. Following her lead, everyone picked their spots and began cultivating, thinking it should be relatively safe this way. Lin Yi herself sat atop a tree branch and began her own cultivation. From a distance, our hero watched his cousin and commented to himself, "Not bad." They're cautious, cultivating at a safe but efficient distance. As expected of a top student, she calculated the optimal benefit range, neither reckless nor timid. Before long, Lin Yi's energy began to surge, sending a powerful wave upward into the sky. Our hero noticed immediately. She's about to break through. She's already close to 3-star. My cousin really is a genius. Down below, her teammates were also excited. "This is 3-star Ghost Realm," one of them exclaimed. But just as they were talking, the vine's roots started moving toward them. The boy they had been following shouted urgently, "This is bad. The vine is coming straight at us. It sensed us from this far away." 18-year-old sultry woman gasped in fear. In moments, the vine lashed out, grabbing some of the team members and absorbing their energy. Everyone panicked and started running. Scammed in online romance for 50 cents screamed, "Run, run as fast as you can. If we don't, we're dead." Yuyi's breakthrough caused too much of a disturbance. We must not get entangled by the vine. Once it wraps around us, the desolate aura will consume us instantly, we'll melt on the spot. The vine had already reached Lin Yi, striking her protective shield. Cracks began to spread across the energy barrier. While everyone else was running, 18-year-old sultry woman grabbed Scammed in online romance for 50 cents hand. "No, we can't run. If we do, Yi will be in danger." Scammed in online romance for 50 cents snapped back. "Then what do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to protect her?" She chose to cultivate here, so now she gets to level up while I die for her. 18-year-old sultry woman ignored her anger and turned to the group. "Everyone, calm down." The boy who seemed to be leading them spoke coldly. "Life and death are fated. Wealth is heaven's will. If we don't leave now, we'll all die with her. You're too young, don't act on emotion. We're all just acquaintances here." Before he could finish, 18-year-old sultry woman slapped him hard across the face. "Then to hell with you all. I won't abandon my comrade." With that, she charged toward Lin Yi, while the rest of the group fled in the opposite direction. Up in the mountains, our hero was watching the entire scene unfold, his eyes filled with urgency, and he said with deep concern, "My cousin probably doesn't even realize the danger she's in right now. Still just a student. This vine's power is overwhelming. I don't even know if I can save her with my current strength. But there's not much time left." Our hero drew out his sword, determination blazing in his eyes, and readied himself for the fight. His thoughts were firm. "I promised Aunt that I would take care of my cousin. The promise I made must not be broken." Meanwhile, the sultry woman was rushing forward to save Lin Yi. She was destroying the vine as she advanced toward Lin Yi, but within moments, the vine coiled around her too. At the same time, the vine had completely shattered Lin Yi's shield, and just as it was about to catch her. At that very moment, our hero leapt in with his heavy sword infused with blazing yang energy and struck directly at the vine. The vine began to burn from the force of his yang energy, retreating rapidly and halting its attack. The two team members who had been running away stopped in their tracks, stunned, as they saw the vine retreating and no longer attacking. The hero's yang energy was so incredibly powerful that the entire area began to glow with his radiance. Seeing his energy, the members of the team were astonished. The boy who had been fleeing earlier exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this another pioneer?" The sultry woman shielded her eyes from the blinding light of the hero's energy and thought with awe, "That's the purest yang attribute. Makes sense, only such a high-tier attribute could force back this desolate vine." The same boy, still staring in shock, began thinking to himself. Why? I consider myself extremely talented. I reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in a very short time. There are probably only a handful in the entire country with such speed. Lin Yi's talent barely matches mine, not even that far ahead. But still, if there are pioneers like that out there, then what are we? Are we just stars dimly shining beneath the radiant moon? He crushed me, no, he crushed all of us. Just what kind of existence is he? Meanwhile, our hero was still standing in that very spot when a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Detected extreme wood attribute, initiating auto-writing. Moments later, another message appeared, complete. After that, wood energy began flowing through our hero's body, filling him with life force. He felt the energy invigorating him, and a joyful smile spread across his face as he exclaimed in pure admiration, "What an incredible wood attribute technique! As long as there's life nearby, this is basically a perpetual energy absorbing engine." Our hero's cousin sister, along with her teammates, went to a region filled with the wood attribute to cultivate. There, a massive vein stretched from the ground all the way up into the sky. While they were cultivating, that vein suddenly launched an attack on them. In that moment, our hero's cousin, who was deeply immersed in cultivation and had lost awareness of her surroundings, was left behind, while all the others fled in panic. Just then, our hero arrived. Without hesitation, he attacked the vein and destroyed it completely. Instantly, he began to absorb the corrupt energy of the wood attribute from that area. As he did this, the system started sending him continuous messages, showing that the attribute was being extracted. Very soon, the wood attribute had been added to him. But that wasn't all. The notifications continued to flash before his eyes. Currently extracting attribute, desolation attribute, can instantly unleash desolate aura, corroding all surrounding life force. As soon as our hero fully absorbed this attribute, he gained the terrifying ability to destroy all surrounding life force. Around him, a powerful green aura tied to the wood element erupted, pulsing with immense vitality and menace. Feeling this, our hero thought to himself, no wonder this vine could only grow in such a treacherous terrain. If it had grown elsewhere, it might have drained the life from dozens of miles around. Stripping away and fatal, this desolation attribute is just too tyrannical, forcefully seizing others' life force. While he was still lost in these thoughts, 18-year-old sultry woman hurried over and spoke emotionally, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much for saving us, big brother. Thanks. If it weren't for you just now, we would have surely died. How can we ever repay you?" Hearing her words, our hero simply waved his hand with a calm expression and replied, "No need. For now, I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to go. As he walked away, he thought to himself, I basically piggybacked on their intel to come here and obtain endless vitality and the desolation attribute. Come to think of it, I was the one who profited the most. As for the earlier conflict between those people, it's better to pay more attention to my cousin's movements from now on. Everyone silently watched as our hero departed. None of them spoke much. The tension on their faces showed the fear and awe they felt, having just witnessed such a powerful figure in action. Our hero leapt away, his mind clear. When faced with danger, people tend to reveal their true nature. A scattered, disorganized team is not safe during an upcoming major shift. After his departure, Scammed in Online Romance for 50 cents Speaks nervously turned to the team captain and asked nervously, "He left so quickly, so what should we do now?" The captain sighed, his expression complicated, and said, "What's the matter? Are you regretting not helping him earlier? Now that the threat is gone, Lin Yi has advanced to the 3rd level. Our best option now is to stay in this team as long as we can." As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward Lin Yi, who was still immersed in her cultivation, completely unaware of everything that had just happened. A faint shield of aura surrounded her body. Though slightly cracked, it had not completely broken. Finally, her breakthrough reached completion. As Lin Yi opened her eyes, the energy around her surged. Seeing her awaken, 18-year-old sultry woman rushed over joyfully and exclaimed in excitement, "Lin Yi, you finally woke up." The captain glanced at Lin Yi, then turned to Scammed in Online Romance for 50 cents Speaks nervously and spoke in a low, calculating voice. "Now it all depends. If she's rational enough, she won't force a falling out with us. Instead of worrying about that, We should focus on that mysterious man. Lin Yi blinked in confusion as she looked around at the scene before her. Shocked, she asked, "What happened here?" Her gaze fell upon two of her teammates lying lifeless on the ground. Stunned, she demanded, "What about them? What happened to them? And how did so many veins suddenly appear here?" Even as she asked, an overwhelming wave of powerful yang energy surged from behind her. Even from this distance, she could feel its scorching intensity. At that moment, the team captain stepped forward with a serious face and said, "Let me be the one to explain what happened." And then, he began to recount everything that had unfolded. After this incident, Lin Yi returned home. On the way, her mind kept circling around the words of the team's captain. He had told her about a powerful cultivator who had appeared and saved their lives. Throughout the entire journey, Lin Yi wondered, could someone truly exist with such overwhelming strength? The captain had even said that the man was practically a monster. And when he had been explaining, that very same vein which had attacked them earlier was now retreating in fear. At that time, the captain had said with awe, "The vine is now curled far away in the sky, completely avoiding us." Still thinking about all of this, Lin Yi entered her building. That's the deterrent left behind by that man. Even though he's already gone, the vine is still meek like a chicken, no trace of its earlier rage. As soon as she opened the door and stepped inside, our hero greeted her with a smile. "You're back," he said warmly. But noticing the faint sadness and paleness on her face, he asked with concern, "You look a little pale, are you okay?" Lin Yi quickly made up an excuse, replying softly, "I'm just a bit tired from studying." Hearing that, our hero encouraged her gently, "You're really putting in the effort, go rest. Should we order some takeout tonight?" Lin Yi nodded in agreement and headed toward her room. Once inside, she closed the door, finally letting out a breath of relief. She thought to herself, breakthroughs are mentally exhausting. Every time I channel spiritual energy to wield the divine axe, it takes total concentration. It's even more exhausting than pulling all-nighters for a month. Lying on her bed, she picked up her phone and checked it. Good thing I'm no longer a regular person. Pulling a few all-nighters won't kill me. Pushing yourself this hard. But such is the fate of pioneers. The world has already begun to change. A normal life like my cousin's is no longer possible for me. Meanwhile, on the other side, our hero had already left the building. Back inside the room, Lin Yi continued scrolling through her phone until a particular chat shocked her. A message from someone named Jia Lan appeared. "If any trace of that powerhouse appears again, notify me immediately." Lin Yi froze for a moment, surprised. This was the first time she had ever seen Jia Lan speak in this group. She quickly typed out a reply. "Got it, Jia Lan. By the way, I have a question." She hesitated briefly, then continued typing. "Do you think the person who saved us could be the same one who became famous at the Dark River Molten Dragon site? If it really was that senior, why would he save us?" After sending the message, she returned to browsing other cultivation news, where shocking headlines flashed before her eyes. Breaking news: the high-tier young attribute god returns again. That slash, piercing the sun itself. Heaven's light was devoured by that sea of white light. I saw it back in the pollution zone Dark River Molten Dragon. That burst of blazing white light forced us out of the cave. I swear, no pioneer in Xia country of the same tier could withstand that blow. Reading these news articles, Lin Yi was left completely stunned. Meanwhile, on the other side, our hero stepped out of the building, picked up his bicycle, sat on it, and started riding. As he pedaled forward, his thoughts churned. Alright, now Lin Yi will likely lower her guard around me even more. I won't be suspected of observing her when she goes out. Now's the time to figure out how to carry the Desolation attribute. His mind focused sharply as he considered. The Desolation attribute leans closer to plant-type entities. But after all, it's a sinister attribute. Its nature is corrosive. Putting it directly in my body might have negative effects. Besides, it may conflict with the Thunder attribute in my hand. He thought back to the vine. So the best approach is to use something like that strange ghost vine. The reason the vine dropped from the sky was because it sensed the dense spiritual energy revival. It chose to evolve on its own, and that's what gave birth to the Desolation attribute. Thinking this through, a smile spread across his face. I know exactly where I need to go. With that, he pedaled faster, speeding through the streets until he arrived at the city's forest park. Entering with a laugh, he whispered to himself, I need to choose a plant that resonates most with my spiritual energy, and express intimacy to be this lucky one. At once, he released his wood attribute aura. A glowing green light burst forth from within him, radiating outwards. The aura attracted the small flowers, plants, and trees in the park, pulling them toward him as if drawn by a powerful magnet. The plants began reacting strangely, swaying and leaning toward him, eager for more of his energy. Seeing this, our hero thought, is this the response of plants to spiritual energy? It's intense, but still not enough. Determined, he decided to push further. He poured out even more power. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a small flower in the grass, glowing brighter than the rest after receiving his energy. Intrigued, he walked closer. Could it be? Is this the one I'm searching for? Reaching out, he gently touched the flower with his finger. To his surprise, the little flower curled around his fingertip as if holding on. Shocked, he thought, it has spiritual potential. This wildflower is clearly just a plant, but the way it reacts to spiritual energy, it's like a greedy puppy. After absorbing the energy, it even came over to nuzzle my fingers. Caressing the flower softly, he whispered with satisfaction, in this entire forest, you're the one with the strongest response to my spiritual energy, perfect candidate for embedding the desolation attribute. He then asked the flower with a smile, I'm ready, are you ready? The flower swayed up and down, as if giving him a signal of agreement. Our hero closed his eyes, channeling his energy into the flower. Immediately, a crisp notification rang out from the system. Embed desolation attribute into this object. Without hesitation, our hero answered, yes. Our hero started infusing his wood attribute power into that tiny flower. The moment his power entered it, the little flower lit up brilliantly. A surge of powerful energy burst out from the small flower, and as the glow gradually faded, what had once been a fragile little flower had now evolved. Around it sprouted numerous leaves, its size had grown, and it now appeared far more powerful, releasing attribute power all around. But during this evolution, the small flower had turned the entire garden into a wasteland. It had absorbed all the surrounding energy. The once lush green trees nearby had now begun to wither away. Sensing this terrifying power, our hero exclaimed in shock. Such a strong power of desolation, just like the hand of a demon, in only 3 seconds, it has almost drained an entire ring of the city's forest. This is too overbearing, and it's still spreading madly. After this, he moved forward, intending to uproot the flower, but then hesitated, muttering, forget it. If I continue any further, it might attract the people from the Spirit Energy Association. After all, this place is located in the very center of the city. There's no way they won't be monitoring this area. Since the revival of spiritual energy, these plants have all become unstable. When I entered the garden earlier, I did notice far more surveillance cameras than before, and the place was strangely deserted, with no visitors at all. Our hero then decisively uprooted the flower. But even after being pulled from the soil, its roots were still absorbing the energy of the surrounding trees. Seeing this, our hero's eyes widened as he muttered, huh? It still hasn't stopped absorbing? Can it survive even without root connections? He then gently caressed its leaves, smiling faintly as he continued. But compared to just now, when it was recklessly devouring everything, this absorption feels much gentler now. Incredible. Even after being removed from the soil, its spirituality hasn't weakened at all. Before I chose it, it was nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after being infused with an attribute, this plant has also begun to evolve? As if some kind of evolutionary shackle has been unlocked. Just then, a blinding light flared up in the area, accompanied by a loud alarm. Abnormal value exceeded. Warning, abnormal value exceeded. Hearing that, our hero's expression changed instantly. He clenched his teeth and muttered, damn, did I still trigger the surveillance? I need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Without wasting another second, he bolted from the area at full speed. The abnormal activity caused by our hero had already been reported to the Reiki Plant Research Department. Their entire research room had gone into a red alert, and all the members gathered together at once. Someone rushed in, shouting in panic, the abnormal values are skyrocketing. What on earth happened? The room fell silent for a moment, and then one of the members stood up and commanded firmly, everyone, put on your wristbands and immediately head into the park. Seal it off, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Without wasting any time, the entire research team set off toward the park. Each one of them wore protective suits to shield themselves from the abnormal energy. The moment they arrived, one of the members tested the energy readings and his face turned pale as he exclaimed, "This is terrifying." Earlier, at Qingchang University's North Gate, the values only fluctuated between 8-10. The Dark River Molten Dragon was at 25, but here... Another quickly added, his voice tense, "Exactly. Once the spiritual energy concentration surpasses 10, the military usually takes over. But this park's concentration never even came close to 10 before." Each member held a special measuring device. One of them inserted a probe into the ground, checking the data, and reported with confusion, "Strange, look at this. The air humidity, ground moisture, and temperature are all perfectly normal. Sunlight radiation levels are fine too. But these plants, it's as if their life force has been completely drained within just a few seconds." The team members exchanged uneasy glances, shock flickering across their faces. One of them asked in disbelief, "What kind of attribute power could cause something like this? I feel like we need to move a little further ahead. That must be the center of it all." Just then, another man rushed over, his face pale with fear, and shouted loudly, "Don't go any closer. Don't touch it. This is the desolation attribute." His words sent ripples of fear across the entire team. One of the members stammered in shock, "Desolation attribute? What is that supposed to mean?" The old man among them stepped forward and asked solemnly, "You all have heard of the vines that hang down from the sky, haven't you?" The moment he said that, everyone froze in place. Their expressions stiffened, and fear spread through their eyes. One of them muttered, "You don't mean that demonic vine, the one that has already been classified as an A-level mutation?" The old man nodded gravely and continued, "Yes, because of its extreme danger, it was classified as a level. The reason it's so deadly, the reason countless explorers perished with nothing left but bones ultimately lies in this desolation attribute. It drains the life force of every living thing around it and claims everything as its own. That is the terrifying power it holds." As his words sank in, the entire group shuddered, fear spreading like wildfire through them. One younger member turned pale, his voice trembling as he asked, "Teacher, just now, if you hadn't stopped me, does that mean if I had taken one more step forward, I would already be dead?" The old man's expression hardened as he explained, "Yes. Once a plant awakens the desolation attribute, the area around it becomes a death domain. Anyone who sets foot inside will have their life force completely consumed. I've seen the records of another desolation plant before located in Kang City's forbidden ancient tree zone. The decayed ancient tree corrupted the entire forest into a forbidden land. Any living creature that approaches is instantly pierced through and drained." Saying this, the old man fell into a tense silence, muttering to himself with a heavy expression, "In these times of great upheaval, mutations cannot be underestimated. As far as plants are concerned, the desolation attribute is currently recognized as the most powerful attribute they can awaken, other than the ancient tree and those sky vines. Now, yet another newly born desolation plant has appeared." At that very moment, someone else stepped forward from behind, placing a hand on the old man's shoulder, and said in a low, serious voice, "I've heard about this situation before." Hearing that voice from behind, the old man turned around in surprise, and there stood a military general. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Major Han?" Major Han stepped forward, his expression cold and authoritative, and ordered, "All researchers present, change into protective suits and follow us into the contaminated zone." As he spoke, some soldiers brought in masks and protective clothing. The military personnel quickly suited up and began searching the entire area. One soldier scanned in one direction and reported, "No trace of the desolation source detected here." Another, checking a different direction, muttered anxiously, "Weren't we told only that Vine could move freely everywhere? Could it be?" The team continued searching every corner of the zone. Suddenly, someone called out, "The desolation aura is decreasing. We've only been inside the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. Meanwhile, we saw Major Han together with Su Qingying. Unlike the others, neither of them wore protective suits. Major Han glanced at Su Qingying and said calmly, "Come on, let's explore as well." Su Qingying nodded seriously. The two of them sat down on the ground, placing their palms flat against the soil, and released their spiritual power into it. The moment their spiritual energy spread underground, it flowed straight toward one particular area, the exact spot where the abnormal activity had peaked. But the energy stopped precisely at the location where our hero had uprooted and taken away the plant. Detecting this, both Han and Su Qingying went rigid, their faces filled with shock. Su Qingying's voice trembled as she said tensely, "That area, that's..." Before she could finish, General Han interrupted, his voice heavy and grave. Someone dug out the abnormal source. One of the members overheard and stammered in disbelief, fear spreading across his face. Someone dug it out. How is that even possible? Han's eyes narrowed, his tone turning serious. If someone truly has the ability to dig out the source of desolation from a death zone, then that person's identity is worth investigating. Su Qingying, equally tense, listened carefully and then replied softly, "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking. But there are no traces of that powerhouse's spiritual energy left on the scene. Not even tools." Han immediately checked the device in his hand. His eyes sharpened as the scanner's results appeared. With a deep, steady voice, he said, "Based on big data screening and analysis, we've identified this person's profile. His movements perfectly match the two abnormal event locations." The image on the device lit up, showing the face of our hero. The moment Su Qingying's eyes fell on the image, she stiffened, her heart skipping a beat. Han continued in a serious tone, "I'll send all his information to you. This man is very likely the same pioneer you came into contact with before." Su Qingying stood there silently, staring at our hero's picture on the device. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a calm but firm voice, "Good. That's how it should be." 2 hours later, the story shifted. Our hero had already placed that flower into a pot, setting it carefully on his table. Stroking its leaves with a smile, he chuckled and said, "My first time raising a flower, how could I possibly leave you without a flower pot? This is the little home you picked yourself. No more wrapping yourself around my hand. You've now gained the desolation attribute, and you'll continue cultivating on your own. That makes you one of my most reliable helpers." He decided to name the flower, "Cute Little White Flower." Looking at it fondly, he thought to himself, the desolation attribute is special. It can definitely help a lot in battle, maybe even produce unexpected effects. And it's perfect that you look so ordinary. If Lin Yi happens to see you, it won't easily raise her suspicion. In combat, an ordinary appearance is the best disguise. His expression turned serious as he muttered, "In real battles, raw strength is only part of the equation. What matters more is who has more hidden cards to play." Just then, his phone began ringing. Glancing at the screen, he read the caller ID and froze in surprise. "Old Wang? Isn't that my childhood buddy who went off to the military? I haven't seen him in 3 years." Memories flashed in his mind. Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, was my neighbor. From elementary school all the way through middle school, we were desk mates. We could have even continued into high school together. But that rascal suddenly decided to enlist in the army. Smiling at the memory, he picked up the call and laughed. "So, you're finally back." On the other end, his friend's cheerful voice rang out as he chuckled. "Let's meet at the old place." Hearing this, our hero raised an eyebrow and asked, "So suddenly, what's the occasion?" Old Wang laughed and said mysteriously, "Yeah, I've got a big secret to tell you. When you hear it, don't faint from shock." With that, the call was cut off. Our hero placed the phone back on the table, unaware of what was really going on. At that very moment, standing in front of Old Wang, we saw Su Qingying and several military officers. After ending the call, Old Wang stood at attention and reporting, "Sir, I've done exactly as you instructed, but I request if he isn't the one we're looking for, can you guarantee his safety?" Then the military officer, who was sitting right beside Su Qingying, spoke up in a serious tone, saying, "Carry out your mission properly and don't get involved in unnecessary matters. If he isn't that person, then just treat it as a friend, giving him some advice." Our hero arrived at the place where his friend had asked him to come, and as soon as he got there, they were doing exactly what they had talked about on the phone. Both of them were drinking. His friend was drinking continuously, and seeing this, our hero thought to himself, looking at Wang Liang like this, life in the army must have been pretty tough. This goofy Wang Liang has actually matured so much. Just then, Wang Liang, after drinking and becoming slightly tipsy, spoke in a simple, heartfelt way to our hero. These past 3 years, I've felt a lot. Life in the army, sigh. Then he asked, what about you? Tell me, how are you? What are you doing now? Hearing this, our hero replied that everything was going well for him too. He had gotten admission into junior college, which wasn't bad at all. He said this with a smile, but at the same time, he started recalling his past life. Speaking of which, in my previous life, I never had the chance to see Wang Lung again. In the chaos of war, forget about getting any news being a soldier. He most likely sacrificed his life at some unknown moment, in some nameless battle. This time, can I perhaps change my old friend's future? At that moment, Wang Liang suddenly became a little serious and said, what I want to ask is, recently, have you come across anything strange? Like something out of a movie, zombies, monsters, that sort of thing? Hearing this, our hero placed his glass of alcohol on the table and began to think, makes sense. For someone in the military, knowing about spiritual energy revival isn't strange. But, is he probing me with this question? With that thought, he asked seriously, what are you trying to say? I don't quite understand. Wang Liang then placed his hand on his forehead and, in a tense tone, said, it's good if you haven't. Actually, the reason I came today was to tell you a couple of things. I'm not trying to comfort you, but rather, to remind you. In the near future, maybe just a few months from now, maybe a year, what we value today, like education and wealth, will become nothing but worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be reshuffled from the beginning. Hearing those words, our hero started thinking seriously. Ordinary soldiers must be ordered to keep secrets, forced to sign agreements that restrict them, not allowing them to reveal even the slightest bit about the revival of spiritual energy. So that means, I've already been marked as a target of suspicion by the military, and my traces have been detected. And because Wang Liang is my childhood friend, he's the one they sent to test me. Wang Liang then said, don't worry. Everything I told you today, so long as you don't reveal a word of it, there won't be any problem. But our hero was still lost in thought. Even though I pretended to be clueless and uncooperative, Wang Liang still went out of his way, even at the risk of violating military discipline, to kindly warn me, to tell me to be careful of mutations. At that very moment, Wang Liang's phone began to ring. He looked at the caller ID and quickly picked it up. On the other side, a loud and urgent voice shouted, Wang Liang, get back within 10 minutes, this is urgent. Hurry back to the target location immediately. And then the call was cut. Wang Liang quickly shoved his phone into his pocket, stood up from the table, and while rushing out, he said to our hero, brother, the mission is urgent, I can't help it. You go back quickly, I can't send you off. Seeing him in such a rush, our hero asked seriously, is this related to the revival of spiritual energy? As soon as Wang Liang heard this, he turned back, staring tensely and in shock at our hero. But then, our hero stepped forward, placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder, and with a smile said, take me with you. This meeting today, wasn't it also under your superior's instructions? Don't worry. Even though I don't know exactly what information your higher-ups gave you, I do know one thing, you would never harm me. And as he said this, he thought to himself, besides, I really want to know whatever the military is handling, it must be related to the great changes in heaven and earth. But since the Spiritual Energy Association already exists to deal with abnormalities, then what exactly is the military in charge of? This is the perfect chance for me to test the waters. After this, the story shifts to Military Spirit Energy Forbidden Zone 19, where our hero has already arrived together with Wang Liang. As they entered, thoughts continued to swirl in our hero's mind. Here, such dense spirit energy. This level of concentration even surpasses a polluted field, doesn't it? As soon as Wang Liang walked in with our hero, he showed some identification cards. There were already several military personnel present, and the moment they checked Wang Liang's card, they said, Wang Liang has returned to the team, verification passed. Then they signaled for Wang Liang to proceed. Wang Liang moved forward, but just as he crossed the area, a sudden explosion shook the ground. The entire zone filled with thick smoke. As the dust slowly cleared, a beast appeared, one that the military troops stationed here were already engaged in battle with. Many soldiers were attacking the beast together, unleashing everything they had. But this beast was no ordinary enemy. Seeing so many humans, it roared and retaliated, launching laser-like attacks from its mouth. Our hero's eyes widened in shock, and in a voice filled with disbelief, he exclaimed, "Is this a fusion attribute?" At that very moment, a woman appeared in the scene, the same officer who had interrogated Wang Liang earlier and sent him to our hero to confirm his identity. She was Officer Jai Lan, a Ghost Axe Realm 3-star. Our hero was standing right next to her. Hearing his words, Jai Lan replied seriously, her voice sharp and commanding, "Correct. An abnormal fusion of darkness and flame attributes. That's what turned this beast into such a ferocious and brutal monster. Several soldiers have already been severely injured." Just then, Wang Liang arrived, pounding his chest hard as if giving a salute, and declared, "I've arrived." Seeing him, Jai Lan's expression twisted with anger. She scolded him harshly, "Without permission, you brought an unrelated civilian into the restricted zone." Wang Liang didn't respond much, only looking slightly tense under her gaze. Jai Lan, realizing the urgency, didn't pursue the matter further. She spoke curtly, "Never mind, this is an emergency situation. You were the only one missing. Hurry up and take your position in the formation." Saying this, she turned her sharp eyes on our hero. "So this is Feng Yi? I don't see anything special about him. The spirit energy around his body is only slightly active. Could it be that he's not the one? But now isn't the time to think about it." Then she addressed him seriously, "Since you are Wang Liang's friend, I won't say more. But this is a forbidden zone. The moment you stepped inside, your life and death became your own responsibility. And whatever you see here must remain a secret." Our hero nodded and agreed calmly, "All right." Then Jai Lan began calling out the names of several soldiers present, ordering them into formation and commanding them to attack. 2 soldiers stepped forward and unleashed spiritual power attacks on the beast. Their energy slammed into the monster, and soon after, Jai Lan herself opened fire with her gun. 3 to 4 bullets struck the beast consecutively, making it howl in rage. The attacks drove it into a frenzy. Its eyes burned with hatred, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. Some soldiers, shaken with fear, shouted, "It's mutating further. It's evolving into an even more dangerous form." The beast suddenly lunged, its claws tearing through the air as it charged toward one of the soldiers. Another comrade cried out in alarm, "Lai Yu, watch out, it's right next to you." But before the beast could strike, 3 to 4 powerful bullets hit it squarely. Jai Lan had fired again. She shouted sharply to her troops, "Don't be careless, keep your distance from it. Eliminate it before it completes its evolution." Our hero stood calmly, watching the battle. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, a well-trained squad, comrades who trust each other, unmatched discipline and coordination. Every single person here is indispensable. Together, they can unleash a strength far greater than the sum of their individual powers. But suddenly, his face darkened. His voice turned urgent as he shouted, "Everyone, run! You can't fight this thing." Yet it was already too late. From where the mutated beast stood, a wave of terrifying purple energy burst forth, spreading quickly to envelop the surrounding area. Jai Lan's expression instantly grew tense, and she shouted in alarm, "Raise the alert! Increase the Forbidden Zone mutation level. Everyone, no retreat allowed." The beast had now fully mutated. Standing before it was Wang Liang, frozen in place by the overwhelming pressure. From a distance, Jai Lan called out in warning, "Be careful. The Hellhound has fully fused with the darkness attribute and has completed its evolution." Our hero's heart clenched. His friend Wang Liang stood trembling in terror, unable to move. Jai Lan, realizing his danger, cried out his name, urging him to retreat. But Wang Liang remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Our hero's expression hardened, fury welling up within him. With a surge of determination, he activated his lightning attribute, energy crackling violently around him. But the beast was already upon Wang Liang. It swung its massive claws, aiming to strike him down. Wang Liang barely managed to dodge, stumbling back a few steps. Jai Lan's voice rang out across the battlefield. "Attention all units. The Class C mutated Hellhound in Zone 019 has fully evolved. It is now classified as Class B. Update the battle plan immediately." Just then, Wang Liang's body was hurled through the air by the beast's attack, crashing to the ground heavily near our hero. Our hero rushed to his side, worry written all over his face. Wang Liang was in bad shape, coughing blood violently. "Are you okay?" our hero asked urgently. Through painful breaths, Wang Liang forced out his words, "No, it's nothing. I just added spirit energy to reinforce its restraining collar. Don't worry about me. We, the collective soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19. Seeing his friend like this, our hero's eyes blazed with fury. His body trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Jai Lan shouted to her soldiers with steely resolve, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use, even if it costs us our lives." But before she could finish, our hero darted past her at full speed. His body blurred as he charged straight toward the beast. Jai Lan's eyes widened in shock as she yelled after him, "What do you think you're doing?" But he ignored her, closing the distance to the beast in a flash. Sparks of lightning surged wildly around his hands as he readied himself for a decisive attack. Seeing his friend injured, our hero could no longer hold back his rage. Channeling his lightning attribute agility, he dashed forward like a wild beast. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the monster before him. "You're far too arrogant," he growled. "It'll feel good to shatter that pride of yours." The beast roared back, eyes filled with fury, and slashed at him with its claws. But our hero was ready. Lightning bolts danced between his fingers as he dodged and closed in, preparing to unleash his divine thunder. He struck directly at the beast's head with full force, and the creature howled in agony, crashing violently into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, raising a storm of dust and shaking the battlefield so violently that even the others struggled to stay on their feet. A stunned military fighter gasped, "I wasn't wrong, right? This is a B-level mutation that even Officer Jai Lan couldn't handle alone." Not far away, Jai Lan stood beside Wang Liang. Shocked by the overwhelming display of power, Wang Liang muttered, "Officer, don't tell me. My brother is actually—" But before he could finish, Jai Lan, her voice tight with tension, interrupted, "Yes, none of us saw wrong. He truly is the tyrant we've been searching for." On the ground, the beast lay broken, barely able to move. Still, it tried to stand, only to meet the cold gaze of our hero. Still not completely dead. "Then I guess we'll do it this way. Officer, old Wang, both of you fall back." Jai Lan, watching from a distance, felt her heart tighten. For a B-level mutation, we'd normally need a full formation and coordinated sacrifice. And yet, he's done this alone. What kind of power is this? I have to admit, this is the pinnacle of the Thunder attribute. Even in today's Xia Kingdom, this stands at the very top. If spiritual energy fully revives, how terrifying could he become? Keeping her eyes fixed on him, she watched as our hero raised his hand. The skies above twisted into a whirling vortex, thunder growling within the storm. Lightning tore through the heavens and struck down upon the beast with devastating force. Jai Lan's chest tightened with dread. He truly lives up to the title of tyrant. That name suits him perfectly. The beast was annihilated under the storm of lightning. Our hero turned back toward the military fighters, his expression calm. One soldier muttered, shivering, "Damn, my neck's cold just watching, and my head's buzzing." Another, trembling, added, "Why does this thunder attribute feel 100 times scarier than darkness? I could maybe withstand corrosion, but lightning? No way." As the hero walked forward, Wang Liang rushed over to him, relief flooding his face. Our hero gave him a thumbs up. "Wang Liang, I did it." From a distance, Wang Liang laughed. "You bastard, you scared me half to death." Rushing up close, he slapped the hero in joy. "I never imagined my big brother would be this much of a monster." The hero smirked at his antics. Repaying kindness with betrayal. "Huh, I hit the dog, and you hit me?" Embarrassed, Wang Liang scratched his head. "Sorry, I actually suspected you were a pioneer. Military orders are absolute, and I had to pull you in." Our hero placed a hand on his shoulder. "What, after 3 years you're acting like a stranger? You think I don't know you?" As the two were talking, Jai Lan appeared behind them. Our hero turned back to see her, and she extended her hand toward him. "Fang Yi, thank you for your help," she said. Our hero smiled and shook her hand. "No need. Just think of it as saving a friend." Hearing this, Jai Lan replied, "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jai Lan, in charge of guarding restricted Zone 19. You saved Zone 19. I hope we can exchange contact info. I need to make a full report. Our hero nodded, but standing beside him, Wang Liang had a wide smile on his face. Watching a senior officer salute his childhood friend was an incredible sight. Jai Lan continued seriously. Feng Yi, your strength surpasses many pioneers specially recruited by the army. Therefore, I sincerely want to invite you to join the ranks of Xia Kingdom's military. But an invitation from a mere guard of a restricted zone might not be worthy enough. Inwardly, she thought, what's even more shocking is that his cultivation should only be at the 3rd star of the realm of ghost carving. Yet he's already reached far surpassed the level of a spirit creation realm master. Our hero asked seriously, Officer Jai, are you saying you don't feel qualified to invite me? Jai Lan nodded firmly. Yes. I believe there's nothing wrong or shameful about that. We're following orders from above. We only wanted to understand you, not drag you into this mutation incident. I think they'll come invite you personally. Hearing this, our hero smiled. It's not that serious. Actually, I really respect all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I've never seen soldiers fighting with my own eyes before. Just now, how should I put it? It moved me a little. Jai Lan gave him a soft, thank you, and our hero laughed. So, if there's ever trouble in the future, feel free to call on me just like how you all protected ordinary people like us during peaceful times. Of course, on one condition, you can't interfere with my cultivation, and you can't restrict me. Jai Lan didn't press further. Our hero then said, it's about time I take my leave. Jai Lan nodded. All right, Wang Liang and I still need to deal with the mutant dog's corpse. I'll have someone take you back. As our hero departed, he thought to himself, now I finally understand the army's role. They're stationed in spiritually rich but dangerous regions, partly to allow the army to cultivate and maintain superior combat power, and partly to draw a defensive line between anomalies and civilians. Meanwhile, Jai Lan turned to Wang Liang. Your friend can no longer be described as just not simple. What happened today is just the tip of his iceberg, but even that alone is enough to leave us in the dust. To become such a powerful pioneer so quickly means he has extraordinary perception. Fate, courage, ability, he lacks none of them. Beside her, Wang Liang chuckled and said, Officer, in that case, can't we increase our offer? If you don't think you're suitable to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. Jai Lan pressed her hand down on his head with a smirk. All right, you brat, come help me clean up the scene. Yes, sir, Wang Liang replied with a grin. After that, the story shifted directly to our hero's apartment, where he was deep in cultivation. In his mind, he reflected, although my identity was exposed this time, I didn't reveal any power other than my thunder attribute, and judging from their attitude, that might not be a bad thing. At the very least, I've learned that this thunder attribute is incredibly rare, perhaps even unique, and it counters the darkness attribute, which the military values greatly. To win me over, they won't threaten or suppress me. Instead, they'll give me influence, the fastest path to power, and access to the most advanced intel. I also now understand the difference between the military and the Spirit Kai Association. The Night Watchers, the Blades, and the Shadows are the nation's shield, while the Spirit Kai Association fills the gaps, sweeping up the remnants within the cities, doing their best to ensure civilians can live stable lives. For now, on one side, the government uses restricted zones to protect civilians. On the other, they signal the revival of spiritual energy, a two-pronged approach. They're also buying precious time for ordinary people, so they don't get instantly destroyed by anomalies, left homeless and devastated. As he cultivated, immense amounts of spiritual energy gathered within him, concentrating in his core. Feeling the overflowing energy within his body, he smiled. As expected of a spiritually rich forbidden zone. Even after absorbing the desolation attribute, I didn't feel like I was about to break through. But just by staying here for a short while, my inner spiritual Kai is overflowing. It's a sign of a breakthrough. At that very moment, we see Lin Yi walking through a bustling street market, carrying some groceries. She was thinking to herself, why hasn't my cousin brother returned yet? If he had, I would have definitely made him taste my cooking. But suddenly, her eyes fell on the apartment. From it, a dazzling surge of light was erupting, the unmistakable glow of a breakthrough. Staring at it from a distance, Lin Yi was utterly shocked. That fluctuation? Someone ascending in the realm of ghost carving? No, that's not right. This terrifying aura, could it be? A pioneer is about to break through to the spirit creation realm. When our hero was making his breakthrough, a commotion spread around his building because a bright golden energy shot into the sky, slowly taking the shape of a giant axe. Everyone could see this astonishing sight, and Lin Yi was also watching it closely. As she stared, she noticed that the axe was undergoing subtle changes, and she was utterly shocked. It moved. Wait a second, this isn't the ghost axe realm. This powerful force, is this the creation spirit realm? To think such a strong pioneer is right beside me. At the same time, we see the military forces. They had also detected this overwhelming force, and every one of their systems was flashing with urgent warnings. Warning, warning, abnormal value has reached 99. Abnormal value has reached 99. The spiritual energy fluctuation magnetic field is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. The high-ranking officers were stunned. Senior military leaders, seeing this, turned to their soldiers and ordered, "What's going on there? Everyone, move toward the city immediately." Meanwhile, we see Su Qingying, who was equally shocked, exclaiming, "Such a powerful anomaly, how could it have gone undetected until now? These readings, they're strong enough to destroy an entire city." Because of this terrifying energy, every military base was buzzing with discussion. Some officers, staring at the full city map, spoke in alarm. Has a new creation spirit realm pioneer appeared? Or is this city about to face a devastating disaster? Or perhaps both? In the chaos, a senior officer shouted into his phone, giving immediate orders, "Request reinforcements from headquarters at once. Bring in every advanced resource and weapon, everything except for weapons of mass destruction." And just then, a soldier burst through the door, shouting loudly, "Major Han, the alarm has been lifted. The anomaly has been ruled out, it's a pioneer ascending." After this, the story directly shifts back to our hero, who had successfully achieved his breakthrough. He had stepped into the realm of spirit, creating 1 star. Seeing this breakthrough, even he felt a little exhausted, because this kind of progress, other than my body becoming lighter, it doesn't feel like there's been a huge change. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone and started checking through it. Inside were all sorts of messages, some about past abnormal activities, others about new abnormal activities. Among them were also messages that his sister, Lin Yi, had typed in the organization's group chat. Reading through them, our hero thought to himself, Wang Liang was right. This is also the reason I've always been cautious of both the military and the spiritual energy association. Being too high profile doesn't necessarily bring benefits. That's why I've kept my solar flame attribute and scarlet fire sword technique hidden. Then he sent the last message. He said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Besides, I still have a trump card left." This message was sent under the name Fang. He was reading all of it on the organization's website chat. Just then, Lin Yi opened the door to his room and said, "I'm back." She then asked him, "Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food." Hearing this, our hero replied casually, "All right, just leave it there. I'll eat later." Placing the food down, Lin Yi looked at him with a bit of helplessness and thought sadly, "Sigh, cousin is upright, has no bad habits. His only problem is laziness." Meanwhile, our hero kept staring at his phone, while Lin Yi thought to herself, all he enjoys is lying around at home. He doesn't even bother going to college, always glued to his phone. Though, whether he attends college in the future or not doesn't really matter. She glanced at him one last time before stepping out of his room. But even as she walked away, her thoughts lingered. But still, we pioneers are busy running around every day, searching for opportunities between heaven and earth, and constantly pretending in front of ordinary people. Yet cousin lives such a carefree life. She returned to her own room, lay down on her bed, and thought to herself. In this same area, a heaven-shaking spirit-creating cultivator has appeared. The pioneers who noticed this anomaly will spread the news very soon. Forget it. When the time comes, I'll protect cousin. I'll just consider it my way of repaying him for letting me stay here. Meanwhile, our hero continued investigating abnormal activities on his phone. Before, it was high temperatures. This time, it's a fire, again, a solar attribute. From the footage, the fire started quickly, and the flames rose violently. The trees and flower beds around the playground were all burned to ash, and now the area has been completely sealed off. The video is too short, cut off abruptly, but it looks much more serious than the situation at the North Gate earlier. I wonder if this time's solar attribute will be any different. I want to check it out in person. But first, I'll need to contact her. After this, the story shifted to the next day at Chengxiang University, where a crowd of media personnel had gathered, and soldiers stood guard at the gates. People were whispering and speculating among themselves. One media worker asked a soldier, "I heard the university caught fire, and it can't be extinguished. Is that true?" Another immediately followed with, "Were there any casualties? Why hasn't such a big incident been broadcasted on the news?" The people nearby also started discussing heatedly about the students' safety and the issue of flammable materials on campus. Just then, our hero arrived with Jai Lan. As soon as the soldiers at the gate saw them, they quickly opened the gate and let the two in. The crowd, watching them walk inside, exchanged questions in astonishment. "Who are they? They look so influential. Why can't we go in?" But they can. And when the gate opened, people caught sight of the blazing fire raging inside. Our hero also stared at the flames in shock and muttered, "Burning like this, is this fire from heaven?" Hearing this, Jai Lan nodded and said calmly, "Yes, that's the official name. There were no warnings it suddenly erupted, impossible to put out. It will only stop once it devours everything it wants, isn't it fitting?" Then she added, "Fang Yi, I need to head to the principal's office. Will you wait here or come with me?" Our hero replied, "You go ahead. I'll stay here." Jai Lan gave him a concerned look and warned, "Be careful. We'll meet again later." With that, she walked away. The area was deserted, cordoned off with barricades and warning signs. Our hero stepped forward cautiously, crouching down to inspect the ground, and thought to himself, "The scorched earth is already cold. No traces of heavenly fire's spiritual energy remain. Naturally, it can't be collected. I must have been thinking too simply." Suddenly, a voice called out behind him. He turned and found Chu Qingli standing there, looking at him in disbelief. Chu Qingli asked, "Is it really you? What are you doing here?" Standing beside her was a girl with glasses, who immediately pointed at him and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, Feng Yi, is this the guy you told me about, the ex-boyfriend who only got into a community college?" She burst into laughter, slapping Chu Qingli's shoulder, and continued mockingly, "Brother, I get it. You must still have some lingering feelings for Qingli. But look at reality, it's right in front of you. Give up already." Our hero frowned and asked coldly, "Lingering feelings? For her?" Right then, more students gathered around, murmuring in curiosity, "Hey, isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is there a guy with her?" Another whispered, "Not sure. Must be another pathetic pursuer chasing after our campus belle. Never seen him before. He's not from our university, right?" Voices buzzed from all directions. Someone else complained, "What's with the campus security? Weren't they supposed to tighten surveillance? How did another outsider just stroll in? Annoying." The girl with glasses suddenly stepped closer to our hero, pointing her finger right at his face as she shouted, "Qingli is our university's campus belle now. I advise you to think carefully. Do you have any idea how many guys, all better than you, are chasing after her? You don't even stand a chance. Leave this place isn't for you. Oh, and one more thing, our campus is under lockdown. How did you even get in here? If you don't explain yourself, I'll report you to the security office." Chu Qingli, standing a bit farther away, listened with a conflicted expression. She thought to herself, didn't he once say he would never regret breaking up? Then why is he here now, saying one thing but doing another? Just as the glasses girl was yelling at him, Jai Lan reappeared. She glanced at the group and asked, "Feng Yi, are these your friends?" Our hero shook his head and answered calmly, "No, just high school classmates, not friends." Jai Lan smiled faintly, replying, "Ah, I see, so just classmates, not friends." Then, narrowing her eyes, she stared coldly at Chu Qingli and the glasses girl. As soon as the two met her gaze, they both froze in fear, their thoughts racing. What an overwhelming presence! Who is this woman? And why does she know Feng Yi? Jai Lan then turned back to our hero and said, "I just had a quick chat with the principal. The matter of the heavenly fire is more serious than we thought. It's not something that can be explained so easily. The principal wants to take us to the very first point where the fire started. Since your current identity here is as a specially invited military consultant, you'll need to go too. Our hero nodded calmly, no problem. At that moment, a large group of people arrived, forming a line. A commanding voice rang out, "Everyone, step back. During the period of fire lockdown, no one is allowed near the playground." The crowd turned around, and there was the university principal himself. Gasps of shock spread among the students. Chu Kingley's eyes widened, her face tense as she thought in disbelief. The principal? Here? He's always so busy, like a dragon rarely seen. They say even the vice principals can barely get a meeting with him. And he never smiles, not once. Could it be? Did he come here for this woman and Fang Yi? Meanwhile, the glasses girl smirked and whispered, "The principal actually showed up. Maybe he's here to arrest these two intruders." But the principal walked straight up to our hero, extended his hand with a respectful smile, and said, "Hello, you must be Advisor Fang, the one Officer Jai recommended, correct? Lately, I've been overwhelmed with the university's unusual situation, worried the fire might endanger students. It's wonderful that you've come to resolve this. The matter of the playground, I'll be counting on you." He even bowed his head as he spoke. The security guards immediately began dispersing the crowd, urging, "Everyone, return to your dorms. There's nothing more to see here. Go on, leave." Chu Kingley stood frozen, utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before her. The students nearby broke into a storm of whispers. Did I see that right? The principal, at his age, actually bowed to this boy? He must have some special identity. No wonder he could walk right into our campus. Look at the treatment he's getting. Amidst the chatter, Chu Kingley remained motionless, overwhelmed by disbelief. Another student exclaimed, "Who was it earlier that said he was just Chu Kingley's ex or another pursuer? Impossible. Even if she chased him herself, there's no way she could catch someone like him." And then, a voice cut through the noise. "Didn't you notice? This boy hasn't even paid the slightest attention to the campus bell the whole time." Our hero was walking ahead with the military officers and the principal was explaining the incident to him. After the golden light at the academy's north gate dissipated, I thought the situation had almost ended. But then, a few nights ago, one of the playgrounds suddenly caught fire, and not even the fire trucks could put it out. While narrating, he continued to lead our hero somewhere. Fortunately, there were no students at night, and we quickly sealed off the scene. But after that, the second playground, the third playground, one playground catching fire could still be explained. But when these strange phenomena kept happening one after another, I personally witnessed flames falling straight from the sky, scarlet fire floating in the air for no reason. Luckily, the flames on the other playgrounds have all been extinguished, but only this one. And then he brought him directly in front of a playground where an intense blaze was raging. Seeing this, our hero thought in astonishment, the choking stench of burning, and then asked the principal, "This basketball hoop, is this the initial point of the fire?" The principal nodded and replied, "That's right. Only here, the fire has never been extinguished." Just then, Jai Lan pulled out a device. Seeing this, our hero asked her in surprise what it was. Jai Lan explained to him, "A basic abnormal spiritual power detector, you can think of it that way. If the threshold exceeds 10, ordinary people must be kept away. Human life is very fragile. For ordinary people, anything above 10 means an unavoidable natural disaster." At that very moment, the device displayed the number 60. Seeing this, Jai Lan gasped in shock and said, "This is too high. No good. The threshold is too high. If this continues unchecked, not only Qingcheng University, but the entire city will be affected. We must immediately dispatch 3 Ghost Axe 3-star soldiers and 7 Ghost Axe 2-star soldiers to form an array and resist it. We need spiritual power of the purest kind, the most solid cultivation base." And just as Jai Lan was speaking, the principal's gaze fell on our hero, who was already leaping over the chain-locked wall of the playground and heading straight toward the flames. Both of them shouted, "Advisor Fang!" But by this time, our hero was already surrounded by fire. He had entered straight into the inferno. Right then, Jai Lan's device spiked, detecting the abnormal energy had risen from 60 to 110. Seeing this, Jai Lan shouted in alarm, "It's rising again. 110. This threshold can already be classified as an S-level anomaly. He went in. What do we do now? She tried to step forward, but the flames suddenly flared violently, releasing an evil energy-like aura that stopped her from advancing. Jailan stood there, horrified, thinking, how could he dare to enter alone? Even the strongest war king of the restricted zone. Meanwhile, our hero was steadily walking deeper into the blazing inferno, heading straight for the very center where the fire was erupting. Advancing forward, he thought to himself, last time, the yang attribute shielded me from the lightning. Naturally, this heavenly fire can be blocked too, but while it protects my body, I still can't touch the source flame, nor can I activate the technique. So, I must first get as close to the source flame as possible, and then, just as he was reaching the very center, the fire transformed into the form of a dragon and lunged at him. But our hero immediately raised his hand and began resisting that energy. As he blocked it, his system suddenly detected the abnormal fluctuation and sent out a notification. Detected intense skyfire attribute fluctuation. Seeing this, our hero laughed and said, truly worthy of being skyfire, even more wantonly powerful than the desolate force of death. But no matter what, I must absorb you. Though his face showed clear signs of struggle, at that very moment another notification appeared before him. Ultimate calculation blade initializing, compiling, compilation successful. The sight of this brought a smile to his face. Immediately after, another notification popped up. You have obtained the Skyfire attribute technique 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Technique. 9 Dragons Skyfire eradicate evil and seal all demons. Now our hero had obtained the Skyfire attribute. As soon as he acquired it, he released his power into the skies. Right then, another notification appeared. The technique you compiled requires no study already unlocked. Now our hero had control over the Skyfire. Instantly, the attribute began extracting into his body. As the Skyfire attribute infused into him, with the success notification, his body started to change. His eyes turned blood red, and a crimson mark appeared on his face. Immediately, our hero clapped both hands together and roared 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Technique. At once, 9 chain-like constructs burst out from his back. The 9 chains shot forth directly, binding all the flames that had taken the shape of a dragon. The raging waves of fire that just moments ago were wreaking havoc all around were now ensnared within his chains. Even the principal and Jailan could see it from outside. Witnessing this, they instantly realized this was the breath of Seal. Jailan, stunned, exclaimed, I once saw a high-level military pioneer seal a forbidden zone. His method was different from Fang Yi's, but the aura of sealing it's almost identical. Meanwhile, our hero tightened the chains further, compressing the abnormal fire. Slowly, all the blazing flames converged, shrinking into one. In no time, the raging inferno that had taken the form of a dragon condensed into a small cluster. And finally, our hero grasped that small cluster of fire in his hand. After our hero controlled the fire, the entire area fell into complete silence. The place that had been engulfed in raging flames just moments ago was now calm and normal. Immediately, the principal stepped forward to face him. Looking at the principal, our hero said firmly, I have temporarily sealed the Skyfire here. Do not unseal this playground, do not rebuild it, and do not allow anyone near it. This way, at least the Skyfire will not spread any further. Hearing this, the principal replied respectfully, rest assured, the playground will not be unsealed. After all, the academy has more than just this one playground. Standing nearby, Jailan didn't say anything. She only kept looking at our hero. The conversation between the hero and the principal continued. The hero said with a faint smile, King Bei is truly extravagant, 7 or 8 playgrounds in total. The principal chuckled and replied, Advisor, you're truly humorous, if you ever need anything. Before he could finish, Jailan stepped in between them and said directly to the principal, Principal, I still have something I want to say to Advisor Fang. The principal laughed and said, No problem, I won't disturb you too. Please continue, I'll take my leave. Then Jailan came closer to our hero and said in a low but sharp voice, Fang Ye, you've been hiding really deep. Hearing her, our hero smiled lightly and replied, Nothing much. The Skyfire was indeed powerful, not easy to deal with. Jailan's expression turned serious as she said, Stop pretending. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and your realm. Forget it, every pioneer has their secrets, especially someone as strong as you. Fang Yi, I don't have the right to demand anything from you, but I hope you'll at least listen to what I'm about to say. Our hero smiled, listening quietly, while Jai Lan continued, at this critical time of great changes in the world, Xia Nation desperately needs top-tier talents like you. Let me put it this way, when the spiritual energy fully revives, someone like you will be the equivalent of nuclear deterrence today. So, whether it's the military restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Association, everyone will fight to have you join them. It's even possible that foreign powers will extend invitations, offering generous terms. Of course, I won't deny I have my own considerations if you join the military. It would give our restricted zones more allies and more paths forward. That's why I suggest you start thinking about it now, so that when the time comes, you won't be caught off guard. Our hero then asked curiously, I'm very curious, why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang tried to pull me into your restricted zones? Why did you even say I wasn't worthy? Jai Lan explained with a small sigh, that's because there's a legendary military district. They're so powerful, it's almost monstrous. That's why I thought you'd be more interested in them. Hearing this, our hero smiled faintly and said, so there's a top level as well. Jai Lan nodded. Of course, though I haven't seen much of them myself. I've only heard they've been very busy recently. Hearing this, our hero thought silently, the most powerful military force in Xia Nation is so busy that even officers from other restricted zones are hearing whispers. That means they're facing significant troubles of their own. Meanwhile, Jai Lan continued, enough, I won't say more. Come on, the principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at Qingcheng University's cafeteria. As our hero listened, his thoughts grew heavier. It seems they too are facing no small problems. That can only mean there are anomalies out there of terrifying power, far beyond the current strength of pioneers. From Jai Lan's tone, there are definitely pioneers with the same spirit creation realm as me, perhaps even stronger. The day of spiritual energy revival is drawing closer and closer. My preparations still don't feel sufficient. The Skyfire attribute I just collected on the playground, how can I maximize its use? He contemplated deeply. Skyfire chaotic, unrestrained, burning wildly like endless wildfire. It's the perfect match for dealing with those endlessly proliferating anomalies. Yes, this is exactly what fits with my Crimson Flame Blade technique. Enchantments that enhance my techniques when it comes to them, the more the better. Our hero was moving toward the mountain, holding his massive sword in his hand, and he stood behind the peak where the signboard said dangerous mountain beyond this point is extremely dangerous. Do not proceed further. Seeing this, he thought to himself, the back mountain shows no abnormal activity, yet it's been blocked off. But the military shouldn't have received the news this fast. Only someone who knows I train and experiment here would do this. The only ones who know my routine are the Spirit Association. He then wondered about accepting this offer. Did they give me this land to experiment freely? If that's the case, I might as well accept it. But suddenly, he became alert. He felt something behind him and thought again. Wait a second, even trash has snuck into the back mountain. This aura, it's identical to the one I encountered at the factory, just not as intense. At this moment, there was a monkey-like monster sitting on a tree. Seeing it, our hero began channeling his fire energy into his sword. So now it's capable of assessing enemy strength before attacking. Then watch closely. Just then, a system notification appeared before him. Heavenly Fire, also known as Upper Flame, is of the light attribute. Strong and righteous, it is used to slay the wicked. Do you wish to infuse the Heavenly Fire attribute into the Tang Blade? There were two options, yes and no. Our hero chose yes instantly. The Heavenly Fire burns, eternally unquenchable. He became ready for attack. As soon as it activated, his eyes were covered with flames. Looking at the massive monster, he smiled and, while launching his attack, shouted, "Let's try this sword on you." As his sword strike launched, two fire dragons were created from the flames. Both dragons charged straight at the monkey-like monster. Seeing the attack coming at him, the monkey monster barely managed to save its life and fled by leaping across the trees. Because of our hero's attack, the area had been set ablaze. Looking at it, he smiled and said, "Excellent, this firepower is twice as strong, no, even stronger than the original Crimson Fire Blade technique. Moreover, this energy has no effect on me personally." He touched his sword and continued forward, noticing how extremely cold it was around him. Not finding any other monsters nearby, he decided to chase the one that had escaped. Where did that trash run off to? Let's hunt it down first. Meanwhile, on the mountain, we saw a girl who was live streaming. She was talking to her audience. Guys, I swear I'm not a scammer. I've always been super lucky since I was a kid, okay? Even though this is my first day live streaming, content just comes looking for me. While she was chatting with her audience, that same monkey monster appeared and attacked her from behind. Her phone fell to the ground, and she was caught in the monster's clutches. However, the live stream was still running. Everything was being recorded. The audience began commenting, "Streamer, what happened? Saw a ghost?" Another message popped up. "Damn, the acting started so abruptly, and the effects are so fake." Everyone thought it was just special effects. But the girl, trapped in the monster's grasp, had tears in her eyes. Her heart was filled with fear, certain she wouldn't survive. Just before the monster could attack her, fire dragons suddenly appeared from behind, rushing straight at it. Seeing them, the monkey monster released the girl and began running away. The audience, still watching the live stream, started commenting again. "What is this? Is that a fire dragon?" Another wrote, "Wow, this special effect is amazing." Meanwhile, the girl's live stream views continued to skyrocket. Quickly, she stood up, grabbed her phone, and pointed it toward the fire. She wanted to capture this moment on camera because, within the blazing flames, she could see a figure. To her, it looked as if some deity or immortal had descended to save people. Inside the roaring fire stood our hero, and his image was now streaming live across the world. People in the chat exploded with comments. "Blade lunge stant light cuts through the fire, cleaves the heavens." Another wrote, "An immortal descends to save the world. Fire? That's nothing." A third added, "That mysterious man who cleaved the king of flames created such fire with a single blade the forest itself is burning." The live stream video shot straight to rank 1 on trending, with views skyrocketing beyond measure. The story now shifts to Chu Kingli, who was with her bespectacled friend. Her friend, staring at her laptop, suddenly called out in excitement, "Kingli, come quick. An immortal really descended to save people. There really are cultivation experts, and the heavenly fire is real." Without even looking, Kingli brushed her off, replying coldly, "Don't believe that stuff. It's all staged with special effects online." But as soon as her eyes glanced at the laptop screen, she froze in shock. She instantly recognized the figure. It was our hero. Her bespectacled friend, however, still hadn't recognized him. She excitedly told Kingli, "See? I told you it was real. So cool." Kingli, trying to hide her recognition, insisted, "This video is absolutely fake. All special effects." Yet deep down, her face grew tense with fear as she thought to herself, "No way, that absolutely cannot be him. It just resembles him a little. If it really were him, he would have been burnt to ashes by now. If it is him, would he take this chance to get back at me? Damn it, I'll never bow my head." From there, the story shifts again, this time to the 81-year-old sultry woman and Lin Yi. They too were watching the live stream. The sultry woman turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Yi, doesn't he look familiar? Like the pioneer who rescued us from the vines?" Lin Yi, her eyes narrowing, replied seriously, "I think so too. And I recently learned that a top-level expert who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives near my home. Could they be the same person?" The live stream was playing everywhere. In another scene, a young girl turned to the boy beside her and said, "Old lie, do you think he's Fang? He looks even stronger now." The boy nodded with awe, replying, "Damn, that blade swing is exactly the same. We really did latch onto a big shot." The narrative then shifts directly to the association, where numerous seniors were gathered, discussing matters with grave expressions. One senior remarked, "The city's crisis is creeping closer, and our pioneers are in short supply." Many shared their opinions, until another senior added, "I heard the military has had in-depth talks with Fang Ye." Xiao Su. Hearing this, Su Qingying immediately spoke with conviction, "I trust him. He will definitely help us." Nearby, Jai Lan sat in her chair, murmuring with both awe and disbelief. To rise to the spirit creation realm in such a short time, what kind of monster is this? Even anomalies tremble at the sight of him. And just how many high-level attributes does he possess? Sitting at the main seat, Han leaned forward and responded firmly, 3, maybe even more than 3. With such overwhelming potential, our threats are nothing but clown antics. Recruiting him is the only way. Jai Lan immediately asked, "You mean the higher-ups have decided to approach him personally?" Han nodded slightly, but added with cold logic, "Yes, but it seems they're not quite ready to lower themselves to reach out to Fang Ye yet." After all, the top pioneers before him all emerged from within the military. Rising from his table, he continued speaking as he walked away. "Let's see what Fang Ye still lacks. New weapon prototypes, suitable training environments, these can all be sent to him. Also, the live stream and all shared videos need to be handled." Hearing this, Su Qingying thought to herself, the entire Spirit Gi circle of Xia Nation is already focused on him, and Jai Lan too was lost in thought. That kid, he really makes you look forward to what he'll do next. The story then shifts once more, this time to a hospital, where a badly injured man lay in bed. Beside him sat a girl, who softly whispered to him, "Teacher, it seems Xia Nation has a new hope. With someone this powerful emerging, your chances of waking up have improved again." One day passes. Our hero sits inside his building, having breakfast, his mind still occupied with everything that had happened. That massive stir from yesterday, who would have thought a streamer would sneak into the back mountain just to go live, all for clout. What guts. But now, the video has completely vanished from the entire internet. The stream has also been shut down, probably the work of the military or the Spirit Kai Association. As he thinks this, he glances toward the door and mutters softly, "Wait, Lin Yi didn't come back all night. She didn't even send me a message. What's going on? Even if it was a mission." He quickly picks up his phone and tries to call her. But when the call doesn't go through, his face grows serious. Something feels off. That girl wouldn't be this unreliable. Her number couldn't be connected, it was outside the service area. This made him uneasy, and with a grim expression, he muttered, "This is bad. I need to find her as soon as possible." The story then shifts to the 81-year-old sultry woman and Lin Yi. The two of them are trapped deep in the forest, both injured and exhausted. Trembling, Yi asks, 81, "How long have we been trapped here? Can you estimate it?" Hearing this, the sultry woman responds, "About 10 hours? I've lost track. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary shadow wraith." Both of them were bleeding, their strength almost depleted. But Yi shakes her head and says firmly, "All right, no more apologies. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. Remember, stay alert. Conserve your energy." Her mind flashes back to the memory of our hero's power. She remembered walking down the street that day, looking up into the sky, and witnessing his breathtaking breakthrough. That image burned itself into her heart, and she thought, if only I were as powerful as that great expert. But before she could finish that thought, danger crept in from behind. A monster had silently appeared, its presence looming just a step away, ready to launch its attack. Yet both Yi and the sultry woman were still completely unaware of the imminent threat closing in. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Lin Yi and 81 sultry woman. The moment it saw them, it raised its claws to attack. However, both of them sensed it immediately, and as soon as they turned back, they saw that the monster was ready to strike. Lin Yi quickly used her skill and shouted at 81 sultry woman to be careful, because out of the two, 81 sultry woman was the one who was most injured. A laser-type attack shot out from Lin Yi's hands, clashing with the monster and cutting through. One of the monster's heads was severed by her strike, but this monster had many heads. Its entire body was covered with them. It was like many monsters fused into one. Because of the attack, the monster fell to the ground. Seeing this, 81 sultry woman trembled with fear and asked Lin Yi, "Are these the people who got trapped here and died?" Hearing her words, Lin Yi's face turned serious as she replied, "Now they have become those abnormal walking corpses. It's playing with us, and it wants to drag us down too." Staring at the severed head, 81 sultry woman also grew serious and said, "Not only are our attacks completely useless against this black fog, but our spiritual energy is also being rapidly consumed. We don't even know where that abnormality truly is. It feels like it's just waiting for us to exhaust all of our energy, and then it's toying with us like we're rats." All around them was a black-colored fog that surrounded and trapped them. Because of this fog, they couldn't see the monster clearly, which made it appear invincible. Both of them grew tense, wondering how they could possibly defeat such a creature. Just then, a red, circle-shaped eye appeared before them. That eye immediately began releasing bubbles that looked like blood. As the bubbles spread, countless small liquid-like objects, resembling tiny eyes, began to form in the air. Attacking them in rage, 81 sultry woman screamed, "Go to hell, damn creature." Seeing 81 sultry woman like this, Lin Yi shouted, "It's losing its patience now, don't get careless." But the moment she said that, a gigantic eye appeared behind Lin Yi within the fog. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt countless eyes staring at her. Hallucinations consumed her mind, and she began to lose control. A terrifying feeling overwhelmed her, as if her death was inevitable. From within the fog, countless hands reached out, grabbing at her, pulling her down into the darkness. Inside her mind, Lin Yi thought, "Am I going to die? I can't hear 81's voice anymore. Well, of course, we've all been swallowed by the darkness. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so reckless, overconfident, thinking the two of us alone could complete this mission. Forget it." The path of cultivation was always filled with danger. I had always known one day I might disappear in some nameless corner. Still, I wonder, what will the world be like then? What role will those hidden pioneers play upon this earth? The magnificent waves of spiritual revival, I suppose I'll never see them again. Slowly, her eyes began to close. She tried raising her hand, but she was unable to do anything. Suddenly, lightning struck through the darkness, tearing apart the fog with its dazzling power. From within the lightning, our hero emerged, smiling as he looked at Lin Yi. "You almost slipped right out of my hands," he said with a laugh. Seeing him there, Lin Yi was stunned. At this moment, our hero was already extremely close to her. As he stepped forward, he struck the ground with his lightning-charged hand. A devastating surge of lightning exploded out, instantly destroying all the fog around them in one strike. Lin Yi stared at him in shock. "It's my cousin, he saved me. This isn't an ordinary person." But just as she thought that, the monstrous creature with countless eyes and dark energy appeared again, charging to attack our hero. Seeing this, Lin Yi panicked and cried out, "Be careful! The abnormal's true body is on your right rear side." But our hero only chuckled, drawing his sword. "Perfect. Let me test how this heavenly fire works against darkness." With a swing, he unleashed a flame attack that formed into a mighty dragon. The blazing dragon struck the dark creature, burning it immediately. Flames erupted all around, burning away the black fog until it was completely gone. 81 sultry woman, who had fallen unconscious, slowly woke up. Looking at Lin Yi, she weakly asked, "Yi, are we already dead?" But then her eyes widened at the sea of fire surrounding them. Panicking, she shouted, "Holy crap, what is this inferno? Did we fall into hell with the abnormal?" Seeing her in such a state, Lin Yi told her, "Calm down, look closely, we're still alive." Hearing that, 81 sultry woman's expression brightened with joy. We're still alive?" But then her gaze landed on our hero. Looking at him closely, she asked, "Who are you?" Smiling, our hero replied casually, "All settled. Finally, and I haven't even had breakfast yet, you too." 81 sultry woman's eyes widened in realization. She stepped closer to him, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's you, isn't it? Back in Yonghuo town, at the place of the death vines, it was you who saved us." Hearing this, our hero smiled. "Am I really that easy to recognize?" Just then, Lin Yi stepped closer and asked in surprise, "Wait a second, you're saying the powerful fire attribute master who saved us before is actually my cousin?" 81 sultry woman's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, that super expert is your cousin. Didn't you always say your cousin was very ordinary?" Listening to them, our hero just rubbed his forehead helplessly. Then 81 sultry woman turned to Lin Yi and exclaimed, "This is the man who, with a single strike, cut through the wasteland, forced the mighty Uncle Ghost Axe 3 stars to his knees, and even caught Sister Jailan's attention, our savior." Hearing all this, Lin Yi's thoughts raced. So cousin is actually that high-level fire attribute expert. But just now, he clearly used an incredibly pure lightning attribute to destroy the black fog. One strike of lightning, one strike of fire, both far beyond my capabilities. Could it be he's a super genius with dual high-level attributes? Wait, Could the great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our district be cousin? Our hero then looked at the two of them and said, all right, it's over now. I have something to ask you. You both know that a dark attribute abnormal can't be treated like a regular one, right? Then why did only the two of you come here? Where are your teammates? 81 sultry woman began explaining. Well, Wu Mao seems to have fallen seriously ill. He used to hide missions from his family, but now they've locked him in, so of course he couldn't come. Uncle probably had some other, even harder mission. And as for the rest of the team, we don't always gather together. Lin Yuji added, yes, this time it was my mistake. I thought since I'd broken through to Ghost Axe 3 stars, there wouldn't be a problem. Hearing them, our hero grew thoughtful. Now I remember, these teammates each have their own priorities. It looks like this little team won't last for long. Then he looked at Lin Yi and said, 81. Back then you weren't satisfied with your teammates, but now in front of outsiders, you're defending their reputation. You've got loyalty. My cousin has always been smart, I guess she's already sensed what's coming. After a pause, he said, cousin, since you and your friend already know who I am, and since I trust you both, how about we form a team together? But this must remain a secret, don't tell anyone. 81 sultry woman's face lit up with joy. Really? We can? Oh yes, of course, my lips are sealed. I really owe this luck to Yi. Looking at him, Lin Yi's heart warmed. Yes, to have such a powerful pioneer as my cousin, silently protecting me all this time. On this lonely road of cultivation, having a reliable family member to accompany and support me without hesitation, it's such a blessing. With a smile, she said, all right then, thank you, cousin. Tonight, I'll cook 2 extra dishes just for you. As they spoke, Lin Yi's phone buzzed with a message. She showed it to them, saying, Sister Galen just messaged me. The message read, Extreme Dark Zone Mission Notification. Head to the Extreme Dark Zone and collect the required items. This mission is related to the Dark attribute. Think carefully before applying. Seeing this, our hero asked, it's related to the Dark attribute? This Extreme Dark Zone, do you know about it? Lin Yi explained, yes. The Extreme Dark Zone lies within the Forbidden Dark attribute borderlands of Xia Nation. The Dark attribute there is extremely strong. Pioneers usually avoid it, taking detours. Most of the abnormalities in our city are seeping out from that place. The government itself has never fully explored it, and there have been very serious accidents there before. Hearing this, our hero's expression turned grave. I see. Then we should at least try. Can you ask her what the specific mission requires? Will she reply? 81 sultry woman quickly said, no way. Sister Galen is very mysterious. She never says more than a few words. But at that moment, Galen actually sent another reply. This mission's objective is to collect the withered bloom flower. Reminder, the reward this time is greater than usual. But the extreme dark zone is filled with dark attributes. The abnormalities there are far more dangerous than what you've faced before. So please, form a team before going. 81 sultry woman's eyes widened. What the Sister Galen? She actually replied so thoroughly. Then more messages came. This mission may involve an S-class abnormal. The death rate is extremely high. Think carefully before deciding. Only register if you have strong and reliable pioneers to form a team with. The story shifted briefly to Galen herself. She was typing the messages while walking alongside military personnel. As she typed, she murmured, that's enough. Let's see whether he chooses to go or not. Meanwhile, our hero raised an eyebrow at the message. If you have strong and reliable pioneers, that's pretty direct. It's almost like she's saying, I know you. I know someone like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? Turning to Lin Yi, he laughed. Cousin, looks like she's pointing straight at me. Then, with a spark in his eyes, he said, interesting. This extreme dark zone, I definitely want to take a trip there. Jai Lan was typing a message when 2 girls standing slightly behind her, who looked like bodyguards, spoke up. One of them said, Sister Jai Lan, their team. Before the girl could even finish her words, Jai Lan struck her off sharply and said, it's fine, if he is a pioneer worthy of Xia Nation's trust, he will come. The bodyguard girl spoke again, hesitantly, but if he doesn't come, then this batch of pioneers will. Before she could finish, Jailan cut her off firmly, her tone steady yet filled with conviction. If he doesn't come, then it simply means that the time isn't right. Do you two also think that the mission to collect the withered grace flower is just a way to send powerful pioneers to their deaths in dangerous areas? The moment they heard this, both the girls called out Jailan's name in concern. But by then, Jailan had already placed the flower bouquet in her hand onto the table and continued speaking, her voice filled with determination. Only by retrieving the withered grace flower can we save more and more pioneers. Whether it's the future backbone of Xia Nation, or those who've already fallen in battle, the top-tier core forces whose fates remain unknown. After this, the scene directly shifted to the metro, where we saw our hero, Lin Yi, and 81 sultry woman. Her words were still continuing. Looking at the patient lying in front of her in a coma, she gently held his hand and spoke softly yet firmly. No matter what, we must collect more withered grace flower. The teacher is the only pioneer in Xia Nation to reach the Diamond Realm. We must use the withered grace flower to cure and awaken him. A Diamond Realm powerhouse, in the era of Spirit Kai revival, is as valuable as a nuclear weapon today. They're our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the revival. So even if we have to sacrifice a few Jib lands, a few squads, or even more pioneers, it's worth it. Just then, one of the girls behind her spoke up carefully. The mission is important, but your body is also important. Hearing this, Jailan's face turned red with anger and she shouted furiously, "My body is important? Yes, it absolutely is, because my life was brought back by my teammates." Her outburst left her embarrassed. She quickly lowered her voice and apologized, her tone softening. "I shouldn't have snapped at you. Forgive me." One of the two girls standing behind replied respectfully, "Sister Lan, I'm the one who spoke out of turn. Is your headache acting up again?" Jailan placed her hand on her head, her face sinking into sadness as she recalled the past. She whispered weakly, "It's fine. The time for medicine hasn't come yet. It's fine. This is all in the past now." And with that, her mind drifted into memories, blood-soaked memories. She saw her entire team lying dead on the ground. One man, his body completely torn apart, staggered toward Jailan and with his last breath said, "The pitch-black zone really is a remarkable place. Zio Lan, the Withered Grace Flower mission, we're counting on you alone now. For the teacher, for Xia Nation, for everyone." Hearing his words, Jailan screamed in desperation, "No, I'm not going, Captain." But the captain, raising his trembling hand and releasing his remaining power, spoke to her in a broken but firm voice. "Our specialties, we hope you'll be able to use them. You must come back alive." And as all these past memories flooded back, Jailan became deeply emotional. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, "They gave me their spirit power, but they didn't know. If it's tainted by blood, or if the withered grace flower isn't harvested completely, it's useless." The story shifted 1 hour and 45 minutes later, where we saw our hero, Lin Yi, and 81 sultry woman. They had already traveled quite far. 81 sultry woman, exhausted from walking, complained in a tired voice, "How many more kilometers do we have to walk? Hey, I'm saying, Boss Yi, you guys are so strong. Can't you just fly a bit?" Hearing this, Lin Yi calmly explained, "The Spirit Kai hasn't reached the point where humans can freely fly. Even pioneers can't." They continued walking for a long distance until they finally reached a pitch-black zone. Our hero noticed it ahead and informed them, "We're close to the zone. Look ahead." And as he spoke, his thoughts grew heavy, shrouded in dark attribute. Even with layers of barriers, you can still feel that uncomfortable aura. 81 sultry woman, sensing the eerie presence around her, shivered in fear and said, "What a disgusting presence. It's hundreds of times more terrifying than the anomaly we encountered last night. No, thousands of times." Lin Yi was also frightened deep inside, but she forced herself to stay calm and reassured her, "Stay patient. We've already come this far." As they moved even closer, they noticed several other teams already gathered near the zone. Seeing this, our hero let out a faint sigh of relief. "It's not that bad. Look ahead, there are so many people here." They had never expected that there would be so many other pioneers gathered at this place. Seeing the crowd, Lin Yi remarked thoughtfully, "Yeah, I think it's not just about the so-called generous rewards, just like what I experienced with 81. Dark attribute is tricky, murderous, and filled with hostility toward humans. But now, there have been multiple outbreaks of dark attribute anomalies in cities. Hearing this, our hero nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you're right. I've confronted 2 dark attribute anomalies head-on before. One was a mutated rabbit beast. Calling it a rabbit is generous, more like a giant rodent. The other was the snake lurking with Candlenight in the factory. It was far more intelligent than the rabbit beast. They could cooperate to set up ambushes. Even the Spirit Kai Association squad was nearly wiped out. Most importantly, as Yi said, the anomalies are extremely cunning. They seem to intentionally avoid the military defenses on city borders. We don't know what method they use, but now the anomalies are appearing more frequently inside cities. It's already becoming uncontrollable." After saying all this, he started moving forward with both of them, because now this journey had become absolutely necessary. Without hesitation, he continued onward. As he was entering, we saw Su Qingying, who was already there. The moment she noticed our hero coming inside, she panicked and muttered nervously, "He also came here, and even brought 2 girls with him." Standing beside Su Qingying was another girl, who looked puzzled by her words and asked curiously, "Boss, what are you saying?" Su Qingying quickly tried to cover it up, clasping her hands together and whispering, "Amitabha, oh Buddha, please don't let him notice me." But by then, our hero had already walked up behind her and said, "Captain Su, it's you, right?" Su Qingying turned toward him, forcing a smile, and replied warmly, "It's you. You actually came to the pitch black zone too. That's great news." At that moment, 81 sultry woman suddenly interrupted with wide eyes, "Great God, who's this girl? Don't tell me it's Yi's sister-in-law?" Both 81 sultry woman and Lin Yi were completely misunderstanding the situation. That's when Su Qingying quickly waved her hands, denying in panic, "This is a huge misunderstanding." Our hero cleared things up with a calm tone, "Of course not, she just helps me with errands." Captain Su from the Spirit Kai Association. While they were still talking, another team appeared. Looking at our hero's group, their captain scoffed loudly, "A bunch of bratty kids talking big. Pioneers these days are all so young, no manners at all, can't even greet their elders properly. Still playing around here, do you know what kind of place this is? I hope you can actually rely on each other inside the pitch black zone later." Hearing this, 81 sultry woman lost her temper and stormed forward angrily, shouting, "Hey, watch your mouth, old man. Do you even know who these people are?" But before she could say more, our hero gave her a simple look. The moment 81 sultry woman noticed that look, she instantly calmed down. With a composed tone, she walked up to the opposing team's captain and said coldly, "Uncle, mind your own business. Later, it might be you who dies of fright." While this exchange was happening, a car suddenly pulled up. Inside was Jai Lan. The moment everyone saw her, they started whispering among themselves, "Is that Sister Jai Lan?" As she stepped out of the car and walked forward, everyone quickly realized it was truly her. Without glancing at anyone, Jai Lan headed straight toward the entrance. Confused, 81 sultry woman whispered, "Who exactly is she? Such a grand entrance." Standing beside her, our hero answered firmly, "She's the one who will open the gate for us." Jai Lan didn't stop for anyone. She walked directly to the portal, raising her hand. In her hand was a crystal, and as she lifted it up, she channeled her power into the portal. Instantly, the gate of the portal burst open, releasing a surge of powerful energy. The moment everyone saw it, they began shouting excitedly, "The gate is open! The gate has opened!" The portal's space gate was opened by Jai Lan, and from inside it, a dark and evil type of energy began surging out. The energy was extremely deadly, and the moment Jai Lan opened the gate, she said to everyone, "Now, all of you can go inside. A special reminder, the withered grace flower you collect must be complete and must not be contaminated with human blood. If it does not meet the requirements, you will not receive the reward. If there are no problems, you may begin." Everyone had been waiting for this very moment, and as soon as the order was given, people started going inside one after another. While going in, they muttered under their breath, "Damn it, she herself won't go, but lets us in to die, and not even a single compensation after death. What kind of attitude is that?" Hearing him, another replied, "Old Deng, say a little less. If we die, it will only be reported as missing, and the officials will mysteriously pay your family a large sum of money. Isn't that clearly saying it was them who killed us? At this moment, we also see Su Qingying, who was ready to move forward. She asked our hero, "That middle-aged man should be the same as you, a first star of the creation spirit realm. Besides, among those who are not speaking, it seems there are also a few strong ones, but they may have suppressed their spirit energy, making it hard to judge. The others are all cultivators of the 2-star and 3-star Ghost Axe realm, with solid spiritual foundations. Each team's strength seems about the same." In reply, our hero said, It looks like the mission is very tough. They actually gathered so many elite pioneer teams." And as he said this, he thought to himself, that person just now was also in the creation spirit realm. Why do I feel like his spirit energy level wasn't that high? Everyone was slowly entering inside, while behind them, Jai Lan stood with her team, holding a device in her hand. Beside her, a bodyguard said to her, "The head count has been completed. This time, for the extreme dark zone, there are 37 people in the Ghost Axe realm 2-star, 12 people in the Ghost Axe realm 3-star, and 3 people in the creation spirit realm 1-star. The difficulty level of this mission ranges from B level to S level." And then Jai Lan also said, "You all go to the monitors. I've prepared all the work. Don't worry." After this, the story shifts directly to the dungeon, where our hero's entire team had already arrived. Su Qingying was also with them. As they moved forward, the heavy, oppressive energy of this place made everyone tense. The moment 81 sultry woman felt the energy, she stumbled and collapsed to the ground, saying with a pale face, "I'm sorry, honestly, I can't be of any help to you all here." Seeing her like this, our hero said firmly, "Keep up. The dark attribute here will cloud our vision. If we don't stay close and move together, we'll quickly get separated and lose our way." At that moment, Su Qingying stepped closer to 81 sultry woman and said gently, "It's all right. This is just the stench of rotting corpses mixed with brain fluids. You're not the only one who feels like throwing up. It's completely normal." And just as she said, the surroundings themselves were filled with the same nauseating stench. 81 sultry woman, already exhausted, began retching, and soon, others around her also started vomiting. Watching them, Qingying explained, "The dark attribute naturally restrains pioneers. You can think of it as a kind of pollution, and the anomalies in the extreme dark zone are extremely active. Based on what everyone knows, a B-level anomaly is equivalent to a Ghost Axe realm pioneer, and the damage it causes is still controllable. An A-level anomaly equals the creation spirit realm, commonly appearing in places where spiritual energy riots or gathers, such as here in the extreme dark zone. An S-level anomaly can rival the Vajra realm or even higher, and it almost always results in a large-scale disaster. But one thing must be emphasized: the dark attribute anomalies in the extreme dark zone receive an additional boost. Something originally classified as B-level will at least rise by 1 grade here. At this moment, our hero's cousin Lin Yi helped 81 sultry woman up by the shoulder and said with surprise, "I've never heard of it explained like this before. I understand now. But Captain Su, are you and your team all right?" 81 sultry woman, still uneasy, looked toward Su Qingying and asked, "Yeah, haven't you been polluted?" Hearing this, Qingying summoned a crystal in her hand and replied with a small laugh, "You're overthinking it. My teammates and I often deal with anomalies like this. We're not afraid of the stench. Besides, I've been pushing myself hard recently, evolving from water attribute to ice attribute." She handed the crystal to 81 sultry woman, who looked at it and said, "Since we're at the same level, Captain Su, I wonder if you felt the same as me. The moment I entered the black fog, my spiritual power was greatly weakened, even more seriously than in my last mission." Listening to her, Su Qingying grew serious and said, "Yes, many experts have already perished here, even military elites above the 1-star of the creation spirit realm. That's why we need to be extra cautious." Seeing their condition, our hero said calmly, "I'm going ahead. You all hurry up. This mission is too important." Just then, Lin Yi quickly spoke up, "The people in front are already out of sight. Let's move closer together. From here on, I'll talk less to conserve strength. Everyone, focus your spiritual power and don't give the black fog a chance to take advantage." Although our hero didn't say much in response, he thought to himself, "After entering, my body doesn't seem to be as uncomfortable as theirs. It looks like the enchanted, enhanced version of my yang attribute and thunder attribute has a dispersing effect on the dark attribute. Or perhaps, after advancing to the creation spirit realm, the effect of my spiritual power has become much stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see another team fighting the monsters inside this dungeon. It was the same person who had earlier seen our hero's team outside the portal and engaged them in combat. After finishing off the monster, he shouted loudly, "The anomalies of the extreme dark zone, that's all? Brothers, these withered grace flowers must be collected by us. Let these young ones see what true strength really is." As they continued to eliminate everything in their path, one could hear them shouting, "Well done, brothers, move forward." At the same time, our hero's team was gradually weakening due to the oppressive dark energy. Lin Yi began coughing because of it, and the same was happening to the others. Seeing this, our hero turned back and, with a look of pure innocence, thought to himself that she still seemed so naive. He patted Lin Yi on the back. When he did this, a portion of his yang spiritual power flowed into her, and she relaxed slightly, saying with relief, "This feeling, all the nausea and the chilling invasion of darkness have disappeared. It's like basking in the winter sun, so warm. Truly the power of the creation spirit realm. Fire attribute really is warm. What a rare, high-level attribute. Ever since I advanced to 3-star Ghost Axe realm, I've had a deeper connection to attributes. My wood attribute is good at absorbing the due spiritual energy from plants. Captain Su, your water attribute evolved into ice attribute is really rare too." Our hero corrected her gently. "It's not fire attribute, it's yang attribute. Sorry I didn't explain it clearly. I'm the one who caused the fires at King Cheng University's North Gate and the playground. But these two anomalies are different. Yang attribute and heavenly fire attribute also have some small differences." Hearing this, Su Qingying exclaimed, "You just admitted it like that? So now you have 3 rare, high-level attributes." Our hero thought silently. Actually, there's also a desolation attribute, but keeping a backup never hurts. Just then, 81 sultry woman came near our hero and said, I haven't broken through 3-star Ghost Axe realm yet, so I don't feel the attribute clearly. But I'm mostly following the metal attribute path. Great cousin, I promise I won't mess with you again after we get out. Your yang attribute." Our hero immediately patted 81 sultry woman's back, just as he had done with Lin Yi. His yang energy flowed into her, and she felt a wave of relaxation. The other team members watching asked curiously, "What are you two doing here, just feeling energy?" Our hero then proposed to Su Qingying's team, "You send your team too. I'll do the same for them." Hearing this, Su Qingying smiled happily. Our hero then used his yang energy on all of them, helping them feel somewhat relaxed. While he was doing this, a monster suddenly appeared behind them. He sensed it immediately and shouted to everyone, "Be careful, some anomaly is coming." Su Qingying reacted instantly, attacking toward the back, sensing something. Dust erupted as she struck, and inside the dust appeared a monster directly in front of 81 sultry woman. Everyone saw it and shouted her name. The monster rushed toward her at full speed. One of the team members warned, "Everyone, be careful. This is a class anomaly." Su Qingying launched another powerful attack at the monster. Although the attack hit, the monster used its dark element skill to vanish from sight. Seeing this, Su Qingying became extremely tense. This was a very difficult situation. While they were still engaged, zombie-type monsters began to swarm the entire area, surrounding our hero's entire team. Seeing this, our hero instructed everyone, "Watch your steps carefully." He immediately drew his sword and advanced toward the zombies, shouting, "Step aside." Using his sword along with his fire energy, he executed 3 to 4 slashing attacks, setting the zombies ablaze. They writhed in pain and burned to death. After eliminating them, our hero turned to his team and said, "Temporary safety. This batch of anomalies has dissipated. Don't be fooled by the many eyes, there are actually only 2. Then, with a slightly serious expression, he asked, "But I didn't expect, the anomalies here have evolved to mimic human language?" Su Qingying, standing in front of him, replied grimly, "Possibly because they've consumed so many humans, they've learned it. Even the weakest among them have been nourished by the extreme dark zone to reach a level. If you're not at the creation spirit realm, there's no way to confront them head-on." After this, the story shifts slightly forward to the area where our hero had used his fire energy to strike the zombies. There, we see Yahello watching the attack in awe, thinking to herself, just one strike and 2 level illusionary beasts were crushed. Even I would have had to struggle with them for several exchanges at least. Meanwhile, on the other side, our hero's team had already moved forward, leaving the dangerous area behind. In the middle, 81 sultry woman was sitting, exhausted from the exertion. Seeing her, Lin Yi said, "If what Captain Su said is true, then we really need to stick together. Otherwise, I believe anomalies could easily disguise themselves and mix in among us, striking when we least expect it." Everyone looked at 81 sultry woman and urged her, "You need to stand up." Our hero, observing her, thought silently, such a terrifying suppressive aura, even stronger than the cat demon and the zombies. Even the slightest touch could burn me to death. Is this the kind of suppression that comes from a higher realm? I feel like I can barely breathe. As he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed something else. Turning around, he saw Lin Yi approaching and asking, Do you hear that? Is that the sound of waves up ahead?" Our hero didn't reply. At that moment, the ground began to shake. We see another team approaching from ahead, firing attacks and shouting frantically, "Run! Stop attacking! This thing is too dangerous." It was the same team we had seen fighting a short while ago. Their members were yelling as they attacked, "Someone help us! We can't fight it!" Our hero watched this scene seriously. At the same time, a wave of monsters bat-type creatures was rapidly advancing. This is the kind of thing that even the legendary troops suffered heavy losses against. Seeing this, everyone began fleeing in panic, crying for help, because it was a dark tide. The moment people saw the dark tide of monsters, everyone began running for their lives. Whoever came into its grasp was destroyed in just one strike. Among them, we saw the warrior who had fought our hero before entering this dungeon. He pulled out his sword, activated his protection shield, and shouted loudly, "What damn dark tide? Just because those regular troops couldn't defeat it, does that mean I can't either? Idiot. All of this belongs to me." The dark tide reached him in an instant and engulfed him completely. He screamed in pain as the protection around him was shattered in a single blow, and the monsters inside the dark tide began attacking his body. Feeling the pain, he screamed, saying, "Something is wrong inside this, stronger than a level." He kept crying out in despair. This dark tide was like the waves of an ocean, destroying everything that came into its grasp. On the other side, our hero's entire team was watching this from a distance with fear in their eyes. Our hero, serious and focused, turned to Su Qingying and asked, "Captain Su, what is the dark tide?" Su Qingying explained to our hero, "The dark tide, the ultimate form of the dark attribute, corruption that can devour everything, even the anomalies within it." But this time, our plan had clearly avoided the day of the tide. My God, have the people in front really all died? Standing behind, Lin Yi also spoke. "So this is the dark tide. I've only read about it on the forums. They say it's a power that can destroy an entire city-state. Brother, why don't we avoid this place? Is there still time?" Hearing this, our hero immediately activated his lightning skill and created a protection field around his entire team. On top of the protective field, shining lightning arcs were flashing. While activating it, he said firmly, "Everyone, don't panic. This spirit power barrier has a restraining effect on the dark attribute. If necessary, you can combine your strength to maintain this spirit power barrier and protect yourselves through the impact of the tide." Su Qingying, shocked after seeing this, asked our hero, "What are you planning to do? The dark tide is a condensed state of dark attribute. With our strength, it's impossible to stop it. Just now, even that uncle at the spirit creation realm was swallowed directly." But our hero, releasing lightning in one hand and fire in the other, stepped forward beyond the protection shield with excitement and declared, "So what if it's condensed? I'll destroy it." Saying this, he leapt straight toward the dark tide at full speed. Seeing him rush forward, Lin Yi shouted in fear, and Su Qingying also cried out, "Did I hear wrong? What is he trying to do? Destroy the dark tide?" Meanwhile, our hero charged right into the heart of the dark tide, where monsters surrounded him on all sides. Arriving there, he said excitedly, "Just as I thought. Rather than saying these anomalies are level beings evolved through the dark attribute, it's more accurate to say they are upgraded composite creatures." Looking at the monsters around him, he thought, From B level to A level, from A level to S level, this entire dark tide could be considered an SSS level anomaly. No wonder it could so easily devour a spirit creation realm pioneer who was already considered a peak human expert. He then activated the lightning in his hand and started attacking the monsters. One hand released lightning while the other launched fire-type attacks. As he fought, he thought, with the power of the spirit creation realm combined with my enhanced weapon, I once had to struggle against that B-level giant Serpenjuia. But now, I can easily annihilate the A-level composite anomalies within this dark tide. Killing the monsters one after another, he continued moving forward. In the midst of this, he came across that same hunter with whom he had previously quarreled. The man was trapped in the dark tide, his body being devoured bit by bit. Seeing him, our hero greeted him and asked if he was still alive. The man looked at him through his pain-filled screams, trying to say something but unable to speak. So our hero judged it himself. There's still a reaction. It's clear that this man's spirit power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute. Even though his spirit creation realm foundation isn't as solid as mine, he's still truly at that realm. There's still a chance for him to survive. And to rescue that hunter from the monsters, our hero activated his lightning and attacked the dark tide monster that was devouring him. With a fierce strike, he pulled the hunter out from its grasp. The hunter collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Looking at him, our hero said, "Seeing you like this, there's still hope to save you, but not much." Just then, as he looked at the monster again, a powerful aura suddenly appeared before him. Feeling this, our hero's eyes lit up with excitement as he said, "Infinite multiplication. Could this be the special nature of an anomaly above his rank? Then let's try this." He immediately raised his hand, and at that moment, a system notification appeared. System has detected dark attribute. It is extremely powerful. A second notification followed. Special power detected. Cannot be temporarily extracted. Seeing this, our hero grew serious in thought. Even at the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute is far more special than the others. But then, a smile crept across his face. Even as several monsters charged toward him, he continued thinking, since I can't completely eliminate it, and I can't directly absorb it, then I'll just have to change my method. Too bad I didn't bring my little white flower. Otherwise, I could pit the power of desolation against this dark attribute. What else? Oh, of course there's something right here already. With that thought, he activated his fire all around him. Meanwhile, his team was anxiously watching from a distance. Someone turned to Captain Su Kingying and asked, "Captain, have you ever seen a situation like this before?" Su Kingying shook her head and replied, "My experience is very limited. I've never seen anything like this." Another asked nervously, "Can the dark tide still be calmed down?" In front of them, the dark tide had completely engulfed their hero. He was nowhere in sight. Watching this, Lin Yi grew frightened and said, "What's going on with the barrier? It feels too strange. Even when facing the ghost vines, I wasn't this unsettled. But here, in this eerie environment, cousin has already been inside so long. If something happens to him..." Su Kingying came closer and reassured her. His spirit power barrier is still active. It just flickered for a moment, that's all. If we work together to reinforce it with our spirit power, it will hold. Besides, with his strength, if even he were to fall here, then the rest of us would only share his fate. Then she explained further. A spirit creation realm expert wielding multiple powerful attributes, I even suspect his true strength has already reached spirit creation realm 3 stars. It's not our place as mere ghost axe realm 3 stars to save him. Lin Yi, hearing this, muttered, "Your sense of humor is really something." Su Kingying laughed softly and said, "My teammates say the exact same thing. And what about you? Are you feeling better now?" Just as she said this, a surge of powerful fire-type energy erupted from the depths of the dark tide. It destroyed everything around it in an instant. At the very center of that blazing storm stood their hero. He had obliterated the mighty dark tide. His entire team erupted in joy at the sight. Surrounding him were 9 colossal fire dragons, spiraling and tearing apart the remnants of the dark tide. From afar, Jai Lan witnessed this and said in awe, "So this is the Skyfire attribute. He sealed the dark tide with it." At that moment, our hero engulfed the entire dark tide in his flames, lifted it into the air, and then captured it completely. With tremendous force, he slammed it down to the ground and then hurled it high above, flinging it far away. Our hero brought the rescued person out of that dark tide and said with a faint sigh, "For now, you are safe. An unexpected gain, we managed to pick up a person. How should we handle this?" At that moment, Lin Yi came forward and said to our hero warmly, "Cousin, are you all right? It feels so good to see you safe." Standing beside her, Su Qingying also looked at our hero and said respectfully, "Leave that person to my team, big brother. You've sealed a high-level dark attribute, but why don't you look happy?" She then lowered her voice, thinking to herself, "He said he would wipe out the dark tide, and he really did it. This man is truly..." Hearing their words, our hero stepped forward seriously and said, "Because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We must leave quickly, before the sealing effect wears off, and hurry to collect the Shichui flower." Hearing this, Su Qingying nodded firmly. "Understood. We will take this man back to the Spirit Association for treatment." Then someone else asked with worry, "And the others ahead? Did none of them make it out?" Our hero answered in a heavy tone, "Not even a torn piece of clothing or a bone was left. Other than this one man, the rest should have already been completely devoured by the dark attribute, no matter what their cultivation level was." By now, 81 sultry woman had also stood back on her feet. Hearing this, she spoke with sorrow. "Sigh, just moments ago they were all living people, and now they're gone. Maybe I am cold-blooded, but right now, my only thought is, thankfully, I didn't witness their deaths with my own eyes." At the place where the dark tide had been, our hero turned, looked at his team, and gave instructions. "Lin Yi, 81, you go ahead with Captain Su. The most dangerous thing right now is still this black pool. I will stay at the rear, that's better." He raised his hand, staring at the dark attribute energy. As soon as the system detected it, a notification appeared before him, "Strong dark attribute fluctuation detected." Immediately another notification followed, "Detection completed successfully. Initiating ultimate computational power, compiling." Right after that, the dark attribute elemental energy of the dark tide began to merge into our hero's body. A dark-colored aura flowed through him, spreading throughout his entire body. Soon, a success notification appeared, "Dark attribute successfully absorbed." Along with it came information about the ability's effects, and its name appeared. "Infinite darkness condense a sealed black mist domain." Within this domain, spiritual energy will be corroded by dark attributes, greatly weakening existing spiritual power. Seeing this, our hero muttered, "Dark domain? A special realm? That means, if I unleash infinite darkness in battle, the corrosive effects of the dark attribute will gradually erode my opponent's spirit power, weakening their supply of spiritual energy. And if I combine this with my other attribute techniques, won't the weakening effect stack to become even stronger? In that case, even if something stranger than the dark tide appears, I will be able to destroy it across levels." Su Qingying suddenly stepped forward, sensing the energy fluctuation behind her. Her expression changed in shock. "Big brother, do you feel it? The black mist, it seems to be returning." But then, as she turned, her eyes widened. Our hero was completely surrounded by dark energy. She grew nervous and gasped, "This spiritual fluctuation, is he breaking through again?" But just now, there was no great change in heaven and earth. No, wait, could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide? The one that the officials classified as S rank, with no upper limit? That's absurd. Her thoughts raced as fear struck her heart. Before the spiritual energy revival period, all pioneers knew the dark attribute is the most terrifying of all. It is the power formed from the negative emotions and hidden malice buried deep in the hearts of all living beings. That's why absorbing it is strictly forbidden by the authorities. The officials once tried to purify and refine dark attributes, but they paid a heavy price, and thus, dark attribute abnormalities were separately classified. Their levels range from D to S. But even a D-rank anomaly can make a new Ghost Axe Realm pioneer suffer endlessly. Not to mention the absolute existence of S-rank anomalies, the Dark Tide itself. Even 10 cultivators at the Spirit Creation Realm could be casually devoured by it. In the past, before the Dark Attribute was officially forbidden, some pioneers attempted to absorb its power. But there was one, a Ghost Axe Realm 3-star cultivator. He absorbed just a wisp of dark attribute left behind by a C rank abnormality. Immediately, he was ferociously backlashed, his skin rotted, his spirit went mad, and to this day, he remains mentally deranged. Meanwhile, our hero absorbed the dark attribute's energy fully and gradually returned to normal. His face became serious as he suddenly spoke in a cold tone. "Come out? You've been watching us for quite some time." Hearing his voice, Jai Lan finally stepped out from hiding. She had been there for a while. Walking forward, she said in a calm tone, "If I'm not mistaken, Fang Yi, that dark tide was sealed by your hand." Everyone was shocked to see her and exclaimed, "You? What are you doing here?" Jai Lan ignored their surprise and asked directly, "And just now, what were you doing?" "Absorbing dark attributes." Our hero simply nodded and replied, "Yes." Hearing his admission, Su Qingying grew serious and thoughtful. She whispered to herself it was true, he admitted it. Then, Jai Lan reached into her pocket, pulled out a gun, and aimed it straight at our hero. Everyone was stunned at the sight, their eyes widening as they shouted, "Sister Jai Lan, what are you doing?" At once, Su Qingying quickly rushed forward, placing herself in front of our hero, her voice sharp. "If I remember correctly, Fang Yi is the top target your military wants to recruit, isn't he? When our spirit association wanted him, you people intercepted. What do you mean by this now?" Our hero gently moved Su Qingying aside and said with a calm but cold expression, "Strange, isn't our mission to find the Shichui flower? Madam, you seemed so anxious to complete the mission. But now, it looks like you're unhappy that we didn't die here." The atmosphere grew tense. Jai Lan still held her gun trained on him. At that moment, 81 sultry woman couldn't hold back and shouted, "Sister Galen, we've always trusted you. But since you were here, why didn't you act earlier? Without Feng Yi, we would all have been annihilated. Forget me. But Lin Yi is still just a child. You stood by, and now you want to threaten him." Jai Lan suddenly smiled, put her gun away, and laughed softly. "Just a joke. It seems your teammates really care about you." Everyone let out a sigh of relief at her words, but our hero's expression remained serious. He looked straight at her and asked, "So, your purpose in coming here was to test me?" Jai Lan nodded lightly. "More or less. Because you possess such talent and strength, I didn't want to rely on cold reports. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you really are. And to answer your earlier question about why I didn't make a move." She turned to leave, her voice echoing. "Because pioneers can only follow the rules of the spiritual energy revival world. We are all the same. This is the destiny of pioneers' life and death, fortune and misfortune. All can change in an instant. But you are lucky, because you have someone powerful enough and worthy of trust to protect you. Haven't you noticed? Until now, no anomalies have dared attack you. That is because they were all truly frightened by Fang Yi's sealing of the Dark Tide's power. The Dark Tide itself follows this reality. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Come, I'll take you to the Shichui flower. I know this place better than you." Hearing her words, our hero thought quietly, "This girl, it feels like she has some mental issues." Beside him, Su Qingying muttered under her breath, "Her team? They too encountered the Dark Tide before. But in the end, she was the only one who survived." Hearing Su Qingying's words, our hero understood, thinking deeply, so that's it. Because of her identity, she strictly obeys tasks and rules with cold indifference. Because of her teammates' sacrifices, she developed a self-destructive tendency, similar to post-war trauma. At the same time, some belief is supporting her to continue on. But when she saw me seal the Dark Tide, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Turning to his team, he said gently, "Forget it. Lin Yi, Zio Su, let's just be considerate of this wounded person." From behind, 81 sultry woman asked doubtfully, "Is she really injured?" Our hero nodded seriously. "Yes. Her spiritual barrier is severely damaged. She should have the strength of a 2-star spirit creation realm, but her spiritual barrier has dropped by at least 2 levels. This proves she suffered major internal injuries. My own injuries are nothing compared to that." After this, the story shifted to the Dark Zone mass grave. Our hero's team had already arrived there. All around them lay nothing but human skeletons scattered across the land. Our hero walked ahead, looking at them with a heavy heart. Just then, Jai Lan, who was leading, stopped and told everyone, "We've reached the mass grave." Right in front of her, a glowing plant came into view. Immediately, one of the team members exclaimed excitedly, "Look, that's the Shichui flower." Near the flower, a dark attribute elemental spirit was hovering, watching over it. The moment Jai Lan saw the flower, she lost her composure. Her eyes widened with obsession as she muttered frantically, Finally, I've found you." She began rushing toward it, completely losing control. Seeing her reckless behavior, our hero's expression turned grim. Without hesitation, he activated a fireball in his hand and hurled it at Jai Lan, who was charging recklessly toward the flower. As soon as Jai Lan saw the flower, she was drawn toward it, walking forward as if under a spell. Seeing her like this, our hero immediately realized that she was not in her right mind. She had been enchanted. Without hesitation, he created a fireball and hurled it toward Jai Lan. From behind, Jai Lan suddenly felt the fireball rushing toward her. She instantly realized that this was an extremely powerful and very rare yang attribute energy. Feeling its pressure, she immediately turned back and struck the fireball coming at her, stopping it in mid-air. She looked at our hero with a slightly serious expression. At this moment, she understood what had just happened to her and thought to herself, "Is my preparation still not enough?" Just then, Lin Yi arrived and asked, "Sister Jai Lan, are you all right?" Beside her, Su Qingying also stood seriously and said, "You are heavily influenced by the dark attribute. It's better if we stay here together." In reply, Jai Lan did not say much. She only nodded her head with a quiet yes. At that moment, someone else said, "The Shikui flower, it's enough if he goes." Ignoring all their words, our hero continued moving forward into the fog of dark attribute energy. Nothing could be seen inside that darkness. Step by step, our hero entered deeper and deeper, and after a while, he finally saw the flower. However, as he advanced, the ground around him began to crack, and from those cracks, a dark attribute monster emerged, rushing to attack him. From within the monster, terrifying screams of different souls echoed. The moment he saw it, our hero activated his divine thunder. With his thunder skill, he struck the monster with a single blow, gravely injuring it. The monster writhed and struggled in pain. Looking at it, our hero thought, "This fox demon, just how many abnormals has it devoured to mutate like this? Is it another S rank? I must end this quickly, take the Shikui flower, and return. There isn't much time left to seal the dark tide." He raised his hand and laughed, saying, "So you're not dead yet? Fine, let me test my hand on you." As he said this, he used the dark attribute energy he had obtained a little while ago, trapping the monster within it. Caught inside that dark attribute, the monster fell into illusions and began to struggle violently. Soon, horrifying screams echoed out from within it. At that very moment, a notification from the system appeared before our hero. Due to the influence of the special dark attribute from the infinite dark realm, the level 5 abnormal half-corrupted fox demon has been downgraded to only C rank. After fully restraining the monster, he drew out his sword and said, "It actually dropped 2 ranks in one strike. Looks like the so-called S-rank abnormals of this extreme darkness are not that solid in their foundation." Infusing yang attribute energy into his sword, he unleashed a fiery attack upon the monster. Meanwhile, outside, his teammates could see nothing of the battle. A dark-colored sphere blocked their view completely. Feeling the energy inside it, Su Qingying became very serious and said, "What is this? This dark aura, is it dark attribute? But it doesn't feel exactly the same." Standing beside her, Lin Yi also spoke up. "Yes, I don't sense that usual disgusting, cold, oppressive aura from it." Just then, Jai Lan, who was standing behind them, said seriously, "That's because this is Fang Yi's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute, and without a teacher, created his own domain with it." As she said this, she thought to herself, using spiritual power to create a domain is an extremely difficult task. Until now, the only person capable of creating a domain space using his spiritual attribute was my teacher. Aside from him, at most 3 people in the world possess this ability. The other 2 are unknown, but it's believed they are in Country M. Back then, when it was predicted that the capital would face a catastrophic disaster, Teacher tried to suppress it with his domain, but the result was... While they were talking, the dark-colored sphere in front of them slowly began to dissipate. From within, our hero appeared. Seeing someone coming out, everyone rejoiced and exclaimed, "Look, someone is coming out!" And there he was, clearly visible, our hero. When he saw them, he waved his hand from afar and said, "All right, there shouldn't be any more troubles in this graveyard ahead." He then walked to the flower, plucked it, and held it in his hand, thinking to himself, "This should be fine, it's in perfect condition." Seeing this, Jai-lan was slightly shocked, because despite all her past efforts, she had never succeeded. Yet, our hero managed to achieve it in one attempt. Afterward, our hero walked up to Jai-lan, handed her the flower, and said, "Task complete. We need to leave immediately. The dark tide is unlike ordinary dark attribute abnormals, it can cause trouble at any moment." Jai-lan took the flower with a smile and said, "All right, thank you, Fang Yi. Without your efforts to turn the tide, this mission would have been impossible to complete. And thanks to everyone, let's head out." The group began moving forward, and Jai-lan looked at our hero with a smile, saying, "Fang Yi, I truly thank you. Elder Wu, the only Vajra realm master of Xia Nation, is currently on the verge of death. The Shikui flower is his only life-saving medicine. You've saved his life." Hearing her words, our hero looked back at her silently. Soon, the entire team arrived at the portal gate. Seeing the portal, they were overjoyed, saying, "Finally, we see the light. We can escape alive from here." As they stepped through the portal and came out, countless military soldiers stood outside, shouting excitedly, "The Shikui flower! You really obtained the Shikui flower!" When Sister Lan said it was retrieved, we didn't dare believe it. Everyone was stunned, wondering who was the person who had found this flower. The whole team was surprised to see so many people waiting. In front of them stood a military truck. Looking at it in disbelief, the team said, "This is the vehicle of the Star God War Zone. The Star God War Zone, the absolute military power of Xia Nation, known to all without exception." They were stunned as the realization struck them. So Sister Lan is actually a high-ranking officer of the Star God War Zone? My God, I even argued with her earlier. After this came the Star God War Zone, ranked number 1 among the 10 great war zones of Xia Nation. Even during the era of peaceful development, it was already renowned nationwide, the strongest elite force, gathering the very best in both physical and intellectual talent. After the revival of spiritual energy, they gained even greater advantages. Not only were their resources abundant, but the restricted zones they guarded were also rare and invaluable cultivation grounds. The military soldiers were overjoyed upon seeing the flower. A senior officer from the military stepped forward, carefully placing the flower into a secure container. He then turned to look at everyone, and his eyes also fell upon our hero. At that moment, all the military soldiers saluted our hero with deep respect. The senior officer then approached Jai-lan and said respectfully, "I will immediately send the Shikui flower to the hospital. Please don't worry." Hearing this, Jai-lan replied, "All right, I'll come later." With that, the military truck departed, leaving behind only our hero and Jai-lan standing there. Our hero then asked Jai-lan, "You're from the Star God War Zone?" To this, Jai-lan answered, Your strength and performance have likely already spread throughout our war zone. Before long, you'll become a well-known figure. But I have to admit, your power alone is enough to crush even the strongest squads of our war zone. Besides, your potential is immense. I can't even see its limits yet. If you're interested, would you consider joining us? You'd have access to the very best cultivation resources. Oh, and by the way, for this mission you, your teammates, and that Spirit Association squad, all of your bounty rewards will be doubled. Our hero responded calmly, "Thanks for the reward. Even though I know you are the strongest in Xia Nation, I have my own cultivation methods and pace, so joining, I'll pass." Jai-lan then explained, "Fang Yi, with the world undergoing such drastic changes, what the nation values most or fears the most are the dark attribute abnormals. Their numbers are multiplying rapidly, and in the future, the situation will only grow worse. Their range of influence will also keep expanding, like malignant tumors, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. That's why we must give everything we have to set up restricted zones to hold them back. while the Spirit Association works tirelessly to guard and defend as well. I'm telling you this not to bind you with obligations or to pressure you morally. I just feel that someone as exceptional as you deserves to know the truth of these circumstances." Hearing her words, our hero laughed lightly and said, "I understand. If I encounter abnormals again in the future, even if strangers are involved, I will not stand by and do nothing. You can rest assured of that." Jai Lan listened to him and smiled softly as she looked at him. Then she took out a token and handed it to our hero, saying, "It was good meeting you, Fang. I hope you'll accept this token. With this, you will be able to freely enter and leave any restricted zone for cultivation. The doors of the Star God War Zone will always be open to you. And one more thing, would you like to go and see Elder Wu?" When Jai Lan told our hero about meeting Elder Wu, someone immediately said in surprise, "You mean that Vajra Realm Venerable?" Then Jai Lan explained, "Yes, he is my mentor. I think you should meet him. I don't know if you're willing or not. It's just my personal thought. I really want to be friends with you." Hearing her words, our hero smiled, placed the token Jai Lan had given him into his pocket, and raised his hand. Activating his thunder power, he laughed and said, "All right then, more friends mean more paths ahead. I'll go with you this time. And this, consider it a gift between friends." As he said this, he immediately used his thunder power on Jai Lan. The thunder struck her body, but it didn't harm her. Instead, this thunder attribute began to help her. All the injuries on her body started to heal. Seeing this, Jai Lan thought to herself, "This thunder attribute actually has a healing effect. Now I can only feel my entire body tingling. The areas that were cold and painful before are now warm. The discomfort has disappeared. The wounds that were corroded by black mist are healing. The damaged organs seem to be returning to their former healthy state. The meridians and blood vessels in my body are being cleansed and realigned. All the toxins in my body have been completely eliminated by this rare thunder attribute. It's unbelievable. It feels like I've been reborn." For a while, this continued. After finishing, our hero asked her how she was feeling now. Jai Lan looked at her body and said with a smile, "I'm fine. All the remaining dark attributes in my body have been completely removed. No, more like shattered." Meanwhile, on the other side, in the ambulance, doctors were checking on the injured warrior. After examining him, they said in shock, "Even someone at the first stage of the spirit creation realm can be injured like this? Can he even be saved?" Right in front of the ambulance stood Su Qingying, who turned to look toward our hero and Jai Lan. Walking up to them, she first asked Jai Lan, "You're still here?" Then, after observing her for a moment, she said in surprise, "Wait a second, I sense something different about you." Jai Lan smiled and said, "Yes, a rare and pure thunder attribute. It completely cleansed all the dark energy within my body." Hearing this, Su Qingying looked at our hero and said, "So this is the thunder attribute of the tyrant. It can destroy enemies above and save lives below." Hearing her words, our hero chuckled and said, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Su Qingying immediately waved to the doctors, calling them over. Then, turning back to our hero with an innocent tone, she said, "Oh, I just wanted to ask, can we perhaps work with you? If we could combine your spiritual power with medical equipment, we might be able to save even more pioneers afflicted by dark attributes." Our hero once again summoned thunder in his hand and asked everyone present, "Would that work?" The doctor observed the thunder in our hero's hand carefully, then said excitedly, "It seems possible. It really is. Such pure and high-level thunder attribute energy can indeed destroy dark energy." Jai Lan, who was standing behind them, spoke in a serious tone. "Just now, Fang Yi directly transferred his energy into me, and the dark attribute inside my body was shattered. So, wouldn't it work if Fang Yi simply held hands with the injured pioneers?" The doctor nodded thoughtfully. "That could work. But..." Su Qingying immediately rubbed her forehead and said, No. Not every spirit creation realm cultivator can handle such powerful spiritual energy." Another doctor beside her agreed, "Yes, Commander Su, although your injuries are severe, by our assessment, they're only at a light level. The injured warrior earlier, to heal him completely would require 10 times your thunder power. Even if we manage to save his life and wake him up, full recovery would be impossible." Then the doctor turned to our hero and said, "Please come over to the ambulance." Our hero walked toward them and said with a smile, "All right, so it's like a blood transfusion, right? How do I transfer my spiritual power to you? Will you store it for later use?" At this time, the doctors brought out a device. Another doctor explained, "Please place your hand inside, then release your spiritual energy." Standing nearby was Lin Yi, who looked at her cousin in awe and thought, "I never imagined that Commander Su would actually be a high-ranking member of the Star God War Zone. And my cousin, he's managed to make such a powerful organization extend an olive branch to him and even show him special treatment." The cold and proud Commander Su even personally requested to befriend him. I even saw her give him her personal token. Our hero's gaze fell on Lin Yi, and he asked her directly, "How are you doing?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Cousin, we've already adjusted everything. Next, 81 and I want to continue training, take on a few missions. We can't keep relying on you forever. Otherwise, we won't improve at all." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "I can't keep being a burden anymore. I have to catch up to my cousin's pace as soon as possible." Our hero had already withdrawn his hand from the device, smiled, and said, "All right, stay safe." Then he thought to himself, "The kid's still growing up." At that moment, Su Qingying said, "Well then, we'll take our leave. Let's meet again on our next mission if fate allows." Jai Lan also said, "Let's go, we should visit Elder Wu." Everyone went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Su Qingying was seen with her team driving away in another vehicle, muttering angrily, "Let them act all high and mighty. Let them skip the site visits. And now look, the Star God War Zone has snatched the person right from under our noses. All my efforts these past days have gone to waste." The woman driving beside her tried to calm her down, saying, "Relax, Captain Su, calm down." However, Su, deep in thought, was fuming silently. The structure of the spiritual association is still too chaotic. Many of the officials in both headquarters and branch divisions act even more arrogant than the military high ranks. The elite squads are scattered, and not only are they unwilling to lower themselves to build a good relationship with Fang Yi, but some of those hot-headed fools even cause trouble when they come. What a mess. After that, Jai Lan brought our hero to the highest level ward of the Star God War Zone's medical base. On the bed lay Elder Wu, his body frail and lifeless. Jai Lan softly explained, "This is Mr. Lan Chen. Strange, isn't it? The absolute powerhouse of the Vajra realm. And yet he looks like nothing more than a dry, withered old man. His condition used to be even worse, he looked like a corpse. Even after using the losing temper flower, he still hasn't regained consciousness." Hearing this, our hero asked in astonishment, What exactly did he go through?" Jai Lan took a deep breath and began, "When the dark attribute calamity descended upon the capital, the heavens themselves changed. The sky was torn apart by darkness. To prevent the dark anomaly from consuming the entire capital, my teacher used his own body to seal the rift. All of us had already used a special method to channel our spiritual power into him. We estimated this dark calamity to be above S-class. Though we have encountered terrifying S-class dark tides before, this disaster's destructive power was several times greater. Once it appeared, it could destroy the entire capital, and even spread to the nearby cities. The capital holds a unique importance. If it were destroyed, the entire nation would fall into chaos. My teacher forcefully sealed the S-class anomaly using his own domain, but we didn't expect it to require the combined strength of all of us just to suppress it. It was far more terrifying than anything we imagined. The dark attribute backfired upon my teacher. If he hadn't been a Vajra realm venerable, he would have turned to ashes on the spot or worse, become nourishment for the dark anomaly itself." Hearing this, our hero said quietly, "To stop the destruction of an entire city, what an incredible pioneer he must be." Then, looking at Elder Wu's frail form, he thought, "Back then too, there were so many pioneers who stood in front of me, who gave me the chance to survive as the last human. Perhaps in that past life, he had already sacrificed himself at this very moment." Without another word, our hero raised his hand toward Elder Wu. Seeing this, Jai Lan immediately grew tense and asked in alarm, "What are you planning to do to Master?" As thunder energy began to gather around his palm, our hero calmly said, "Don't worry. Although the losing temper flower has already taken effect, I still want to try something to see if I can remove some of the stubborn dark attributes lingering inside him. That way, he might wake up faster. What? But this is an S-class calamity, Yahello exclaimed. But then remembering everything our hero had done before, she fell silent for a moment and then said softly, "All right, fine. Try it once. Maybe you're the miracle we've been waiting for. But you must be careful, this dark attribute is far more terrifying than anything within the dark tide. Otherwise, even after using the losing temper flower, my teacher wouldn't still be recovering so slowly." Our hero nodded lightly. "I know. I can feel it. The darkness inside him is unimaginably powerful. Even after being weakened and suppressed by the purifying force of the losing temper flower, it still exudes a crushing pressure." As soon as his thunder power entered Elder Wu's body, the entire area suddenly darkened. Dark energy began to leak out from Elder Wu's body, filling the room with an eerie aura. Seeing this, Yahello shouted, "Fang Yi, focus your mind and be careful." But our hero's hand remained on Elder Wu's chest, his thunder energy flowing continuously into him, battling the corruption inside. Moments later, as he kept his focus, his vision suddenly blurred, and when he opened his eyes, he saw something terrifying. A gigantic crimson eye floating high in the sky, staring straight down at him. Our hero's expression hardened as he muttered, "It pulled my consciousness into the past?" Our hero raised his hand to heal Elder Wu, but just as he was about to begin, a dark corrupt fog surrounded him and pulled him deep into Elder Wu's consciousness. Inside, our hero saw an illusion. There was a massive eye, still alive, glaring straight at him. The moment that I saw him, it asked angrily, "Who are you?" Hearing its voice, our hero was stunned and thought to himself, "Just by touching the dark attribute buried inside Elder Wu's body, have I been corrupted and trapped in an illusion?" Then he smirked, activating his lightning attribute while murmuring softly, "That doesn't matter. I'm only here to erase you." He then added, "It seems this anomaly isn't as omnipotent as it believes." At that very moment, the dark attribute creature within the consciousness launched a fierce dark type attack toward our hero. Seeing the incoming strikes, our hero was startled. "How is this happening?" and quickly dodged the assault, darting from side to side. After leaping a few steps away, he stopped and muttered in astonishment, "This strange lightning, it's not weaker than the divine thunder I absorbed on Yuhuang Peak. And there are so many dark attribute insect-like anomalies." By now, the dark creature within that consciousness had already used its power to create even more creatures. Seeing them appear, our hero said, "I must admit, even though this is just an illusion, each of these beings is as powerful as the anomalies from the dark tide. And here, there are thousands of them. To destroy them all, he drew his sword and infused it with his yang attribute, causing flames to burst from the blade. The creatures fused together into a single monstrous entity, and upon seeing it, he said, "So, this is just a swarm control?" And with those words, he charged forward, slashing through them one by one, cutting them down relentlessly. As he fought, he thought to himself, "This must be an S-level anomaly aggregate, but perhaps because this is an illusion, or maybe because of the effect of the lost tempering flower, its strength has weakened quite a bit. Around a level, perhaps. Are these the same entities Elder Wu faced, the ones capable of annihilating an entire city?" Then, after a brief pause, he added in his mind, "No, probably even worse than that." Now, countless abnormal creatures filled the area. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, our hero raised his hand and began channeling his dark attribute. The creatures, sensing the dark power emanating from him, shouted in fear, You can't be human." But hearing that, our hero simply laughed. He unleashed his dark attribute attack, creating a pitch-black domain that began pulling everything toward its center. The dark creature screamed in rage, "We will meet again, very soon." As its roar faded, every monster present was gradually devoured by the black domain, erased completely by his skill. Hearing those words echo in his mind, our hero thought, "So this was the consciousness left behind by the dark attribute anomaly it mentioned we. Could it mean there are more of them? Will other calamities descend again?" Then, with a determined look, he continued destroying the remaining creatures using both his lightning and flame attributes. Once everything was wiped out, he exited Elder Wu's consciousness. Outside, he extracted the remaining corrupt energy from Elder Wu's body and used the 9-dragon Skyfire sealing technique to capture and contain it. Standing beside him, Jai Lan looked at the sealed black energy in his hand and said, "So this is the dark attribute that remained within Elder Wu's body." Our hero replied calmly, "The dark attribute within Elder Wu's body should be the residue of the Calamity anomaly. Although it still holds immense dark power, after being weakened by the lost tempering flower and Elder Wu's own sealing efforts, its influence is no longer as overwhelming. Elder Wu truly deserves the title of Xia Nation's greatest pioneer. He used his own body as a vessel of resistance to suppress the darkness all this time. Anyone else would have died countless times by now." Then Jai Lan softly said, "You really saved his life." Our hero smiled faintly and replied, "It wasn't entirely my ability. Without the lost tempering flower's prior effect, I wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute from his body." After hearing that, Jai Lan said, "The lost tempering flower may have preserved his life, but your power gave him the chance to fully recover." Our hero looked at the black energy in his hand, tightened his fist, and crushed it completely, destroying it as he said with a calm smile, "All right, now it should be completely useless." Then he turned to Jai Lan and said, "However, there's something I need to tell you. Just now, in the spiritual illusion, the dark attribute remnant of the calamity seemed to foretell that it will return again. We need to stay prepared. When that time comes, we can't let a recovering old man lead the charge again." Jai Lan nodded and said, "Yes, I know. I've heard that rumor." Our hero raised an eyebrow. "Rumor?" he asked. Jai Lan explained, "The monitoring departments of the military and the Spirit Association regularly compile data on abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations collected from both sides. These data sets are strictly classified to prevent leaks. The rumor says that those analyses predict based on the current reserves of Xia Nation, it might not even survive the first year of spiritual energy recovery. Of course, none of us believe that." Our hero replied thoughtfully, "Monitoring the abnormal energy fluctuation data? That sounds quite authoritative." Jai Lan nodded. "Yes, but do you believe that rumor might be true?" Hearing her words, our hero fell silent and thought, "Could my rebirth have altered the future? I remember, I lived until the 3rd year of spiritual energy recovery. By then, Blue Star was already nearly destroyed." He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said gently, "Don't think too much. Elder Wu should wake up soon. And don't worry if the calamity descends again, I'll fight beside all of you." Then, as he looked ahead with determination, he thought to himself, "The war against the calamity will come sooner or later. But this time, I will change everything." After that, the story shifts to our hero's apartment, where he was sitting in his room, deeply immersed in cultivation. As he meditated, he could feel a strange transformation taking place within his body. He thought to himself, "After 2 encounters with S-class anomalies, I can feel it. I'm about to break through to Spirit Creation Realm, 2-star. The revival of spiritual energy is accelerating. Even though I already possess the power of the dark attribute, it's still far from enough. The anomaly in that illusion, even if it was attacked by countless forces, its true strength could not be concealed." At that moment, his body was releasing waves of dark energy. After finishing his cultivation, his eyes fell upon the small plant he had brought back earlier, the one now gently moving, as if aware of his presence. Smiling, he walked toward it and said, "It's you. Not taking you with me last time was my loss. Can't really blame you, though you're not exactly easy to carry around." Then he stood up, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and said, "All right then, I only regret not having the chance to let you show your true potential and evolve. How about I take you out for a little walk, Soon, our hero arrived at the mountain behind his apartment, carrying the plant with him. Looking around at the lush scenery, he commented, "The Spirit Association's Botanical Research Department is quite impressive. Although nature's self-regulation has strengthened since the beginning of spiritual energy recovery, it's still amazing how quickly this place has regenerated. The trees that were once burned have already recovered, and new ones have been transplanted." He removed the plant from its pot and continued speaking to it. "I'll have to thank Xiao Su and the others someday. Remember, absorb only a little, don't go overboard. With your appetite, the forests of the entire Blue Star wouldn't be enough to feed you." Then, he planted the flower into the ground. The moment its roots touched the soil, it began to release a powerful surge of energy. Within moments, it absorbed all the vitality from the surrounding vegetation. The grass, trees, and plants rapidly withered and dried up before his eyes. Watching this, our hero frowned slightly and thought, "You've nearly drained everything here dry." He pulled the plant out of the ground, chuckled, and said, "All right, let's find another place for you to feed. Among all plant type, or rather, wood type evolved beings, I wonder where you rank. With your desolation attribute, you'd at least qualify as a class anomaly. There used to be plenty of animals in this mountain, but today, not a single one can be seen. Must be because they fear the desolation energy radiating from you." Holding the plant, he began walking forward again. But suddenly, he felt something behind him, a presence that made his expression turn serious. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "That sound, it's wolves." In the distance, the eerie howls of wolves echoed through the mountain. One after another, their voices overlapped, growing louder and more menacing. Soon, the entire mountain was surrounded by packs of wolves, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, their glowing eyes filled with wild ferocity. Hearing the chilling howls, our hero calmly looked toward the dark forest ahead and said, "A wolf pack, and it's evolving." The wolf pack was gathered across the mountains, and right above them hung a full red moon glowing ominously. The number of wolves was overwhelming, covering the entire ridge. Standing before them was our hero, his gaze locked on the massive wolf standing high upon the rocks. Looking at the beast, he muttered, "Is this the Wolf King?" Just by seeing it, he could tell the evolution of this Wolf King was almost complete. All of them were glaring at our hero, growling fiercely. The intense growl made him slightly startled as he thought to himself, could this spiritual energy be about to become a level anomaly? Then the other wolves surrounding him began to close in from all directions. Watching them carefully, he thought seriously, after the evolution, the Wolf King's anomaly has advanced from a forest animal's wood attribute to a poison attribute carrying intense corrosive power. The poison attribute must have evolved after it absorbed dark energy. It seems dark attribute activity has been increasing lately. No wonder the Wolf King suddenly developed dual attributes. Still, its power is only at the level of a class anomaly. Immediately, he took the flower from its pot and planted it into the ground again, saying, "Now you finish them all." He continued thinking, even though it's only a level anomaly, the real trouble lies in the sheer number of wolves. Moreover, the city lies just beneath this mountain. If they enter the urban area, the disaster will be immense. As soon as the plant touched the ground, a powerful surge of energy began radiating from it. Seeing this, the Wolf King roared violently, and the moment it did, all the wolves launched their attack together. Our hero smirked and said, "Then let's start. I want to see how powerful your desolation energy can be when used alone, without any other abilities." Sensing this energy, some people patrolling the mountains turned their attention toward it. One of them, looking serious, said, "The Wolf King's evolution succeeded. Its strength is immense. What's the pollution level now?" Others standing with him, while observing the abnormal energy, replied, "It has reached 90. Hearing this, the hunters were shocked. 90? Really? The researcher in the group then said, "Not just that it's still increasing. The wood attribute Wolf King's strength is at least at Ghost Axe Realm 3 stars, no, maybe even Spirit Creation Realm 1 star. How can it be that strong?" The rest of the wolves ranged between Ghost Axe Realm 2 stars and 3 stars. As soon as one of the hunters heard this, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Then at this rate, we don't have enough people. We can't win this. Even you just broke through to Ghost Axe Realm 3 stars, right?" They could clearly sense the wood attribute, but then suddenly, the research team detected something else: dark energy signals appearing in the readings. One of them shouted, "It's dark energy again. How is this possible? No wonder the pollution level is so high." None of them could understand what was happening, but seeing the intensity of the contamination, they guessed something terrifying was occurring. Then the researcher spoke up again, realization dawning on his face. "I understand now. The reason the pollution level is so high is because the Wolf King has evolved with dual attributes. This occurrence is extremely rare among anomalies." At that moment, he glanced at his device again, and this time, instead of 90, it displayed 100. Seeing this, the researcher's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "But even if we can't defeat them, we must stop them." If this pack of beasts completes their evolution, the entire area below the mountain will be destroyed. Their violent nature, now empowered by spiritual evolution, will make them even more terrifying. I'll immediately contact the Spirit Association and request reinforcements. While he was speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly began to shake. The other team members looked around in confusion. Wait, do you feel the hillside shaking? Earthquake? How could the evolution of wolves cause an earthquake? No, something else is happening. At that moment, their meters suddenly changed where it had shown 100 before. It now displayed 1000. Seeing this, everyone's faces went pale with fear. What kind of power is this? This is the power of destruction. But how could the power of destruction appear here? Panic spread among them as they began running. Run! Get to the safe zone as fast as possible, someone shouted. Another cried out, is it the sky ghost vine that disappeared earlier? But there was no warning. The research team and others sprinted down the mountainside at full speed, shouting to each other in panic. The lead researcher yelled, quick, evacuate all nearby residents immediately. Then, one of them suddenly stopped and shouted, Captain, wait, the desolation energy isn't showing up anymore, but what's that thing? When they looked ahead, they saw massive vines emerging from the ground. Staring at them, the captain said, the desolation energy has sunk deep into the mountain itself. Another member replied, still confused, yeah, strange, it feels like the danger suddenly disappeared, should we still report this? And on the other side, in the battlefield where our hero now stood face to face with the Wolf King, the once barren land had transformed into a vast field of blooming flowers. The Wolf King stood directly before him, glaring with fury, raising its claw high to strike. Watching this, our hero calmly said, these spiritual flowers will continue to grow and multiply endlessly until they've drained every last drop of your energy. You still have your spiritual energy to protect yourself, but what about the others? The moment his flower had been planted into the ground, massive vines had spread in every direction, wrapping around the nearby wolves and draining their energy dry. One by one, those wolves shriveled into skeletons before being tossed aside like lifeless husks, their energy completely devoured. As this continued, the flower itself began to change, absorbing the power it consumed. The Wolf King, who had barely managed to avoid being entangled by the vines, watched its dying pack in rage. With a deafening roar, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful energy blast straight toward our hero. But before the attack could hit him, enormous vines surged up from the ground, forming a barrier that absorbed the blast completely. Our hero looked at it with a faint smile and said, it's useless. Haven't you realized yet? The desolation power of the spiritual flower has already rooted deep beneath this mountain forest. This endless sea of flowers draws strength from the mountain and returns it to the mountain. Although you've gained some intelligence through evolution, I doubt you understand one simple saying: wildfire cannot destroy it. With the spring breeze, it grows again. Not bad, you even managed to locate the origin of the flower. By now, the flower's color had turned crimson red. Our hero glanced at it and spoke gently, little flower, he's discovered you. What will you do now? As if it understood his words, the flower unfurled its petals and lunged forward, swallowing the approaching Wolf King whole. The Wolf King howled and thrashed violently as the flower's vines coiled tighter, draining every ounce of its energy. Within moments, the mighty Wolf King had been completely absorbed, nothing but bones remained. Watching this, our hero thought to himself, what an overbearing power of desolation. What kind of ability is this? I never expected that after I infused desolation energy into this spiritual flower, it would form its own cultivation method without any additional programming from me. Moments later, the flower spat out the Wolf King's bones, scattering them across the ground. Our hero spoke quietly, his eyes reflecting the red glow around him. Once trapped within this endless sea of flowers, no anomaly can ever escape. Even if the spiritual flowers are destroyed repeatedly, they'll simply reform again using the infinite desolation energy to turn everything into white bone. Let's call it the endless spiritual sea. By now, the flower had turned completely crimson, its form changing, radiating immense power. Then, a notification appeared before our hero's eyes. Spiritual flower has successfully developed a desolation attribute technique, endless spiritual sea. Seeing the flower release such powerful energy, our hero smiled slightly and said, "So, you've evolved too." When the flower evolved, a powerful energy burst out from within it, shaking the entire area. The researcher team immediately sensed this energy, and one of them shouted loudly, "A class anomaly contamination detected." Without wasting a second, they began checking all the footage to locate the source of the energy. While reviewing the recordings, one of them reported in detail, "Look, two completely different spiritual energies just emerged in the polluted zone. The Wolf King's evolution created a dark attribute, but another desolation type suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Behind them, an old senior and Su Kingying were standing silently. The old man asked in a deep voice, "Where is this location?" The person watching the screen quickly replied, "The low mountain forest here, it's the area Captain Su was overseeing earlier." Hearing this, the old man frowned and said, "Wasn't the Demolisher Squad sent to stop the wolf pack?" Just then, the old man received a call. On the other side, we see the same people who were on the mountain with our hero. Among them, the researcher spoke into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. "This is Demolisher Squad reporting. At the site of the wolf pack's mutation, an immense surge of desolation energy suddenly erupted. Levels are off the charts. That desolation energy completely wiped out the A-class Wolf King anomaly entirely, but instead of heading toward us, it burrowed straight into the mountain. Now, strange mountain blossoms are blooming everywhere. It's an abnormal sight. We can't get close. We're unsure what kind of after effects this desolation energy might bring. If that unknown anomaly erupts, the damage could easily surpass the airborne ghost vines from before. Shouldn't we call for backup? If something goes wrong, even with all the pioneers here combined, we might not stand a chance." After listening to everything, the old man's expression turned serious as he commanded, "In this situation, send 2 elite units to that location immediately." Hearing this, Su Kingying, who was standing behind him, became lost in thought. Her eyes filled with worry as she thought about our hero. "That's right, the back mountain. I can't shake this feeling it's him again." Then she suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with certainty and hope. "Wait, this time, the source of that desolation energy, it should be Fang Ye. His home's right in that area. He'll protect everyone here." After that, the story shifted back near the mountain, where our hero's flower had now grown large enough to evolve. Its energy was radiating more powerfully than ever before. Watching this, our hero said, "So, after devouring the Wolf King, you're evolving again, gaining a second attribute. Fire attribute, huh? Didn't see that coming." He then gently touched the flower and continued, "To think you can evolve just by devouring. That's one absurdly effortless way to advance." Instantly, the flower shrank and floated into his hands, and right then, a notification appeared before him. "Spirit Flower has devoured the mutated Wolf King and its pack. Evolution complete. Desolate Flame Spirit Flower, a class anomaly. Attributes: Desolation Fire. The evolved Desolate Flame Spirit Flower exhibits an overwhelming hunger for spiritual energy. It can be nurtured within the boundless dark realm." Reading this, our hero murmured softly, "The boundless dark realm." Then, forming a dark circle of energy in his palm, he continued, "I can't believe I didn't think of this, placing the spirit flower inside the boundless dark realm. That realm's soil and anomalies are steeped in darkness. If the spirit flower absorbs that energy, it might evolve yet again, gaining a dark attribute." Saying this, he placed the flower inside the dark realm. As he did, the sky above him slowly began to change. Seeing this, he said, "Breaking through already to the spirit forging realm, 2 stars?" Without hesitation, he sat down in a cultivation posture and began cultivating. As he did, energy from the heavens descended, merging with his body. Energy from within him also surged outward, resonating with the flow of the universe. He thought to himself, "I can feel it. Channeling my power feels effortless now. Heaven and earth's spiritual chi flows into my body as if we were one and the same." While he was cultivating, far away, another person appeared, watching his breakthrough from a distance. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, "I found you. So, you're here." Memories from the past flashed in his mind, the moment when our hero first awakened his young energy. Watching that old footage, the man had muttered bitterly, "A fire attribute pioneer? Then I'll just have to crush that pride of yours. I'll make everyone see I'm the #1 fire attribute pioneer." The story shifted back to the present. Our hero suddenly sensed this man's presence nearby. "Who's there?" he called out sharply. At that instant, a powerful fire blast shot straight toward him. But our hero swiftly dodged the attack and said, "A fire attribute Awakena." He then summoned his dark power, creating a dark circular vortex that absorbed the incoming fire blast completely. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, "Finally showed yourself. You were hiding there the whole time, not even suppressing your Kai. A newly advanced spirit forging cultivator, no affiliation, no organization, just a wild pioneer obsessed with combat." As his attack failed, the Awakener finally stepped out of hiding. His name was Zhonglu. Walking closer with a smirk, he said, "You're interesting. I can sense an intense spiritual pressure coming from you. How did you dodge my flowing flame burst just now?" Our hero glared at him coldly, saying nothing. Zhonglu grinned and continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhonglu and soon, you'll remember it very well." With that, Zhonglu charged forward, launching another blazing fire attack toward our hero. Seeing it coming, our hero raised his hand and unleashed a thunder-type counterattack. A bolt of lightning roared down from the sky, striking Zhonglu with tremendous force. The sheer pressure of the thunder shocked him. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this?" he gasped. In the next instant, the lightning struck him squarely. When the flash faded, he collapsed to the ground, his body covered in burns and scratches. Kneeling, trembling, he muttered, "What just happened? Isn't he also a fire attribute pioneer?" Before he could react, our hero appeared right in front of him, grabbed his head, and slammed it hard into the ground. "Didn't catch that. What'd you say your name was?" he said coldly. Zhonglu's face twisted in shock and rage, his head still pinned against the earth. "Impossible. How can this be? I'm a spirit forging realm, 1-star cultivator, the fastest among all pioneers. Not to mention, my trump card, one of the rarest high-tier attributes, fire itself. With that strength and my realm, I should be unmatched. Everyone should bow before me, flatter me, only then would they share the benefits of this spiritual resurgence." As his thoughts raced, our hero smirked cruelly and sent another jolt of thunder straight into Zhonglu's head. Zhonglu screamed in agony. It hurts so much," he thought in horror. "Wait, he's fire attribute. Then why does he have lightning? It snuffed out my flames and I can't even stand up." Our hero looked down at him and said coldly, "Is this your real power? Kids these days are far too overconfident." Zhonglu, trembling, stared at him with terror in his eyes. "No, he hasn't even reached spirit forging realm. 2 stars yet, so why does his power and pressure feel like it surpasses me by 2 whole realms? No, 3. Panic filled his mind as he thought desperately, "No, I don't want to die. I, Zhonglu, am really gonna die here?" Our hero placed his hand on Zhonglu's head again, getting ready to give him another thunder shock. Seeing this, Zhonglu screamed in fear, "No, no, don't kill me." Terrified and begging for mercy, he trembled uncontrollably. Watching him beg like that, our hero just looked at him for a while, then slowly removed his hand from Zhonglu's head and said, "Let me give you one piece of advice. Power isn't something to use casually against people. If you have free time, go clear out some rampaging anomalies instead." Hearing our hero's words, Zhonglu didn't say anything. He just kept staring at him silently. Then our hero turned and started to leave. Zhonglu, in his mind, began to think, what does this guy even mean? Such powerful spirit energy. Is it that his ability is just insanely overpowered, or am I simply too weak? After some time, the scene shifted to inside the city, where we saw Zhonglu walking into a building. Inside the apartment, there were already 2 people present. One of them looked at Zhonglu and laughed. "You're back. That new haircut of yours looks really good." The other person, who was sitting down, said, "Young Master Zhonglu, I've told you before, provoking people too much isn't a good thing." Then the first person walked closer to Zhonglu and said, "Even if you blow up in anger again, I have to say it, you can't keep acting like this. The Spirit Kai revival hasn't even fully begun yet. We're as insignificant as dust, yet you keep making enemies everywhere. That's reckless, way too reckless. You're so eager to fight, you don't even distinguish between friend or foe. You'll only bring disaster upon yourself." The second person, who had been sitting, stood up and said, "That's strange. You've said so much to him, but he hasn't said a single word or even gotten angry." Ignoring both of them, Zhonglu quietly went and sat down. The first man looked surprised, and the second, puzzled, said, "What's going on?" He walked closer, placed a hand on Zhonglu's shoulder, and asked, "What's happening? Are you possessed or something? Are you still the same Zhonglu who picks fights, causes trouble, and throws punches at the drop of a hat?" Just then, the first person also walked over and said, "Weren't you supposed to challenge that heavenly fire slash today? What happened exactly?" Hearing their words, Zhonglu finally broke his silence and said, I lost in just one shot." Before Zhonglu could finish his sentence, the second person sitting beside him interrupted, shocked. "What are you saying? One shot? What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Zhonglu started crying, tears rolling down his face as he spoke emotionally, "I lost in a single strike." Then, his voice trembling, he continued, "I should have realized something was wrong back then. If I had stopped in time, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation." The first person standing in front of him was stunned and said, "That person was that strong? You're a high-level fire attribute genius who broke through to the spirit creation realm within a month since awakening. There are barely a few like you across multiple provinces." Zhonglu, recalling the scene, said, "It happened in just one hit, instantly. My proudest move, the blazing firebolt, was shattered by his lightning strike." One of them asked, "Could it be that you fought the wrong person?" The second person, sitting beside Zhonglu, patted his shoulder to comfort him and said, "Your fire attribute is 50% pure. That's terrifying. Unless someone's from a high-level war zone, who could possibly go toe-to-toe with you? Not to mention, you've already advanced to the spirit creation realm now." Then the first man added, "You awakened late, but right after joining us in fighting for resources. You defeated 2 wild pioneers with the same attribute, both already at the 3-star realm of ghost carving. So, is it possible that this heavenly fire slash wasn't a pioneer at all? We predicted back then that his strength wasn't above yours." Zhonglu suddenly stood up, grabbed the first person by his collar, and shouted while crying, "How could I be mistaken? That place was exactly where the heavenly fire slash happened. It was definitely his turf. You didn't see it yourselves, so you wouldn't understand. He's a total monster." Zhonglu's voice shook with fear and disbelief as he continued. "That terrifying thunder attribute power, it felt like all the heavenly lightning was roaring beside my ears. My head nearly exploded from the pressure. My gut tells me it's him. He's a dual fire thunder attribute spirit creation realm pioneer of the highest class. His lightning attribute is several times stronger than my fire. He must have been hiding his true strength. Damn it, at least a 3-star spirit creation realm." Both of them listened in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. The first man thought for a moment and said, "A 3-star wild pioneer? How's that even possible?" The second person looked equally confused and said, "If what you said is true, then this guy will become every top pioneer's worst nightmare." Both men fell silent, realizing how terrifying such power and talent were. Trying to capture someone like that would be utterly hopeless. Zhonglu lowered his head, tears still in his eyes, and said in a broken voice, "He crushed me with a single move. Tell me, should I try to become his disciple?" After that, the story shifts to our hero, who was sitting in his room cultivating. While cultivating, he thought to himself, "Weird, I was clearly about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm just now. Why did that sense of opportunity suddenly vanish?" He paused for a moment, frowning. "It's not an issue with my body." He stopped cultivating, exhaled deeply, and stood up. As he walked outside, his mind continued racing. For some reason, the current spirit Kai can't gather or resonate. As a result, I can't form the celestial phenomenon needed for advancement. Could it be? Is something major really about to happen? The spirit Kai revival is starting early in my city. Just then, his communicator began flashing. It was Jai Lan calling. But the signal showed as unavailable. Our hero frowned and muttered, "Could the military have already moved to the front lines?" He paused, shaking his head. "No, wait. If it were a major anomaly, the military would have contacted me by now." Right then, another call came in, this time from Su Qingying. Seeing her name, he quickly picked up. On the other side, Su Qingying's trembling voice came through the static. "Fang Ye, the situation, has requesting backup." Before he could respond, a loud thud came from his window. A bat had crashed right into his mirror. He glanced at it briefly but ignored it for the moment, focusing back on Su Qingying. Your signal's really bad. Are there that many anomalies appearing in the city? Su Qingying's voice came through, strained and broken. No, it's very serious. I'm still inside the city right now and hello? Hello? Her voice faded, and the call was cut off completely. At that same moment, the bat outside the window twitched. It wasn't dead. Slowly, it began to crack the glass, shattering it as it forced its way inside the room. The instant it lunged at him, our hero stood up, eyes narrowing coldly. You're overestimating yourself. In a flash, he unleashed a thunder attack, blasting the bat into ashes where it stood. Just then, Lin Yi burst into the room, shouting, "Cousin, there are so many bat-type anomalies flying around outside." Her eyes widened as she noticed the broken window. Looking around, she said, "Something's definitely wrong here, right?" Then she turned toward the window again and muttered, "Anomalies usually only show up occasionally, but now they're appearing right at home and more than one." Our hero replied seriously, "Could be. If we're lucky, it's still under control. Worst case, this place might undergo a massive transformation, like the disasters we've seen on the news. Two-star realm ghost carving anomalies normally hide in the dark. They don't rampage through busy cities, let alone attack a pioneer's home. We've got a tough battle ahead of us. We just don't know what's coming. Call every pioneer you can reach, have them come to the house." Lin Yi nodded immediately. "Okay." Our hero turned toward her and said, "You're almost at the threshold of the spirit creation realm, right? Then I'll leave the house's safety to you for now. Guard this window, don't let any anomalies get in. You okay with that?" Lin Yi clenched her fists and nodded. "Yes." Then the scene shifted again to Su Qingying. Her team was gathered around her, and one of them said, "Our signal is already affected. Fang Yi can't hear our exact location clearly." Su Qingying's expression hardened. "If a major catastrophe really breaks out, we'll have to handle it ourselves." Another member beside her asked nervously, "Could it be a malfunction in the equipment, Captain? I honestly can't imagine what an unclassifiable anomaly even means." Su Qingying replied calmly, though her tone carried tension, "I hope it's just a false alarm too." Then she raised her communicator and asked, "What's the patrol status of each group?" A voice came through the comms, "Area A, contamination level 4. All units stay alert, report your zone's contamination fluctuation readings." But before anyone could respond further, the skies above them began to twist violently. A massive vortex formed, and from within that terrifying storm, countless bat-type creatures started pouring out. Su Qingying's team looked up in horror as the sky turned black with wings. Someone shouted, "A group of anomalies has appeared. A group of anomalies has appeared. The city is about to face its heaviest rainfall in 50 years. Multiple red alerts have already been issued. Due to the storm, all public activities are suspended for 1 day. Citizens, please remain indoors and take safety precautions." At the same time, we also see a local area where a man is heading out for his job, muttering to himself, "It feels like the sky itself is about to change. This is terrifying." Inside the house, standing near the door, his wife anxiously says, "What if something really bad happens? The end of the world? What's even going on lately?" Then, we see a group of bikers speeding through this dangerous and torrential rain. Among them, leading the front, we see Zhonglu, while his team members follow closely behind on their bikes, racing at full speed. They talk among themselves, shouting through the storm, "Damn, this weather's seriously off. We can't be that unlucky, right? Should we go or stay? Zhonglu, say something." Just then, an anomaly bat comes flying rapidly toward Zhonglu, aiming to attack him. The moment Zhonglu's eyes fall on it, he immediately activates his fire energy, launching an attack and shouting, "Are you looking for your own death coming here?" In a single strike, he burns the bat alive. One of the men behind him sees this and says, "What's with this anomaly? With Zhonglu's fire attribute here, the small ones usually keep their distance." The bats are burning in Zhonglu's flames, but suddenly, instead of being completely incinerated, one of them escapes from the fire. Seeing this, Zhonglu becomes slightly shocked. His teammate, equally surprised, says, "What the hell is this? Why didn't that bat burn completely?" Zhonglu too stares in disbelief, confused about what's happening, Because that bat wasn't fully burned, it had become even more active, as if it had come back to life after being set on fire. Seeing this, his entire team becomes slightly frightened. This place is insane. It's not just the people who are monstrously strong, even the anomalies are terrifying, one of them says. After that, they quickly decide to head home as soon as possible. A few hours earlier, we see an organization holding a meeting after witnessing this abnormal situation. Among them is Su Qingying, who, after assessing the situation everywhere, says, "So, we should immediately request the Spirit Association's highest-ranking personnel and establish close coordination with Fangyi." Before she can finish speaking, another footage appears on the screen. In it, a hunter is seen fighting against those bats, badly wounded, and shouting, "Special Anomaly Alert." An A-class anomaly is expected to descend upon the city center within 24 hours. A massive swarm of anomalous bats has already gathered at the outskirts of the city. An A-class anomaly, one of them says as their eyes widen in shock. The moment Su Qingying sees it, she quickly says, "Deploy the team immediately. Once it's ready, inform me right away. I'll go there as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the footage, countless bats are seen swarming toward the hunter to attack him. The hunter screams, "S-class." The latest prediction shows that the descending anomaly is S-class. No upper limit. Suddenly, only his desperate screams are heard and the connection cuts off right there. After this, the story shifts to the military district, where a fierce battle is taking place between the soldiers and the bats. In the midst of the chaos, we see Yahello Commander Galen, completely surrounded by those monstrous bats, continuously cutting them down one after another without pause. She had already annihilated a large number of them, moving with deadly precision. At this moment, she was using one of her advanced abilities, called Spiritual Energy Mutation, an advanced metal attribute variation. It lets her reshape spiritual energy into any form and amplify it, boosting its potency to 200%. While destroying the swarming creatures, Yahello was thinking to herself, "These dark attribute bats keep multiplying. You can't seem to kill them. It's like they're trying to stop us from doing something." Just then, a man with lightning attribute powers appeared, rushing in at incredible speed. As he landed, he called out, "Commander Galen, your wounds have healed nicely, your powers even stronger than before." Then, looking up at the dark sky filled with more bats, he continued grimly, "But things don't look good. Only the two of us senior officers are left holding this district. Please give the next orders." The sky above was once again filled with countless bats. Hearing this, Yahello replied, her tone sharp and steady, "Our district signals are being jammed by the anomaly. Interference systems have failed. We can't contact our field units or other districts. I expect they're in the same situation." By now, all the team members had taken their battle positions. Then, Yahello shouted loudly to her troops, "Team 1 and Team 2, stay here and hold the line, don't let them reach the restricted zone. Everyone else, with me, break through and link up with the breakout teams from the other districts." With her command, everyone charged forward at full speed. After that, the story shifts to the city, where most of the citizens were still unaware of the approaching disaster. The anomaly's ultimate target isn't the restricted zone, it's the entire city. Due to the torrential rain, everything had already descended into chaos. Amidst this, we see a girl, looking like a blogger or a streamer, pointing her camera toward the storm. Gazing up at the sky, she says, "This rain's insane. Let's grab a raincoat and keep filming. This creepy weather's trending like crazy." But beside her, the boy standing nearby suddenly starts trembling after spotting something terrifying. Before he can even react, a bat swoops down and slashes into him violently, killing him instantly. Seeing this, the girl screams in terror, running desperately for her life. Behind her, a swarm of bats chases her through the flooded streets. One bat swoops down and lands on her shoulder, ready to attack, but before it can strike, a blast of energy hits from a distance, obliterating the bat instantly. The girl freezes in shock, realizing she's been saved. Then, Su Qingying steps into view, her presence calm yet powerful. Looking at the terrified girl, she says firmly, "My team will escort you home safely." Turning to her other team members, Su Qingying commands, "You two be careful. Make sure she reaches home safely." By this time, the entire area had been surrounded by countless bats. Seeing this, one of Su Qingying's team members shouts anxiously, "Boss, The number of C-class mutant bats keeps increasing, and they're showing signs of further evolution. Su Qingying's expression hardens as she yells back. If you know they evolve by feeding on human flesh and blood, then hurry up and get the civilians to safety. Her voice cuts sharply through the storm as she adds, after that, regroup with me here. This area has the highest concentration of anomaly contamination. After that, the story shifts to our hero, who is charging forward at full speed with his sword in hand, slashing through every bat that crosses his path. As he advances, thoughts run through his mind. Have these bats already evolved to nearly the Ghost Forge 3-star level? Seeing the sheer number of bats ahead, he activates fire energy through his sword and keeps slashing them down one after another. Yet, even under the burning blaze of his fire energy, the bats refuse to die. Watching this, he becomes slightly shocked and thinks, this anomaly is different from the others. The bat swarms keep multiplying and mutating, they don't stay dead, and they're nearly impossible to wipe out. Moreover, every densely populated area in the city has clusters of dark attribute anomalies with extremely high energy concentration. It's like countless identical contamination zones appearing all at once, each capable of triggering a massive disaster. So, locating the Spiritual Association's operatives will still take some time. Then he decides, if this is the case, I'll have to deal with all of them one by one. Immediately, he activates the boundless dark realm, channeling dark energy to create a vast dark domain across the area. As shadows spread, he mutters, become nourishment for my spirit blossom. While doing so, he thinks to himself, but I need to hurry. Most of the other pioneers I once teamed up with are already home by now. With my cousin's abilities, plus those pioneers and the shelter of solid buildings, they should be safe enough. But if this keeps going, that dream might really turn into reality. If we want to survive, it's going to be tough. 10 minutes later, the story shifts to Su Qingying, who is now completely surrounded by swarms of bats. Her strength is slowly fading, but the number of bats continues to multiply endlessly. Gritting her teeth in anger, she yells, damn it! No matter how many of these monsters I kill, they just won't end. Just then, a voice screams from behind a nearby building, someone shouting desperately, help me! That building is already completely engulfed by bats. Hearing the cry, Su Qingying dashes toward it at full speed, cutting down the monsters in her path one after another. Cursing under her breath, she growls, damn it. If these anomalies keep getting stronger, their energy will reach the spirit creation realm. We've split up to save civilians, and it's still not enough. They've already started attacking people inside the buildings. This is exactly like what almost happened in the capital before. But midway, a massive wave of bats engulfs her, dragging her down. As she falls, she gasps, if this keeps up, things are going to get much worse. Then suddenly she feels something. A strange phenomenon begins to unfold before her eyes. Her expression turns pale as she stares at the eerie sight and whispers in horror. A king of anomalies is about to be born. The city was steadily falling. This anomalies level is no less than the cataclysm the capital nearly suffered. And worst of all, it looks like no one can stop it. Even the Spirit Association and the military don't seem to have anyone who can completely turn the tide. The whole city is about to be wiped out. Su Qingying was completely surrounded by glowing bats, and to escape from them, she created a shield using her spiritual power. At that very moment, while she was falling down and being attacked by the bats, she started receiving updates from different locations. A pioneer squad in Sector A traded their lives for the city. They erupted a fog of spirit energy to slow the bats' spread. A pioneer team in Sector B lured the anomaly into an encirclement and likewise released a spirit energy fog, going down with the bat anomaly swarm. Then she also reported the update from her own area, what was happening around her. Latest alert, the dark attribute anomaly codenamed Cocoon has reached the Diamond Realm in energy. Danger level is class. Predicted to meet the standard of an anomaly king. All these updates were being broadcast directly to everyone inside the organization. Everyone listening to them was completely shocked. A member of the researcher team turned to the senior standing beside him and said, his voice trembling, our pioneers and staff have taken heavy casualties, but the bats' numbers are too great, and their replenishment rate far outpaces our current defenses. The senior, hearing this, spoke in a grave tone, Emergency Plan S has been activated. But even if reinforcements from other districts try to reroute, They won't make it in time. Everyone was horrified. Another member spoke up, panic clear in his voice. The city is surrounded by a massive black mist. The military Wise Eye Zone and outside rescue teams can't get in. The senior looked at the terrifying situation on the screen with deep concern and said firmly, "We've become an isolated city. We've reached the city's make or break moment. As pioneers, I'm willing to stand and fall with everyone to live and die with this city. As family of this city, if the anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to trample over our corpses first. Try sending the final status code to HQ. Our spirit reserves are basically spent. If this keeps up." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qingying was fighting those bats fiercely, continuously attacking them to protect herself. However, the glowing bats were becoming increasingly dangerous. Then, one appeared before her, a terrifying glowing bat at the 3-star spirit forging realm. Seeing this, Su Qingying was shocked. How can this be possible, she thought as she continued to attack. But no matter how much she struck, the monster wasn't affected at all. As it came closer, it suddenly launched an attack and Su Qingying's shield shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Su Qingying was both horrified and furious. "This is bad, my spirit power is completely drained," she thought, gritting her teeth. Before she could react, the giant claws of the glowing bat slammed into her, sending her crashing violently toward the ground. The impact was severe. She was wounded, blood dripping down her face, but she was still conscious. Looking up at the bat monster looming above, she murmured in a trembling voice, "We have no other choice, even if I have to die." Saying that, she unleashed a powerful energy attack. But just then, a fire-type attack shot out from beside her, blazing through the air straight toward the bat monster. Su Qingying's eyes widened. She immediately realized whose attack it was. That fire blast struck the glowing bat head-on, creating a massive explosion. Falling down, Su Qingying turned to look behind her and shouted, "That attack, it's the boss's attack." And then our hero appeared. He shot past Su Qingying like a flash, charging straight toward the bat monster at incredible speed. From behind, Su Qingying yelled, "Boss!" But our hero didn't say a word. He rushed toward the glowing bat, channeling his thunder power into his sword. Lightning crackled wildly as he got close to the creature. The bat monster, already suffering from the earlier fire attack, glared furiously at him. And just then, our hero unleashed his attack Thunder Slash. The strike was immensely powerful. A blinding flash of lightning crashed straight into the bat monster. But even after the thunder strike, our hero didn't stop. He immediately followed with another skill fire core burst. A blazing explosion erupted, blasting the massive bat far into the distance. After those two devastating attacks, our hero landed beside Su Qingying. Looking at her, he said, his voice calm but apologetic, "I'm sorry. It took me a while to find you. There were way too many identical anomaly packs along the route." Hearing his words, Su Qingying caught her breath and replied urgently, "Be careful. These things can revive." Our hero nodded. Glancing up at the sky, it was filled with countless glowing bats, each one becoming stronger and more violent by the second. "I know," he said seriously. Then, dark energy began to swirl around his body. "Don't worry. When I've said I'll handle something, I definitely will." With that, he activated his boundless dark realm domain. A massive dark dome appeared, spreading over the area, pulling every single bat creature inside. Standing nearby, Su Qingying stared in astonishment, her eyes wide as she thought, "Right, how could I forget? This city still has Fang Yian, the unparalleled pioneer." Inside the dark domain, all the bat monsters were trapped, unable to escape. Then, our hero pulled the domain back toward himself and began to deactivate it. Smiling faintly, he turned to Su Qingying and asked gently, "Are you okay?" Su Qingying nodded, breathing heavily but managing a small smile. "I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. I've still got some hemostatic meds on me, they'll help." Our hero stepped closer, placed his hand gently on her shoulder, and said softly, "I cleared some of the dark attribute residue off you. If you get a chance, bandage those wounds." As he did that, Su Qingying felt her wounds healing rapidly. She looked at him, surprised, and said, "That's amazing." Then, thinking to herself, she murmured with awe, "No wonder. High-order lightning attribute. My wounds hurt way less, and the healing is faster than the stop-bleed medicine from the Spirit Association's Red." After that, the story shifted back to the organization, where the researcher team was analyzing the incoming data. Suddenly, one of them shouted in excitement, "Look! The anomaly packs seem to be thinning. Did we break out?" But before anyone could celebrate, a man from behind walked in and said in a grave tone, "No. All the rescue pioneers around the city were attacked and lost contact. We still can't get into the city. Look, the anomalous numbers outside show no sign of dropping. Inside the city, pioneer numbers are decreasing. Not a single unit has reconnected." He paused, lowering his head as a heavy silence filled the room. "We estimate an anomaly king is about to descend. The bat swarms are thinning only because they're converging toward its birth." Then, with a faint, sorrowful smile, he whispered under his breath, "Actually, I wanted to go home and see my parents, but I probably can't go back. Do what you can with the time you have left." After that, the story shifted again back to our hero. The bats had once again gathered in the skies above him, their screeches echoing through the ruined city. Looking up, our hero asked firmly, "Do you have concrete info on what this thing actually is?" Su Qingying's face turned serious as she replied, her tone grave and steady. "A Super S-class anomaly that consumes an entire city as blood food. Its power isn't lower than the one sealed in the Star God War Zone. People usually call it a cataclysm." She continued, her eyes reflecting both fear and determination. "This cocoon is like a foretold warning of the cataclysm. It can only give you a warning like humans sensing a disaster is coming but being unable to stop it. Inside it, something terrifying is gestating. If it's born, the whole city will be destroyed." Taking a deep breath, she added, "But now, we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that anomalies even of the same species will devour and attack each other. In their mutation sequence, devour to evolve is the fastest path to ascend. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The bat anomaly pack effect is the most typical example." Her expression tightened as she explained further, "A perfect evolution specimen exerts a bloodline suppression-like effect on its kin. Ordinary anomalies instinctively take on a servant role. We call this perfect evolution specimen an anomaly king." She looked at him, voice filled with concern. "Boss, I know you're insanely strong far beyond what I understand, but you still haven't reached the diamond realm. And besides, even the strongest pioneer ended up bedridden after sealing a cataclysm, needing people to keep collecting lost tempering flowers for him. We don't want to lose another genius pioneer." Her voice trembled slightly as she went on, "If possible, you should leave now. Break through the anomaly blockade, get outside, link up with the military, and tell them to abandon this place." Before she could finish, our hero lightly tapped her on the head and smiled. "Did 20-some years of study just vanish because of the spiritual resurgence?" he said with a teasing yet determined grin. "This is my home. Even if I pay any price, I won't regret it." Hearing this, Su Qingying couldn't help but smile softly. She didn't say anything more. Then, our hero stepped forward toward the area where the bats had gathered. His sword gleamed as he activated his fire energy, flames swirling around the blade. "Using the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the king's birth," he muttered, his voice cold and resolute. Releasing a powerful burst of fire energy, he continued, "Can your wrist instrument still detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association? Lend it here." Su Qingying looked at him in surprise. "What do you plan to do with it?" she asked. Our hero unsheathed his sword completely, raised it toward the sky, and said with unshakable resolve, "I'll go up there and stop it early." The research team's monitors inside the organization were receiving updates moment to moment, and right now targets were ascending at high speed on their systems, every one of them glued to the screens. Then someone said, "The missing pioneer's signal has come back, and Captain Su Qingying is online." The person standing beside him grabbed his phone quickly and immediately called Su Qingying, asking, "Can you hear me, Su Qingying?" Just then, the man watching the monitor cried in astonishment, "No, her speed is unreal, and she's heading straight for the area with the highest contamination concentration. Get her back now. One person rushing in alone is a suicide run." The man beside him, shouting into the phone, demanded, "Can you hear me? If you can, respond. Stop your action immediately. Avoid needless casualties. Wait for support from Spirit Association HQ and the military. There will be a plan. Specialist Su Qingying, remain where you are." Meanwhile, elsewhere our hero was charging full speed toward the bats. The device in his hand, the one he had taken from Su Qingying, began to vibrate. Seeing it, he snatched it up and said, "Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?" At that moment a voice from the organization asked him, "Who are you and where is Specialist Su Qingying?" Our hero answered directly, "Listen up. I need every one of you to link up with me. I'm taking out the king at the heart of the anomalous zone." Hearing that, the person on the phone was stunned and asked, "What are you saying?" Our hero repeated, "I said if you don't want the city wiped out and turned into aberrant prey, hand over every piece of equipment and every scrap of intel you have. Help me hit the Great Cocoon and kill it." At the sound of our hero's plan, the man on the other end panicked for a moment, then shouted, "All right, everyone, drop what you're doing and connect to him. Now, use any undamaged satellite radar to locate nearby anomaly sources. Give him every piece of information we've got. Ko-2, your primary contact, guide him to the exact coordinates." As they listened to him, everyone jumped into action. From their seats they rotated every available satellite toward our hero. While moving the satellites, someone reported, "Satellite imagery shows the Great Cocoon is surrounded by swarms of anomalies. Their density increases the closer you get, they spiral like a typhoon. The northern line has comparatively fewer anomalies, that's our best breakout route. Main roads are choked with anomalies. I suggest we break out via the side roads, southeast direction." Meanwhile, our hero pressed forward at full speed. Many eyes in the organization were watching every direction, and then someone shouted, "Incoming anomalies have spotted you. 2 of them, estimated in S-class, strength comparable to Spirit Forging Realm, 2 stars. Monsters attacked our hero from all sides, but he cut them down with his fire energy and pushed onward. The 2 monsters charging at him were dispatched very quickly, at which everyone in the organization was astonished. The anomaly source disappeared. He's one-shotting S-class dark attribute anomalies. Could he be that? The tyrant, it's the tyrant, someone cried, and others rejoiced, relieved they might be saved. Another shouted excitedly, "Yeah, hidden powerhouse in plain sight. I never expected someone this strong here." A person standing beside him, thrilled, exclaimed, "I never thought we'd have a pioneer this powerful in the middle of the city." Meanwhile, our hero, cutting down monsters, thought. After enchanting the Tao, the flames gain the upper hand against dark attribute anomalies. They greatly slow the anomaly's ability to reform. If I had advanced a bit earlier, raised my power some more, 1 slash would have been enough to fully prevent those anomalies from recombining. Since that's not the case, we'll have to rely on speed and relentless high-frequency strikes, endless swarms. It's infuriating. He continued slaughtering the bat monsters relentlessly. Others farther away were fighting too, and the area where he fought had grown extremely terrible. Every flying monster across the city began converging into his area. The other pioneers were stunned. They couldn't understand why the bats had stopped attacking him. At that moment we cut to the organization's senior officer, who grew deeply alarmed at the sight. It did not sit well with him. He realized that if the bats had suddenly stopped attacking, there was only one explanation. They've been recalled by the Anomaly King. Could the Anomaly King be accelerating its descent? If the bat flocks outside the city are being called back, do we even have a chance? Meanwhile, we see Galen. She's fighting the bats relentlessly, and her team members are exhausted. They're wiping out the bats as they push toward the city center. Galen asks her companion, "How much longer until we reach the city center?" The companion replies, "Instrumental projections say at least another half hour." Hearing that, Galen says, "Half an hour? By then, the Anomaly King will have hatched, and the city will be gone. How could we stop that?" Her companion replies again, "There's no way. Those bat numbers are an order of magnitude above our initial estimate, like 10 times the expected S-class count. Even with large-scale thermobaric ordnance, we couldn't wipe them all out." Galen, remembering her teacher's past fight, snaps angrily, "If this keeps up, nearby cities will soon become seas of dark attribute. Do we still lack manpower to break through?" At that moment her teammate answers, "Completely. Some pioneers are just watching from the sidelines like the fire won't touch them." Then Galen notices something. All the bats scattered across the city are converging on one central point. She says, "Look over there, the city's bat flocks are converging on where the Anomaly Alley King will be bore up." Suddenly, from where the gathered bat swarm has assembled, a powerful column of fire-type light erupts. Galen is stunned and thinks, wait, that bright column of fire in the sky. Is that him? Fangyi? The person standing next to Galen asks what's wrong. She says, nothing, then shouts, all units, increase fire support. Don't worry about expendables, we must enter the city. The Star God sector will not abandon a single city. Back where our hero is, he keeps launching continuous fire-type attacks. He unleashes such a powerful strike that everyone realizes who he is. It's his sword technique, and they know, this is Fangyi. There he stands, wrapped in blazing flames, burning every bat in his path. Seeing so many monsters at once, he says excitedly, they've come to stop me altogether, perfect. Just what I wanted. Then he continues his relentless assault, drawing his sword and slashing down every bat with his fire blade attacks. After cutting down countless bats, he says, I feel it again. Even in this thin spiritual energy, I can feel that sensation of breaking through. He looks up at the sky and thinks, I just need to pick a spot. Immediately, he forms a dark-type attack. He creates a boundless dark realm and drops it right into the bat-filled area, then commands, Spirit Blossom, appear. The boundless dark circle breaks apart and his spirit flower becomes visible, slowly spreading across the sky. Seeing it, our hero cries out, drain them dry, help me break through. Our hero had activated the boundless dark realm, and from within that realm, he summoned his flower. The moment the flower emerged, it began to blossom and instantly started absorbing the power of all the luminous creatures present there. Using the power of desolation, it began to erupt the energy around it. Immediately, it released its roots to capture the bats flying all around. As the roots spread, they caught the bats one after another and began to absorb their power. Our hero looked up at the sky, which was slowly returning to normal. Watching that, he said, did they hide again? Then, smiling to himself, he thought, when I chased it into midair, I realized that although this giant cocoon is clearly visible in the sky, appearing like a strange illusionary phenomenon, in reality, it's like a mirage, visible, but untouchable. But I can hear the heartbeat of the king inside it. It's like the deep, wild war drums from an ancient battlefield, each beat calling forth the darkest and most violent desires within the heart. Since that's the case, yet it still hides in fear, it must mean it hasn't completely hatched yet. After that, he grabbed his device and asked, hey, have you detected its exact location yet? From the other side, a voice replied through the device, yes, the king's position has been detected. We're syncing it to your instrument. Moments later, the device in our hero's hand emitted a burst of red energy that shot toward the location of the monster's king. As soon as the position was confirmed, our hero immediately activated his yang breathing method, releasing a radiant, divine energy from within. His entire body began to glow with intense light so bright and powerful that it spread throughout the entire area. Then, in an instant, he shot up toward the sky with incredible speed. Far away, other Awakeners fighting the bats across the city looked up and were stunned by the spectacle. What kind of ability is that? Someone shouted. Is that fire energy? Another asked, wide-eyed. Everyone was shocked. Then, one of them exclaimed, no, that's not fire. There's no way a fire attribute could have such immense power or counter the dark attribute like this. It's the yang attribute, pure, supreme yang energy, the perfect opposite and nemesis of darkness. Meanwhile, the organization's command center was monitoring the data in disbelief. The researchers looked at their screens, stunned. One of them shouted, the number of anomalies is dropping rapidly. The encirclement's diameter is shrinking. The anomaly density has already fallen to 100. None of them could believe what they were seeing. It was beyond comprehension. At the same time, we see Galen advancing quickly with her army toward our hero's position. She looked up at the sky, where a blazing circle of powerful fire energy surrounded the area where the monster's king was hidden. Suddenly, a report came through her communicator. Report. All the bat swarms blocking our path are receiving some kind of command. They're retreating. All of them are flying back toward the city. Looking up at the sky, Galen said, Fangyi, he's going to attack the cocoon of the anomaly king. The young man standing beside her widened his eyes and said, so it really is him, that tyrant with the heavenly fire blade. Incredible. This power, it's the purest, most extreme form of yang energy. But even so, he's going to face the anomaly king alone. Galen immediately turned to her soldiers and commanded, let's move, as fast as possible, toward the city. But before they could act, the boy beside her pointed toward the sky and said, "Wait, look over there. What's that?" Everyone looked up where moments ago the blazing ring of fire energy had been wiping out the bat monsters. A massive green cocoon had now appeared in the sky. Seeing that, Galen gasped, "Don't tell me, the Anomaly King is starting to hatch early." Elsewhere in the city, other Awakeners saw the same thing and shouted in rage, "Those beasts! They killed our comrades! Kill them all! I'll slaughter every single anomaly." At that very moment, we see Lin Yi standing on a rooftop, furious. She clenched her fists and shouted, "If we keep defending passively, we'll only wait for death. We have to do something to help my cousin." Her voice trembled with emotion as she continued, "The birth of the creature inside that giant cocoon will come at the cost of all our lives. It will turn the entire city into a hellish feast of blood. The number of B rank, A rank, and even S rank anomalies blocking my cousin shows how many of our family and friends they've already slaughtered." Then, her eyes fell upon our hero's flower, and realization struck her. "I get it now. The flower Fang Yi summoned earlier, it absorbed the powers of so many bats. It's just like the Desolation ghost vines we encountered last time. So, my cousin has mastered the Desolation attribute too." With determination blazing in her eyes, she shouted to her teammates, "In that case, let's channel all our spiritual energy into that net of plants he created. Let it absorb our power." Saying that, she began to unleash waves of energy attacks toward the flower, and as soon as she did, every other hunter across the city followed her lead. Those who had been standing still now raised their hands, launching streams of glowing energy toward the sky. From every direction, beams of light converged upon the flower our hero had summoned. Meanwhile, one of the senior officers fighting with his squad noticed the phenomenon and exclaimed, "Are the pioneers channeling their spiritual power to attack the anomaly?" "No, their strength isn't enough to directly hit the king in the sky." "Wait, I get it. They're channeling their energy into Fang Yi's plant." Realizing that, he released his own power and shouted, "I'll help too." The other hunters around him, hearing his words, got fired up as well. "Yes, count us in," they yelled, releasing their energy toward the flower. Soon, beams of spiritual energy were soaring through the skies from every corner of the city, all converging on our hero's flower. Su Qingying, who was healing her teammates, looked up and saw the power of every pioneer in the city flowing toward that single flower. She immediately understood what was happening. Smiling softly, she too raised her hands and released her power, whispering, "Come on, Anomaly King. This is the resistance of humanity in this city." Countless streams of energy surged toward our hero's flower, making it stronger, brighter, and more powerful than ever before. And on the other side, our hero was fiercely battling his way through the swarm of bats. He cut down every single one that came in his path, moving forward relentlessly. Suddenly, a warning voice echoed from the device in his hand, "Be careful. All the bat swarms outside the city are going berserk and rushing toward you. 20,000 B-grade anomalies equivalent to Ghost Forge 3-star. 10,000 A-grade anomalies at Spirit Creation 1-star level. And over 10,000 grade anomalies as well." In the next moment, our hero found himself completely surrounded by countless bats from every direction. He looked up at the sky and said coldly, "It's useless. No matter how many of your subordinates you summon, I'll wipe them all out. Anomaly King, have you tried to break out of your cocoon before completing your evolution because you fear that I'll kill you?" Just as he finished speaking, the enormous cocoon in the sky began to crack apart. A terrifying, mutated hand burst out from within. Seeing it, our hero's expression turned serious. "He's coming. He's already formed." Instantly, he activated the fire energy within his sword, readying himself for battle. From the cocoon, another massive arm tore its way out. Both hands then ripped the cocoon wide open, and from inside, the king of the bats, the Anomaly King, emerged with a deafening roar. The moment it screamed, the entire area trembled violently. Its roar echoed throughout the entire city, shaking every building and every heart. All the Awakeners across the city froze in fear, their faces pale. The ground itself seemed to quake beneath the king's monstrous cry. "An earthquake has struck," one of them shouted in terror. "It's the power of the king of anomalies." Beside him, another hunter, trembling with anger, yelled, "Damn it! Could it be that the king of anomalies can destroy us all so easily just by breaking out of its cocoon?" Everyone watching from afar had gone completely silent. Their faces were grim. They all understood what this meant. The Anomaly King had fully awakened. In that moment, everyone prayed for our hero's success, because if he failed, it would all be over. Meanwhile, our hero stared straight at the monstrous figure before him and said firmly, "You are the king of dark anomalies, the very cause of this entire disaster." Standing atop his flower, he released waves of blazing fire energy as he continued, "I grew up here. I love this place, and I love the life I have now." The Anomaly King responded with an enraged roar, and in the next instant, both of them charged straight at each other to attack. As our hero surged forward, he shouted, "Anomaly King, please die by my hands as quickly as possible." And then their attacks collided with a powerful impact, shaking the skies and the earth beneath them. Both of their attacks collided at the same time, creating an extremely powerful blast. After unleashing their attacks, both of them were pushed back and distanced from each other once again. At that moment, the Anomaly's King looked at our hero and said, "A mere creation realm first star dares to challenge me?" And as he said this, he let out a furious roar. Seeing that, our hero's expression turned serious, and he muttered under his breath, "This isn't good." Meanwhile, with his roar, the Anomaly's King released an incredibly powerful pressure, and at the same time, he began to draw in everything around him. Our hero, caught in the pull, was dragged straight into the monster's stomach. Inside, he began to think, "The King of Anomalies is indeed different from ordinary anomalies. Even after taking my full power strike, it wasn't slain. Despite being burned by the yang attribute to this extent, it still managed to swallow me whole. This digestive liquid, it has an extremely strong corrosive property, and the concentration of dark attribute energy within it is beyond words." As he landed inside the creature's stomach, he looked around and continued thinking, if it were any ordinary pioneer, they would have already disappeared from this world without a trace. Strange, if this anomaly has evolved to such a degree, it must possess advanced intelligence. Doesn't it fear that I might attack it from within? The inside of the body is always the most fragile place. Let's test it. Then, forming a powerful fire-type punch, he struck directly at the monster's stomach. However, his attack barely caused any visible effect. Seeing this, he frowned and thought, "It seems that my power has been greatly weakened by its mucus, but I can still hurt it." With that thought, he immediately took out his spirit flower, because although his punch had only caused minor damage, he was sure that, as long as there's some effect, everything can be solved. He summoned his spirit flower and continued thinking. The Anomaly King's earlier counterattack actually pulled in the external spirit flower as well. Fortunately, it has already absorbed plenty of dark attribute energy from other anomalies. Not only that, it has also received spiritual energy from the pioneers within the city. However, as soon as the flower appeared, it looked a little gloomy. Seeing that, our hero asked, "What's wrong? Do you not like its dark attribute?" The flower slowly shook its petals as if nodding in agreement. Seeing this, our hero thought, "I didn't expect this. A desolate attribute spirit flower actually repels the dark attribute energy absorbed from the Anomaly King. I was planning to hollow it out from the inside." Then, he immediately threw another powerful punch toward the inner wall. Outside, the Anomaly King, after swallowing our hero, was rampaging across the city. Everyone who saw it was terrified. By now, most people had reached the main area of the city, yet no one could understand what was happening. At that moment, we see Lin Ye. Standing beside her, Sultry Woman asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Lin Ye replied, "I don't know either. Where's my cousin?" Then the story shifts to Su Qingying, whose team members were guiding the crowd, telling everyone calmly, "Everyone evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't panic or cause a stampede. We will do our best to protect your safety." However, Su Qingying looked up toward the sky, her face filled with fear. "Fang Yi, he's fighting the Anomaly King inside its body." By now, Galen had also reached the main area of the city. She shouted loudly, "The bats and the Anomaly King are too occupied to attack the city. Quickly complete the evacuation. Minimize the damage as much as possible." Her eyes also turned toward the Anomaly King, who was now preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the city. Galen shouted urgently, "Hurry! We can't afford to gamble with time." Meanwhile, inside the Anomaly King's body, our hero continued attacking. The constant blows caused the monster to tremble slightly in pain. Enraged, it released an acidic fluid inside its stomach, trapping our hero within. The corrosive liquid surrounded him completely, and slowly, he began to lose consciousness. After losing consciousness, when our hero finally woke up, he found himself standing before his own city completely destroyed. The once vibrant skyline now lay in ruins, smoke and fire rising everywhere. Before he could even process what had happened, a huge monster appeared behind him, hiding behind a half-collapsed building. The moment it stepped out, it swung a massive punch straight at him. Seeing the attack coming, our hero tried to dodge and instinctively released his spiritual power, but nothing happened. Panic flickered in his eyes. Why isn't my spiritual power working? At that moment, the monster's attack brushed past his side, barely missing him. He managed to dodge just in time, and the monster's punch slammed into the ground, cracking it open with a thunderous boom. Catching his breath, our hero quickly shifted aside and thought in shock. I dodged it. My body still retains the state from after cultivation. That means this must be the Anomaly King's illusionary ability trying to trick me into believing I've returned to my past life, to make me think I haven't awakened yet, that I'm not a pioneer. Just then, the monster lifted its leg and kicked him straight in the chest. The impact sent him sliding back, but he steadied himself and thought coldly. So, the Anomaly King isn't strong enough to completely strip away my powers. Its strength is not above mine. My abilities haven't disappeared. Now, I just need to find out how to break through this barrier. In every illusion, there's always a weakness, and that weakness must be the flaw the Anomaly King has exposed to me. The monster suddenly lunged forward and caught him in its enormous hands. With a mocking grin, it said, "Foolish human, once you've entered this place, you'll never escape. Look around you, everything has already been destroyed." Our hero looked around at the shattered remains of his city, the fallen towers, and lifeless bodies scattered across the streets. But instead of despair, he began to laugh. The monster's body slowly began to change. It morphed into his exact likeness, grinning wickedly as it continued. Everything has ended. This is your true destiny, your final resting place. Accept it. Even if you humans gain a bit of power, what difference does it make? In the end, you're nothing but nourishment for our evolution. Despite hearing those words, our hero kept laughing, his eyes burning with determination. "Oh, is that so? Seems like this is all you've got." He smirked and added, "Looks like you still don't understand. I was reborn for one reason: to protect my home and the people I care about." As he spoke, flames began to surge from his body. A fiery aura enveloped him, and soon, blazing energy wrapped half of his form in a storm of heat. His hair fluttered as firelight danced across his face. Then he said firmly, "Come out and get to work, system." In an instant, several gigantic golden fire-type arms manifested behind him, radiating divine power. A crisp system notification echoed, "Detection complete. You have reached the breakthrough requirement. Would you like to advance to Creation Realm 2-star?" As soon as our hero received the breakthrough notification, he immediately pressed the yes option. At that very moment, a powerful yang energy burst out from within him, and he advanced to the next stage. As soon as he reached the next step, he gripped the large sword in his hand, which was now infused with even more intense fire energy, and approached the Anomaly's King in anger, shouting loudly, "Anomaly's King, I should thank you for making me realize." The Anomaly's King standing before him was filled with rage as he looked at our hero. However, before he could react, our hero dashed forward, slashing him right through the middle, and continued his words, "My rebirth marks the turning point of this world that you and your kind were destined to consume, and I am the chosen avenger." As soon as the Anomaly's King was cut by the sword, his body transformed into a form of dark energy that began to swirl around our hero, laughing coldly. "You chattering ant, I thought you had some kind of power, but you, a mere Creation Realm 2-star, dare to challenge me?" Then, using his dark power, he suddenly launched an attack on our hero. But our hero saw the attack coming from a distance, quickly dodged it, and now the Anomaly's King had revealed his true form. Laughing mockingly, he said, "Human, you can't escape from here. Obediently become my nourishment." Hearing those words, our hero smiled as well. At that moment, the part of the Anomaly's king's body that had earlier clashed with our hero's flames began reacting in a strange way. Fire energy started erupting from his body, and upon seeing it, he panicked and muttered in fear. "What is this? My body, my precious body, you filthy, despicable human." Then our hero smiled, stretched out his hand, and said calmly, "Sealing burial. 9 dragons, heavenly fire. Eliminate evil and cleanse corruption." As soon as he used the 9 dragons heavenly fire technique, 9 dragons made of flames emerged from the Anomaly's king's body. They tore through him from the inside, destroying him completely. Writhing in agony, the Anomaly's king screamed, This is absolutely not the power of a creation realm 2-star. Our hero laughed and said, 9 dragons, eliminate all anomalies. Meanwhile, inside the city, the fire energy of our hero pierced through the dark clouds above, shining brilliantly across the sky. Everyone in the city watched in amazement. At this moment, his fire had completely engulfed the Anomaly's king, and within a few moments, the darkness covering the entire region disappeared. The whole area once again shone under the light of the sun. Where our hero stood, he had captured the Anomaly's king within his boundless dark realm. Everything was over now. Every anomaly creature in the city had been destroyed by our hero. People across the city gazed up at the sky, astonished. The military hunters stood speechless, overwhelmed by what they were seeing. Someone finally said, "It's over at last." Another asked, "Is it really over?" The soldiers in the city began shouting emotionally. Someone yelled, "That's enough. The city has been protected," another shouted. "We're not finished, we'll live to see another day," someone else cried out in relief. "Is the crisis resolved? We're saved." At that moment, we see Galen smiling softly. Beside her, one of her teammates asked, "Are you going to look for him?" Galen replied, "No, we still have work to do." Everyone around them began cheering and celebrating in excitement. Seeing them, Galen murmured, "For example, helping these people return to their normal lives and restoring this city to its former glory." The same situation was reflected in the organization as well. After seeing on their monitors that all the creatures were dead, everyone there was overjoyed. The atmosphere was filled with excitement. One person laughed and said, "That's great. We did it. We really did it. We even contributed to preventing the king's descent." They hugged each other in relief, while another said, "It feels like a dream. Thank goodness he appeared. He actually defeated the king. If it weren't for him, we'd be carrying the shame of letting the city fall. Even in death, we couldn't have forgiven ourselves." After that, the story shifts to another corner of the city, where we see Su Kingying. Standing beside her was a senior from the organization, and in front of them, several ambulances were carrying the wounded. Su Kingying asked, "Is he still alive?" The senior placed his hand on her shoulder and replied, "Don't worry, our medical center hasn't been destroyed by the abnormal bat swarm." Su Kingying, with a serious expression, said, "I understand. If it weren't for Fang Yi, they wouldn't even have had the slightest chance to be treated. Sometimes I wonder just who is he really? How does he possess such immense power? He always manages to turn the tide and accomplish what others can't even imagine." The senior thought for a moment and said, "Yes, after this battle, the headquarters will definitely take some action." Su Kingying replied, "The celestial phenomenon that just appeared proves he has already advanced to the creation realm 2-star. At this level, others will try to contact him before we can. When I first began monitoring him, I thought I still had some chance to compete with him. But now, I've been left far behind. Moreover, from what I know of him, his spiritual attributes and talent are extraordinary. His true strength is likely far beyond what we've seen. Not just here in the entire Xian nation, he's among the top prodigies." The senior recalled the battle and said, "Golden light piercing through the clouds, fire dragons sealing away the anomalies. That was a scene everyone witnessed. Right now, it must already be the subject of massive discussion, and the buzz will only grow stronger not just among pioneers, but also among ordinary people. We need to start preparing early." Hearing this, Su Kingying asked, "What do you mean?" The senior replied, "The Sealer, don't you think that's a fitting name for him?" At the same time, we see Lin Yi and Sultry Woman running at full speed toward our hero's location. Lin Yi was rushing ahead frantically, and seeing her running so fast, Sultry Woman shouted, "Lin Yi, slow down, wait for me." But Lin Yi didn't stop, she kept running, saying, I need to find my cousin. Moments later, Lin Yi finally saw our hero standing silently. Seeing her, our hero asked, "Why did you all come so far just to find me?" Lin Yi replied, "How are you now? Is your body still able to handle this? I know you still need our help." Our hero placed his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, leaning slightly on her for support as he said, "I'm fine. You did great by coming here." After saying that, he thought to himself, as expected of the Anomaly's king, "It's been a long time since I've been pushed this far. That final strike and sealing technique consumed nearly all my spiritual energy after breaking through to Creation Realm 2-star. Now, these two kids are worrying about me instead." Lin Yi suddenly said in shock, "Wait, cousin, you broke through again? Creation Realm 2-star? This terrifying advancement speed, just how strong is your talent?" After that, the story shifts forward in time now. Every single footage of our hero's battle had spread across the entire internet. People everywhere were talking about it in countless ways. Someone commented, "The man who saved the city, a super pioneer. The mysterious powerhouse sealer, who cut down the Anomaly's king with a single strike, just who in the world is he?" Another excitedly wrote, "He's insanely cool, okay? At that time, I thought we were all done for. Even the powerful ones from the Spirit Association and the military couldn't stop it. But he single-handedly destroyed the calamity. So who exactly is this sealer? Without any official backing or resources, how could someone reach such a level on his own? Does he have some hidden, mysterious force behind him that we can't even guess?" Thousands of such chats and comments flooded the net, and among those reading them was Zhonglu. Watching the video of our hero, he grew excited and shouted, "Damn, I can't be mistaken, this is really him. One man completely annihilated the Anomaly's king that destroyed the city. I, Zhonglu, lost to such a man, what an honor in this lifetime." As he said that, he jumped off his chair in excitement and rushed out, yelling, "I'm going to find him and ask to become his disciple." His teammate, who was nearby, watched him running off like that and said nervously, "Maybe don't do that. I think right now, a lot of people are already trying to find him." Then, the story shifts once again, this time to the Grand Xia capital. There, a few figures were sitting quietly in the dark. In front of them, a crystal orb glowed faintly, displaying everything that had happened in the city. After watching the footage, one of them finally spoke in a calm but heavy voice, "What do you all think about this matter?" Another, who was leisurely smoking, exhaled a thin stream of smoke and said coldly, "I was originally hoping to watch the military and Spirit Association destroy each other, but now, things didn't go as planned. How annoying." Someone else chuckled darkly, "Should we just find a good weapon and test him out?" A woman sitting nearby picked up the photo of our hero and replied sharply, "That won't do. A so-called child of heaven, the so-called savior of the world, how could an ordinary gun ever be worthy of him, the sealer?" She tore the photo in half, watching it burn in her hand, and continued coldly, "No need to rush. Anyone who dares to stand in our way, no matter what realm they belong to." After finishing everything, our hero was sitting in his apartment, relaxing. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and asked from outside, "Is Fang Yi inside?" Hearing the voice, our hero went and opened the door. Outside stood Su Qingying and a senior from the organization. As soon as the senior saw our hero, he respectfully said, "During this S-Class anomaly invasion incident, we made a major mistake. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been irreversible. On behalf of the Spiritual Association, we express our most sincere gratitude to you." Hearing his words, our hero smiled and said, "You're welcome. Please come inside and talk." After entering, the senior sat down at the table, and Lin Yi served everyone water. As the senior looked around our hero's home, he thought to himself, "So this is what the home of a great powerhouse looks like. What's going on with the military? The Spiritual Association should really apply to give him a better residence." Then, turning serious, he said to our hero, "Actually, the Spiritual Association sent us this time for another matter. We want to seek your approval. We plan to promote the title, the Sealer of Burials." Hearing his words, our hero told him to continue. The senior then began explaining, "Currently, all over the Xia nation, every city has its own powerful pioneers. They are widely known and famous figures among the pioneer community. And this S-Class anomaly is, so far, the most terrifying anomaly disaster ever. we want to promote the name the Sealer of Burials to make Tai City a major strategic city after the spiritual energy revival. After this S-class disaster, we have confirmed that our city needs a well-known, powerful pioneer leader to serve as its captain. At that moment, Su Qingying also spoke up. In the future, celestial and earthly anomalies will become more frequent, and invasion incidents will continue to increase. We can't afford to fall again into a situation where the city is almost abandoned. Hearing her words, our hero became serious and asked, "Abandoned city?" Su Qingying replied sadly, "That's right. But honestly, it's almost the same. After all, without you, everyone in this city would have died, only the way of dying would have been different." Hearing this from behind, Lin Yi spoke softly, "I understand now. It seems I still haven't realized how cruel this world has become after the revival of spiritual energy." Our hero also said, "Yi, we don't need to be so pessimistic." Then he began thinking, the Tai city I live in, before the spiritual revival, was one of the major provincial capitals of the Xia nation. But whether it was strategic depth or development, it didn't rank in the top 3. Among more than 100 cities, the top 3 were Capital Divine City, Tian City, and Kang City. Besides them, there were also Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So this disaster, for Tai City, might actually be an opportunity. Then the senior continued, "Now every city has started reporting the number and strength of pioneers, developing their local forces. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating, and the more resource support it gets. More and more independent pioneers have also started joining local spiritual associations. All of us, whether pioneers or ordinary people, need a stabilizing force, a visible hope, a guiding light on the path of evolution. But the spiritual association will keep your identity secret, mainly maintaining a sense of mystery, half-truth, half-guesswork, let people speculate and imagine." Hearing his words, our hero smiled and said, "A touch of mystery is far wiser than full exposure." Then Lin Yi, with excitement, said, "That's right. Sometimes, human imagination is more terrifying than reality." Our hero then said, "I don't mind. This will be beneficial to me and the people around me. In that case, I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation." As he said this, he extended his hand toward the senior for a handshake. Seeing this, the senior immediately extended his own hand, shaking it firmly, and said, "Happy cooperation, Sealer of Burials." After that, Tai City, with the strong cooperation of the spiritual association and the military, began to return to normal at an astonishing speed. City reconstruction and rescue work were carried out in an orderly manner. This disaster accelerated the restoration of order everywhere, and the world began to move back onto the right track. The story then shifted to the Spiritual Association headquarters in Divine City, where people were busy with their work. Among them, one person said, "The Sealer of Burials, that's the pioneer who resolved the S-class anomaly in Tai City, right? Among the latest batch of newly registered pioneers, he's the most talked about one." The person beside him replied, "He possesses a high-level Yang attribute that's the opposite of the Dark attribute. He's basically heaven's favored one." Then the first person pointed at the monitor and said, "That's not all. According to the data uploaded from Tai City, he simultaneously possesses more than one high-level attribute. The Heavenly Fire Slash that went viral online earlier, that was his high-level fire attribute. And the high-level lightning attribute Tyrant, designated by the military, that's him too." Hearing this, the second person was completely shocked and said, "What nonsense is this?" The first one continued, "That's not all. There's something even more mysterious." Before they could continue, a girl walked over from behind and interrupted, asking, "Are you two talking about the Sealer of Burials?" She then went straight to the monitor and began searching something. Seeing her actions, the two men stepped aside as she said while searching, "More and more pioneers are beginning to rise. With such growing fame, there must be many who still don't believe in his power because they haven't witnessed it themselves. Even I want to see his true power in person. The Sealer of Burials. Perhaps we'll be meeting very soon." After that, the story shifted to Kang City, inside a library, where we saw Chu Qingli sitting with her laptop, searching for something. A boy standing beside her walked closer, greeted her with a hello, and asked, "Can I ask you something?" Hearing his voice, Chu Qingli immediately closed her laptop, turned toward him, and said rudely, "No, this is a library. You can't disturb anyone here." The boy, embarrassed, quietly walked away. Chu Kingsley opened her laptop again and muttered to herself. These people are so boring, completely unaware of the changes happening in the world. Then she began thinking, I've been in Kang City for several days now, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. After the exam ended, I actually gained spiritual power and became a pioneer at the Ghost Artisan realm, 1 star. People who can become pioneers are as rare as phoenix feathers, and I just happen to be one of the chosen. Ordinary people, how can they possibly fight against anomalies? Especially when it comes to those vile kinds of people, what can they even do? As she thought about the past, she remembered how that military girl who came with our hero had insulted her. The memory made her angry. Then she thought about our hero. Judging by how he used to be, he's probably already had his blood drained dry by those bats. How could I have misjudged him so badly, thinking that a genius like that was in any way similar to that useless man? Looking at the image of the sealer on her laptop screen, she continued thinking, this sealer of burials is tens of thousands of times better than him. Only a powerful and handsome pioneer like this could ever be worthy of me. After that, the story shifted back to our hero, who was walking with Lin Yi, holding a paper in hand, looking for a house. Let's take a good rest today, he said. Our goal is to look for some houses. Lin Yi asked curiously, but cousin, is it really okay if we don't train today? Our hero replied calmly, it's rare to have a day of leisure. A balance between work and rest is necessary. The Spiritual Association's proposal actually makes sense aside from improving our combat power. We also need to spend some time improving our living standards. Hearing that, Lin Yi smiled brightly and said excitedly, ah, that's what Captain Su said. But I never expected Captain Su to have such great resources. These kinds of high-end houses, I never even dared to imagine owning one. And Captain Su said we could casually choose 2. Even I get one. Our hero chuckled and said, so what? After all, this is the era of spiritual energy revival. Everyone knows the value of a strong pioneer, no house can compare to that. Lin Yi, still dizzy with excitement, said, even so, this is all too overwhelming for me. I thought earning some money and gathering training resources would already be great. Just then, both of them suddenly smelled something strange. Lin Yi sniffed the air and asked, brother, do you smell something foul? Our hero frowned slightly and replied, it smells like the sewer's backflow. But something's off. I've lived in Tai City for so long and never smelled anything like this. Lin Yi wondered aloud, could it be that some maintenance worker accidentally broke a sewer pipe? But our hero immediately said, no, someone's following us. In that instant, several people appeared, each of them holding weapons. One of them grinned and said, yo, so you're the sealer of burials? Another one sneered while releasing a disgusting stench into the air. You only realized after stepping into the range of my toxin? As expected, you're just an overhyped pretty boy without any real strength. Tai City really is full of trash to think they'd push out a guy like you as their captain. All 3 of them rushed forward at once, attacking our hero and Lin Yi. We're here to teach you a lesson, one of them shouted. Hurry up and hand over all those benefits you've been given. As they charged, Lin Yi quickly formed an energy-type attack and launched it at one of them. However, that man dodged it effortlessly and closed in on her, striking fiercely. Lin Yi reacted instantly, creating a protective shield just in time to block the blow. Meanwhile, another attacker was already lunging toward our hero. Seeing this, Lin Yi shouted anxiously, no, cousin, be careful. They're all at the spirit creation realm too. But just as one of them swung his weapon at our hero, he caught it with his bare hand, crushing it completely with a metallic crack. The attacker's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in shock. Before he could react any further, he suddenly felt a surge of burning heat because our hero had already conjured blazing fire energy in his palm. Looking straight at them, our hero's cold voice echoed, what kind of filthy trash dares to rob me in broad daylight? As soon as one of them comes forward to attack our hero immediately lands a fire punch right on his face, which sends the gangster flying far away and crashing beside his companion. And his companion, the one who was releasing that foul-smelling odor here, becomes slightly shocked after seeing this, thinking, this isn't possible. Then he looks angrily toward our hero and says, This pretty boy clearly got hit by my spiritual power trait infused universal penetrating potion. And after saying this, he begins to activate the universal penetrating potion device in his hand. The nutritional device he is holding is named Universal Penetrating Potion, and it was concocted by a wood attribute mutated paralysis attribute pioneer, using spiritual energy filled sweat collected during cultivation, refined and extracted, then mixed with special black market medicinal powder. According to experiments, it can penetrate an opponent's spiritual power shield. Although it only has a short-lasting and weak paralyzing effect, in a duel, details decide victory and defeat. Weakness. For certain reasons, it carries a stench that is impossible to erase. As his partner standing beside him sees this, he says, "We were careless earlier. We're both spirit creation realm, why would we be afraid of you? Kid, now don't even think of running." Hearing this, our hero replies, "One mutated earth attribute and one mutated wood attribute." And then he begins thinking, these strange, underhanded tricks really match the style of those who walk crooked, shady paths. A normal spiritual shield might really be penetrated by a pioneer like him. Too bad for them, it's useless against me. Meanwhile, on the other side, a third gangster is fighting with Lin Yi. He charges toward Lin Yi with the weapon in his hand to attack her, but Lin Yi kicks him right in his private part, injuring him severely. After attacking him, she runs back toward our hero. And our hero says to those gangsters, "I don't want to make a big scene, but having my everyday life disturbed like this is truly troublesome." Then he tells Lin Yi to step back a little and activates his yang power. The moment he activates his yang power, a powerful flame-type energy begins to burst out, causing all three gangsters present here to burn painfully. One of them shouts, "So this is the power of a sealer." They were scorching under the intense heat, and because of the pain, they began screaming that it was hurting too much. Just then, Su Qingying comes running there and shouts, asking, "Are they dead? If they're still alive, leave them." Hearing the voice from behind, our hero stops, and the moment he stops, all three gangsters collapse unconscious onto the ground. Then Su Qingying explains, "These people are key targets being closely monitored by the Spirit Association. The Spirit Association has already started registering all pioneers for proper management, especially people like them." Hearing this, our hero looks at the gangsters and says, "I don't like being disturbed. Next time, if you dare come provoke me again, it won't be this simple." Su Qingying looks at the three of them and angrily says, "You three are extremely lucky to still be alive." Soon an ambulance arrives and begins taking them away. Looking at them, Su Qingying continues speaking. "If this had happened 2 days earlier, the Spirit Association wouldn't have interfered in internal pioneer conflicts. If you were beaten to death, it would have been your own fault. The sealer spared your lives only for the sake of the Spirit Association." She continues angrily, "Learning this lesson isn't enough. You yourselves should know what punishments await you next." Then she thinks to herself, "A bunch of stupid pigs. What kind of people are these? How dare any of them come provoke the #1 pioneer officially recognized by the Spirit Association?" Just then Lin Yi asks Su Qingying, "Captain Su, I want to ask what punishment will they face?" Hearing Lin Yi's question, Su Qingying explains, "These people all have criminal records. Even if they're in the spirit creation realm, they'll still face life imprisonment. They should never dream of freedom or rights ever again. And inside prison, they will have to contribute whatever remaining value they have as pioneers." Hearing this, our hero thinks, this method, making full use of resources, not bad. Hearing his words, Su Qingying becomes extremely serious in her thoughts. "The man standing before me, he's the favored one of the Spirit Association, the future of the Xia Nation. Even though we hold him in such high regard, there are still so many brainless people whose spiritual power isn't even strong, yet they think they're powerful and rush forward to provoke him. Is our publicity still too low-key? No matter what, nurturing these strong pioneers and pouring resources into their growth is something the Spirit Association must do. We absolutely cannot let useless troublemakers ruin the good relationship we worked hard to build with Fangyi." Then she smiles and says, "Come, both of you. I'll take you to choose a new villa and a new car." And thinking to herself, this time, an example must be made. After this, Su Qingying begins showing property to our hero, explaining everything. "These are the 2 properties selected for you by the Spirit Association. This one is the top-floor luxury flat in the city center, with the best view, fully equipped and extremely convenient for life. The other is a highly private 3-story villa surrounded by mountains and water, perfect for cultivation. Both have premium interiors. You won't need to spend anything on renovation. You can move in directly. The properties were excellent, so our hero chooses both sets of properties. Then Su Kingying takes them to the car showroom and begins showing cars. While they are inside looking at the cars, some people outside the window glance at him and whisper, "That guy is something else. Even though he looks ordinary, his presence is undeniable. I noticed him instantly. I wonder which wealthy family he belongs to. Maybe he's buying a car for his girlfriend." Among these people, we see the girl who once misbehaved with our hero. Seeing him, she thinks, isn't that Kinlai's ex-boyfriend, the one who had someone from the military and the principal personally welcome him? Then she quickly clicks a photo and sends it to Chu Kingley. Seeing the photo, Chu Kingley says, "So what do I do? He's buying a car." Then she thinks, buying a car? Where did he get the money? Looks like this recent disaster in Tai City not only failed to kill him, but he even got lucky, became someone's pretty boy. Too bad. The gap between us isn't something you can cross so easily. It was there before, it's here now, and it will remain in the future. Once I reach the peak of the pioneer ranks, these material things will be meaningless, worthless trash. Fool. After this, our hero takes all his luggage and arrives at his new villa. Lin Yi is with him too. Seeing the new house, she becomes extremely excited and rushes inside. Looking at the interior, she gets even more excited because it's huge. And our hero says, "Not bad, wipe your drool." There's another one in the city center too. You can switch and live between the two. Then Lin Yi goes upstairs, and our hero thinks, finally, she looks like a child now. At last, she doesn't look like a little adult. In my previous life, even until I reincarnated, I had never met her. She must also have been a trusted pioneer. Just then, he receives a call from Galen. He picks it up and asks what happened. Galen says, "Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Association recently gifted you 2 houses. Their style is still the same as always." Hearing this, our hero says, "Actually, I think this habit isn't bad. They can keep it." Then Galen continues, "You don't have to speak for them. I know someone as powerful as you doesn't care about these worldly things. But for improving living conditions, nothing is a better reward than this right now. In some time, the spiritual fruits produced from the spiritual energy revival will be ready. I'll send you a batch to try. The gap between normal people and pioneers is the difference between having power and not having power. And that also represents the difference in their perspective. But someone like Fang Yi, a top-tier pioneer, is even more different from regular pioneers. Even the strategic resources of the Star God War Zone might not mean much to him." Then she says to our hero, "I have an internal mission. I hope you can come. I don't know if you're interested." Hearing this, our hero laughs and says, "So this is your real purpose, isn't it? Go ahead, tell me." Just then Galen asks, "Do you know the Tianbao building in Kang City?" Hearing this, our hero asks in surprise, "Isn't that the biggest shopping mall in Kang City?" Then Galen explains, "It was recently sealed off, causing an uproar among the people of Kang City. Yes, because of an abnormal invasion, many people died there. It has now become, in the truest sense, a ghost building. Tianbao Building, the landmark structure of Kang City, the comprehensive tower with the highest footfall. You could even say it is the very face of Kang City. However, in recent days, due to unusually frequent disturbances, many incidents have occurred. Kang City's spiritual association had no choice but to seal it off for handling." After this, we see our hero arriving here, greeting someone with a hello, as he explains that he has come on a mission from the Star God War Zone. A team was standing ahead, and as he moved closer to them, he looked at everyone and started thinking, "Galen said that for now, I shouldn't reveal my identity and cultivation level. I don't know the reason. Then I'll just leave it like this for now. Spiritual power detection can't sense their exact cultivation levels either. Looks like everyone is holding back. Judging by their uniforms, these 2 should be people sent from the military district." There were a total of 4 people standing in front, 2 boys and 2 girls. One of them looked at our hero and immediately said, "So it's you. Nice to meet you." The second person also greeted our hero with a hello. After seeing them, our hero once again started thinking. These two, the feeling they give off is very similar to Su Kingying. They should be from Kang City's spiritual association. Then, one of the girls in the team spoke politely. Officer Gallon has already informed us. After that, the second girl also added, we are from the Kang City Spiritual Association, and we will be acting together with you this time. Everyone got into the car, and the vehicle started moving. The man driving the car spoke while focusing on the road. Everyone, we will be temporary teammates this time. Although I still don't clearly know what your strengths are, everyone in the back sat completely serious and silent. The girl in the front seat spoke firmly. I think there's at least one thing we should all agree on once we go inside. We must help each other, right? Our hero, sitting in the back, was deep in thought with a serious expression. It seems the personnel this time are quite complicated. They really are pulling people from everywhere. Kang City is a well-known big city, yet the members of the spiritual association appear to be rather mixed in level. The boy sitting in the back glanced at our hero for a moment, then whispered to the girl beside him. Didn't Sister Lan say she invited a great Buddha to help us? Is it him? Hearing this, the girl replied softly, I'm not entirely sure either. He looks a bit thin, almost like a student. Then, thinking to herself, she continued, but he doesn't have any official bracelet on his hand, and his aura is restrained. I can't detect his exact strength. A powerhouse. Could he be the one who annihilated a disaster alone? The one who saved Tai City from destruction, the Burial Keeper? But could the Burial Keeper really be such a young student? Whether it's possessing 3 rare high-level attributes, or using the strength of a creation realm 1 star to eliminate the infinitely reproducing anomalous disaster, sealing the king of anomalies, and even breaking through on the spot, he has really piqued my interest. After this, the story shifts to the Star God War Zone Military Region office. Here, we see Galen. She receives a call. Picking it up, she says hello and introduces herself, explaining that she is speaking from the Star God Battle Zone. On the other end, an anxious voice says, Tianbao building has completely fallen. We can no longer contact the people we sent inside. The anomaly concentration above the building has already reached 12,000. The confirmed number of casualties is 53. Please take this seriously. Hearing this, Galen's expression tightens, and she thinks with concern. Has the development accelerated again? She then looks at the report, her face turning serious, and answers firmly, Rest assured, I will not treat this matter lightly. The people we are sending this time will not have any problems, I guarantee this. Since the mission has already been handed over to us, then do not ask further. This is the rule of the Star God War Zone. After this, the story shifts back to our hero, where they had already reached their Tianbao building location. The entire surrounding area was engulfed in dark abnormality energy. Looking upward, our hero's expression turned extremely serious as he thought. The situation is quite severe. The things inside here are not any weaker than the ones I encountered before. Just then, someone suddenly said, Look over there at the window. If I'm not wrong, those are most likely bloodstains. Hearing this, a girl spoke anxiously. As far as I know, the interior of Tianbao building is relatively narrow. The building has a total of 40 floors, making it the tallest structure in Kang City. More than 2,000 employees and guests once evacuated from inside. But before the building could be completely sealed, some people refused to cooperate, and the result is, many of them are still inside. Earlier, Kang City also sent a rescue team, but none of them came back. Everyone stood in front of the building, tense and worried, discussing the situation among themselves. The second girl in the team added, So the estimated casualty number of over 50 people is only a temporary figure. After all, no one knows what the situation inside really is. Our hero asked seriously, Are there still people inside you can contact? Then the first boy in the team replied, There shouldn't be any. Ever since the anomaly happened, no one inside has sent out any message. The second boy added in a troubled tone, On the second day of the building being sealed, I helped with the work outside. That day, the entire building looked like a dead structure. The originally brand new building looked like it had aged and decayed for decades. No human silhouettes could be seen from any window. It was all foggy. We tried using the windows as an entry point, and then, Then I saw pieces of corpses, half eaten by anomalies, falling out from the window. After that, the abnormal aura of the building grew heavier day by day. In less than a week, it has already become like this. Hearing this, our hero asked firmly, "You have no contact with the people inside, so the casualty numbers you have now are based on the corpses or body parts that fell out. King City Spiritual Association is handling this far too casually." In response, the boy shook his head helplessly and said, "But we really didn't have any other choice." Hearing this, our hero began thinking intensely. Although Kang City Spiritual Association has been far too sloppy with information gathering, there seems to be no other way. The number of deaths and injuries is definitely far more than this. To ordinary people, abnormalities are like higher dimensional predators. In a sealed environment, lambs waiting to be slaughtered cannot escape the palm of a vicious beast. After thinking this, he turned extremely serious and began walking forward as he said, "We won't waste any more time. We enter the building immediately. Some abnormalities evolve by devouring living humans. The higher the number of casualties, the more troublesome things inside will become." Right then, the first boy in the team grabbed his shoulder to stop him and said, "Wait, even though the military said we must follow your commands, you must at least tell us the strategic plan first." Our hero replied coldly, "What strategic plan? Right now we're going in completely blind. We'll go inside first and then discuss the plan." Then the second girl said, "Besides, you're not even part of the official team." The first boy added, "Everyone here has rich experience in handling abnormalities. As the commander, you should at least understand everyone's abilities, right?" The second boy scoffed and said, "See? I told you he hasn't received official training. He lacks experience in this field." But before he could finish, the second girl shouted at him, "This is not the time. Stop talking nonsense. He was recommended by Officer Yahello to help with this mission. You've all heard of Officer Yahello's level, haven't you?" After this, our hero walked forward toward the entrance and said firmly, "The biggest taboo before starting a mission is internal conflict. Anyone who doesn't want to go inside, stay out." Seeing him walk forward, the entire team followed behind him into the building. Inside, the scene was extremely terrifying. There were bloodstains everywhere. The team members looked around nervously, fear creeping into their expressions as they whispered about the strange sounds coming from deeper within. Suddenly, a monster came flying toward all of them. Our hero immediately used his fire ability, slashing the monster with his sword mid-air, eliminating it in a single strike. Seeing this powerful attack, every member of the team was shocked. Our hero picked up a piece of the monster's corpse, inspected it carefully, and said, "This is a bird combined with a gecko. With this level of mutation, it seems to have already eaten quite a lot of people." Hearing this, one of the girls trembled and said fearfully, "This isn't a plus-level abnormality." As soon as the team members hear the girl's words, all of them become shocked. Then another boy from the team speaks in surprise, "A plus level? That means Creation Realm 2-star. But I only just broke through to Creation Realm 1-star. The girl replies, "Yes, which means he could one-shot you with a single slash." Then that boy looks at our hero and asks anxiously, "Your blade, don't tell me you're really the burial sealer. And this blade, this is truly the Heavenly Fire 1 blade, isn't it? I really didn't expect, you really are the burial sealer." After all, in our impression, the burial sealer is a hidden expert who never separates from his blade. Hearing this, our hero says calmly, "After advancing, I fused the Tang blade with my spiritual power and modified it into a spirit weapon that I can summon and shape with spiritual power anytime. I believe I'm not the only one who can do this." Then he steps forward and says, "Let's hurry and not waste time." All team members follow behind him, whispering among themselves, "This is good, thank goodness you're our teammate." Inside, it was extremely dark, so our hero activated flames in his other hand and continued forward, with the team members behind him. As they proceeded, they passed through a staircase filled with bloodstains. Seeing this, our hero thought seriously, if the current situation is this tragic, the casualties are probably more than 500 people. Moving toward the basement, they reached a storage area, wondering if this place was also completely destroyed. Then the team's girl spoke. "There is clearly so much blood, but we haven't seen a single corpse. Anomalies like human flesh and blood, but they wouldn't leave absolutely nothing behind." Just then, a monster appeared behind them. The girl screamed, "Behind you!" Instantly, our hero attacked with fire and burned the monster to nothing. The first boy exclaimed in shock. "Another anomaly," our hero, now serious, said. "Don't you think something is wrong?" When asked what he meant, our hero explained, "Although these two anomalies are comparable to elite class, their numbers shouldn't be enough to stop rescue vanguards from escaping. This place is probably not the Tianbao building we're looking for." Hearing this, the team was stunned. Our hero continued, "All the bloodstains on the way, none of the stench or heaviness belongs to actual dead people. There is no trace of corpses." Then he thought to himself, "We're like headless flies right now. I need to test something." The girl then said, "Big brother is right. The whole place feels tragic, but this lifeless heaviness, it feels empty, hollow, like no living creature was ever here. Like a simple empty model." Our hero raised his hand and activated dark energy, saying, "If I'm correct, this entire place has been turned into an empty shell by the anomalies. And the place they actually exist in should be..." Instantly, he summoned the boundless dark realm. Everyone gasped. "Dark attribute?" At that moment, a notification appeared. "A similar dark attribute has been detected. Activate darkness inner data," the hero confirmed, and the boundless dark realm expanded. "The dark inner realm," the explanation continued, "is a space created by dark attribute. To enter it, you must find its door." Then our hero said, "To enter the real Tianbao building, we must find the door." The dark attribute affects people's minds and creates illusions, making them believe windows are escape routes. That's why those who escaped from the windows were already dead. The teen girl replied in shock. "They were already killed by the dark attribute inside the inner realm. So now we have to find the door you mentioned." Suddenly, another warning appeared. "Dark inner realm detected a similar existence. Dark inner realm has appeared." A powerful dark energy attack rushed toward the team. As it neared, everyone was affected. One gasped, "I'm being attacked by dark attribute. Why isn't my protection working?" Another clutched his head. "My head hurts. Something is trying to come out of my brain." Our hero immediately created a protection shield to save them. The dark energy struck and scattered around the shield, allowing the team to breathe again. The girl sighed, "I'm okay now." The boy added, "That was dark attribute attacking us? And the burial sealer, he's completely unaffected." Another member said, "He saved us. Before the dark attribute even hit us directly, we were already overwhelmed." The first girl added, "Without him, we wouldn't have survived long." At that moment, our hero formed a powerful fire attack and launched it toward the dark attribute. The flames tore through the darkness. Then he drew his sword and slashed toward it, shouting, "So you're here!" A surge of dark energy erupted, shocking the team. As it dissipated, a mysterious door appeared in front of them. Holding his fire-coated sword, the hero stepped toward the chamber and said, "Everyone stay close. Don't separate." He created a fire protection shield and everyone stepped inside. Slowly, they moved inward. Terrifying dark energy attacked them, but the shield protected them. Everyone was frightened. After walking for some time, they reached the center and the sight ahead stunned them. Countless corpses and bloodstains filled the area. The place was overflowing with dead bodies, only human corpses and pools of blood everywhere. In just a short while, monsters begin surrounding them from all directions. Across the entire area, one after another, monsters start flying toward them. The flying monsters hover above everyone, and when they see our hero's team, all of them look excited. One says, "He's mine," while another says, "No, he's my prey, I will eat him." And as they shout this, all of them together stretch out their claws toward our hero's team party, rushing forward to attack. Seeing the monsters coming from the front, the boy in the team becomes completely shocked and says, "It's another A+ class dark abnormal. This is insane." Everyone was scared, and the abnormal monsters increased their speed, charging forward with full force. At this moment, our hero creates powerful fire energy and launches it toward the approaching monsters. The attack hits the monster, and although the monster gets injured, it still comes charging toward our hero to attack. But our hero dodges quickly, immediately draws his sword, and while moving forward, attacks the incoming monsters, cutting down 3 to 4 more monsters with his sword's fire energy as he advances. As soon as the attack lands, our hero's fire erupts violently across the entire area. taking a terrifying form and burning every monster present, reducing them to ashes. Everyone in the team is stunned seeing this. Both girls in the team watch in shock and think, what an incredibly powerful fire attribute. Those dark abnormals melted instantly. From the beginning until now, he hasn't needed us to help even once. Just then, the first girl asks our hero. I feel like inside his fire attribute, there is another type of flame mixed in, something like the explosion of molten lava. Our hero says nothing and moves ahead. He activates his fire energy on the human corpses lying there and says, these abnormals harm people. You all were innocent. These abnormals will be buried along with you. But letting you walk the afterlife road with these beasts, that still feels unfair to you. And saying this, he burns all of them with his fire. Seeing this, the second boy in the team says, trembling, one strike cremation, as expected of the burial sealer. His name truly lives up to the legend. Then our hero becomes completely serious and tells them, since you've come inside, you should at least do something. You all will search for survivors and rescue people. Leave the remaining abnormals to me. The first floor has already been cleared. Next, I'll continue moving upward. Saying this, he starts climbing up. The real Tianbao building now, the inner world of darkness, had already been fully occupied by abnormals. On the 10th floor, after massive slaughter and feeding, their levels continued rising, and at this point every monster had at least the power of Creation Realm 1 star. Except for the change in environment, the strength and abilities of the abnormals hadn't changed in any special way. Our hero kept moving upward, killing every monster on his path. Step by step, he had already reached the 15th floor. The scene on the 15th floor wasn't much different. There were many human corpses lying along the path. Arriving there, our hero says, this floor, it feels so cold and gloomy. The dark attribute energy is already penetrating my spiritual energy barrier. Just then, the boy in the team notices something on one of the corpses and says tensely, there's something moving on these bodies. This thing is corrosive, everyone be careful. Don't inhale these hairs into your lungs. While they are saying this, a strange creature, something like a centipede, but much bigger, slowly crawls above them, dripping blood. Our hero senses it immediately. The monster, seeing the 5 of them, prepares to attack. Suddenly, the monster shoots tentacle-like attacks toward them. All the attacks pass around our hero, and in that moment, he draws his sword and begins spinning it. The tentacle attacks coming toward him get destroyed by the spinning blade. The monster then dives down with full speed and starts circling in front of our hero. Our hero lifts his sword, and without wasting any more time, activates fire energy on it and says, trying to stall time so you can evolve? That won't happen. He immediately launches a powerful attack. The powerful fire energy rushes toward the monster, and seeing it, the monster gets terrified, but the fire engulfs it, burning it completely. Watching it burn, our hero says, I overestimated you. I thought you had the strength of Creation Realm 3 star. I expected at least a little resistance. Just then, a team member hears a sound. Hearing it, he calls out from a distance, who's there? A door opens slightly. As soon as it opens, our hero says, this is a survivor. In front, the elevator door opens and someone is standing there, who immediately asks, Are you all pioneers? He points inside, and there are 4 more people inside. Then the man says, here, there are 5 of us alive. Seeing them, our hero thinks, I don't know why there's a hidden private room here. It looks like a secret storage room of some major brand store. These survivors look completely terrified. Then he smiles and says, it's all right now. We're here to rescue you. The second boy in the team walks toward them with a smile and says, we're from the Kangxi Spiritual Association. All the monsters outside have already been killed by us. You're safe now, come out quickly. The survivor says something, but the teen boy doesn't understand and asks, what are you saying? The survivor, trembling, says, killed? So many terrifying monsters. You killed them all with a single strike. After this, we see the outside of the building. Many people had gathered there, and they all belonged to the external monitoring unit of Kang City. Some were from the research team, analyzing the data, and one of them said, this time, unlike before, we might actually have hope. Another said, that's right. On every floor, we can see the fire of the burial sealer's spiritual power. Even though we can't contact them, We can finally detect faint spiritual power waves. At that moment, something appears on one person's device, and he reports, the latest detected spiritual energy waves are located on the 40th floor. Hearing this, another person asks, what? The 40th floor? How long has it been since they went inside? The first one replies, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The burial sealer needed only 9 minutes and 56 seconds to sweep his way to the top of Tianbao building. This news, it will shock the entire pioneer community of Kang City. Just then, an explosion erupts from the building. The researcher continues speaking in even greater shock. No, it's not over yet. It's been detected. The top floor has burst with S-class abnormal pollution levels. Meanwhile, inside the building, our hero had climbed several more floors. And at this moment, standing before him was a bone-type bird, the king of abnormals, the bone bird. Seeing it, our hero looks serious and says, so, you're here, king of abnormalities. The bone bird, which was the king of abnormalities, stood before our hero, and the two glared at each other with burning anger. Immediately, both our hero and the bone bird rushed forward to attack at the same time. While charging toward it, our hero was thinking, even though this king of abnormalities is just a skeletal bird, those worm-like creatures that look like parasites on its body are actually also a part of its real body. I can't let my guard down. As he got a little closer, he pulled out his sword from a distance and struck at the bone bird. The attack was powerful and shot straight at the bone bird. However, just before the hero's attack could land at the perfect spot, the bone bird raised its skeleton-like wings to shield itself and blocked the strike. After enduring the impact, the bone bird glared back at our hero furiously. Seeing this from below, the team members standing there stared in shock and exclaimed, the king of abnormalities, even the grave sealer can't handle it? No, we have to step in, someone else shouted. What's the point of us stepping in? Who can possibly defeat it? But on the other side, our hero spoke with absolute seriousness. You pretentious monster, this little test ends here. And instantly, he activated his electric power. The moment his electric power awakened, thunder rumbled throughout the area. Our hero once again pulled out his sword and got ready to attack. This time, his sword carried a mix of fire and electricity, and he launched it straight at the bone bird with full speed. The strike was deadly so intense that the moment he unleashed it, the entire attack, wrapped in roaring lightning, crashed directly into the bone bird. The bone bird writhed in agony as the attack hit, but our hero didn't stop. He prepared for a second strike, anger burning in his eyes, and snapped. Stop screaming. You're making way too much noise. Then, slashing right down the middle, he shouted, weren't you supposed to be able to fight back? If you get wiped out this easily, you don't deserve to call yourself the king of abnormalities. Even if you turned the entire Tianbao building into your feeding ground, your strength is nothing compared to that bad calamity. As he spoke, our hero continued to strike relentlessly with his blade, talking through his attacks. I think you should also taste the kind of pain where all you can do is wait for death. Seeing the onslaught, the girl standing in the team gasped. I take back what I said earlier. This is completely one-sided. The boy beside her stammered. Too terrifying. He's toying with the king of abnormalities. This is the king of abnormalities. How did this grave sealer even appear in Tai City? If only someone like him belonged to our team. Another girl in the team spoke with a deeply serious expression. Every slash he delivers is like it's calculated with utmost precision. From left to right, from outside to inside, perfectly symmetrical, not even a hair's width off. From beginning to end, he hasn't attacked the bone bird's skull even once. This bone bird, forget being a threat, it doesn't even have the ability to fight back or struggle. Their power levels aren't even comparable. He has already become stronger than the king of abnormalities itself. While they were speaking, our hero continued his relentless assault on the bone bird. By now, the bone bird was in terrible shape. Our hero had delivered so many strikes that more than half of its bones had shattered. The creature could only scream in pain. Then our hero yelled furiously, still trying to heal? Do you think I'm playing around with you? As he spoke, he began forming powerful lightning, coating it over his sword. With blistering speed, he lunged toward the bone bird and unleashed a devastating strike. The moment that powerful lightning hit the bone bird, it tore straight through the building and shot upward into the sky. Thunder roared across the entire area, and with it, rain began pouring down. Within moments, the area that had been wrapped in abnormal energy started clearing up, and the sky slowly shifted from darkness back to light. Outside, the researcher team, staring at their devices filled with abnormality data, exclaimed, "It's over. The king of abnormalities' energy is fading." Someone else added, "Unbelievable. What kind of pioneer is he? He's on a completely different level from the ones in our Kang City." Another researcher said, "So this is the difference between us and the top-tier prodigies. I finally understand now. There's always someone beyond the strongest, a sky beyond the sky." People around them continued to discuss. "I heard that the S-grade abnormal invasion in Tai City was officially classified as Sacrificial King's Hell. The Calamity Cocoon body was sealed, and all the remaining methods and details were locked in Tai City's top-secret archives. But this legendary case, no one will ever be able to recreate it. The Bone Bird, who was the king of abnormalities, had already been destroyed. After destroying it, our hero turned to his team and said, 'The Bone Bird is dead, and the dark inner realm has faded. You can now contact the outside world and report the situation.' Hearing him, the team's girl immediately made a call and began reporting the situation anxiously. 'Calling, this is Song Yu. I am reporting the current situation. The Tianbao building incident has been successfully resolved, and all abnormalities have been eliminated. Yes, thanks to the Grave Sealer, we were able to complete the mission smoothly. We hope the Kang City Spiritual Association can cooperate with us and express their gratitude to Tai City and the Grave Sealer for their support.' Just as our hero was about to leave after finishing his work, the girl suddenly heard something from the other side of the call and, shocked, loudly asked, 'Kang City's captain? The one who was just elected today. What is he coming here for? Our mission is already completed. Why is he arriving so late?' A voice from the other end replied, hesitant and nervous, 'It's because he heard that Tai City's Grave Sealer came here. We tried to persuade him not to cause trouble, but a strong and confident forerunner like him, he won't listen.' Hearing this, the girl burst out angrily, 'What is wrong with you people? This mission was already transferred to the military zone, and the Star God Battle Zone invited Tai City's captain with full honor. We must be responsible for Tai City's captain. Right now, we need to escort Tai City's captain away. Kang City's Spiritual Association and their captain have unclear intentions. This is a provocation to the authority of the military zone. The Grave Sealer is the most important captain jointly appointed by the Star God Battle Zone and Tai City's Spiritual Association. Whoever dares to provoke him must face the consequences.' On the other side, our hero had already exited the building. He suddenly felt someone approaching and, sensing the presence, he looked up at the sky and said calmly, 'So fast? He's already here.' Someone was descending directly from the sky at full speed, holding a sword and rushing towards our hero. Hearing our hero's words, the person shouted, 'I am Yu Fengjiang, captain of Kang City. You are the Grave Sealer from Tai City.' Hearing this, our hero glared back and asked coldly, 'So what if I am?' Then, becoming completely serious, he thought, 'A wind attribute forerunner? This is my first time encountering one. This man acts high and mighty, but he's deliberately hiding part of his spiritual power. He must be at least in the spirit creation realm.' Yu Fengjiang approached rapidly with his sword, and our hero immediately drew his own blade. The moment Yu Fengjiang struck, our hero countered with equal force. Both attacks clashed mid-air and stopped each other. Then Yu Fengjiang stepped back a little, looked at our hero, and thought arrogantly, 'This Grave Sealer, he's just a young brat. Perfect. I'll use him to establish the prestige of the Yu family.' He then smiled and said politely, 'First of all, thank you for helping Kang City resolve the Tianbao building crisis. But you, as Tai City's captain, coming all the way to Kang City, isn't that crossing the line? Young man, you must understand the rules of the world. Respect for seniors.' Hearing this nagging tone, our hero replied seriously, 'When I arrived, Kang City didn't even have a captain. The military zone entrusted me to help resolve the abnormality here. So tell me, what exactly does a freshly appointed captain like you want from me?' The moment he heard this, Yu Fengjiang smiled as if lecturing a child and said, 'Don't be nervous, young man. You're still too easily agitated. My Yu family has a good reputation. I harbor no ill will toward you. I've always respected exceptional talents like you.' But then, as he spoke, he activated spiritual power in both his hands, wind energy swirling in one hand and dark-type energy forming in the other. Smirking arrogantly, he continued, "However, I'd like to borrow your blade for a moment. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Kang City." Hearing this, our hero let out a short, sharp laugh. Borrow? Then, without hesitation, he activated fire energy in his sword and slammed it into the ground. A massive surge of fiery power exploded upward toward the sky. Seeing this terrifying blast, Yu Fengyang finally panicked. Flames wrapped around our hero like a raging inferno. Then our hero, burning with fury, shouted, "I'll borrow your entire family." Seeing Yu Fengyang's insolence, our hero becomes extremely furious and immediately pulls out his sword. Activating his fire energy, he says to him, "You and your entire family will regret this." And the moment he says that, he instantly unleashes a powerful attack with his sword. The fire energy mixed sword tears through the ground and surges toward Yu Fengyang with full speed. Seeing this attack, Yu Fengyang laughs while dodging it and says to our hero, "Alright then, this fight is going to be very interesting." Meanwhile, the team that had been formed for this mission also rushes out of the building and runs toward the scene. One of the girls, shouting loudly, says, "As soon as the fight started, the nearby signal got disrupted again. We need to quickly inform the military district. You all should also notify your superiors, and we need to send these survivors back." They all reach close to our hero, and he speaks in a completely serious tone. "I'm giving you 10 minutes, if you don't want to lose your captain." Hearing this, one of the boys in the team immediately asks our hero, "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening us?" Before he can finish his words, the girl behind him quickly covers his mouth with her hand and says to our hero, Yes, we understand." Right after that, all of them start running away from the area. Another girl, running alongside, complains angrily, "This Yu Fengyang, he just got elected and he's already causing trouble for us. Hurry up and go back to call for reinforcements." The team's boy also joins in, saying, "If you ask me, we should really teach that grave sealer a lesson. Our Kang City is the third strongest in the entire country. Now, in the whole area, only our hero and Yu Fengyang remain." Just then, our hero immediately activates his electric power and, looking completely serious, says, "Now everything depends on fate." Saying that, he launches several electric-type attacks toward Yu Fengyang. The attacks rush forward at full speed. Seeing them coming, Yu Fengyang quickly tries to block them and laughs, saying, "That's quite a boast. If you want to kill me, then show me what you're truly capable of." He is still dodging the thunder attacks when suddenly our hero appears behind him with powerful fire energy, ready to strike. Feeling our hero behind him, Yu Fengyang stiffens. His face goes pale as shock hits him. He tries to turn his neck to look at our hero, and right at that moment, a massive explosion erupts across the area. The blast was so intense it echoed throughout the entire zone. The moment the attack lands, Yu Fengyang is pushed back slightly. Enduring the overwhelming power of the strike, he starts thinking, "So terrifying, what was that feeling just now? Such extreme yang energy, such explosive force, strange, why is my body feeling fear?" Right in front of him, our hero stands shrouded in blazing fire energy, glaring at him with fury. Our hero then says in a deep, serious voice, "My full power. You won't last even 10 minutes to see it." Hearing this, Yu Fengyang smiles and starts laughing. As expected, that blade is the new weapon secretly developed by the Spiritual Association. Our hero listens to him with a stern expression as Yu Fengyang continues speaking seriously. A spirit weapon contains terrifying elemental force. Once forged, a single strike is enough to split mountains and cut through seas. They've actually succeeded in creating one, and the only existing piece was given to this brat. But no problem. This proves my trip here was not a waste. This spirit weapon must become mine. Saying that, he immediately releases his energy. Purple light bursts out from his body as Yu Fengyang laughs and continues, "This little brat, only at Spirit Forging Realm 2-star, better hand that blade over willingly. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you and take it myself." "No, still not enough. Didn't I say, I want you to unleash your full power?" After this, the story shifts to Teishi Spiritual Association, where we see Su Qingying and the others. People around her are talking among themselves, saying, "What? The captain of Kang City encountered our Taishi captain? At that moment, Su Qingying also asks the senior, wasn't the Grave Sealer invited by the Star God Warzone to go to Kang City to help resolve the abnormality? What exactly does King Mu City mean by this? Hearing this, the senior becomes slightly serious and says, this matter is no small issue. It involves not only the associations of 2 prefecture-level cities, even the Star God Warzone will have to intervene. Just then, someone approaches from behind and whispers into the senior's ear that the confrontation has already begun in that area. As soon as the senior hears this, he asks, what are you saying? Then, becoming stern, he continues, well then, Kang City, have we contacted them? What did they say? If we stop this within 10 minutes, the situation can still be salvaged. The man replies, we contacted them, but they said that as the 3rd strongest city in the country, the captain they selected being the pride of Kang City might not necessarily lose. Hearing this, everyone explodes in anger. What? They're completely looking down on our Taishi. The senior slams his hand on the table and shouts, idiots, a bunch of idiots. Those short-sighted fools of Kang City, do they really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal? Su Qingying then looks at the man who whispered into the senior's ear and says calmly, maybe they're not idiots, maybe they're simply confident. What cultivation level is that person at? The man answers seriously, it is said that he has just stepped into the threshold of Spirit Forging Realm 3-star. He comes from one of the major families of Kang City. Kang City has provided every cultivation resource he needed. The senior responds sternly, Spirit Forging Realm 3-star, so what? The Grave Sealer not only possesses multiple extreme high-level attributes, but his actual strength has already far surpassed his apparent realm. The Kang City Spiritual Association has never personally experienced the hell of the Sacrifice King. They don't understand the meaning of the word Grave Seal. That Kang City captain will not only lose. After this, the story shifts back to our hero, who is now attacking Yu Fengyang with punches. Hitting him repeatedly, he says, hurry up and end this now. Yu Fengyang is beaten so badly that his condition has become miserable. Blood drips from his mouth as he endures our hero's relentless attacks, dodging a few while thinking seriously, what's happening? Why can't this flame sword technique cut through? My spiritual power disappears instantly, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Is there truly a technique in this world that can nullify an opponent's sword art? Our hero looks at him and says, we've already arrived. Hearing this, Yu Fengyang turns around in confusion. When he sees the Lingxi building behind him, he freezes in shock. We reached the Lingxi building. I didn't even notice how I ended up here. Our hero stares at him seriously and says, considering the reputation of Taishi and the military district, I still want to give you one last chance. The moment he says this, he attacks Yu Fengyang with a kick, sending him falling downward. Then our hero forms a sword-type attack and says, but since someone is hiding like a turtle and refuses to show up, I'll have to make things clearer. He then begins attacking Yu Fengyang again with his sword. The people standing below witness everything. They begin talking among themselves. One person looked up and said, what's happening up there? Another person squinted at the sky and asked, what is that burning light? A third person wiped sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, wait a minute, doesn't it suddenly feel really hot? The temperature is rising. Someone else gasped in shock, oh my god, someone must be having a magical battle. A person standing nearby pointed at the glow and said, I think I've seen that fiery glow before in the news from a nearby city. And finally, another person shouted excitedly, I told you, all that stuff happening online is real. Spiritual energy revival is truly happening. Meanwhile, our hero, after attacking Yu Fengyang several more times, says to him, you still have 5 minutes left. Weren't you the one who told me to show my full power? Yu Fengyang stares at him nervously. Our hero slashes again and says, why is it that with only 30% of my power, you're already in such a sorry state? The attack rushes toward Yu Fengyang at full force. Terrified, Yu Fengyang watches it approach and thinks, what does this mean? This isn't even his full strength? Impossible, he's clearly only at Spirit Forging Realm 2-star. Fear consumes him. The moment the attack lands, he is blasted far away with terrifying momentum. The story then shifts to Shen City Spiritual Association Headquarters Observation and Communication Room, where everyone gathers around the monitor, shocked by the detection of such powerful energy. Suddenly someone shouts, "We've detected a massive energy surge in the Xia Nation. The exact location is the Kang City Spiritual Association building. Attention energy levels are continuing to rise." Another person staring at the screen exclaims, "This isn't dark attribute. Dark attribute energy doesn't have this frequency." Someone beside him shouts, "What is happening in Kang City? We haven't received any anomaly invasion reports from them. If it's not an anomaly battle, then could it be?" Before he can finish, someone bursts into the room, shouting at the senior present, "Sir, we received a message from Taishi Spiritual Association. The ones fighting inside Kang City right now are Kang City's newly appointed captain, Divine Blade, and the Taishi captain, Grave Sealer, who came to help resolve the anomaly. Divine Blade covets the weapon of the Taishi captain. Taishi's captain refused, so Divine Blade has already tried to kill him." Hearing this, the senior roars, "Kang City is out of their minds. Warn them immediately. Tell them to stop at once. Otherwise, every high-ranking member of the Kang City Spiritual Association remove them all." People scramble out of the room, shouting, "We must send people there immediately. This is a major incident for the entire Spiritual Association." Just then, the door opens and a girl enters. She says, "I think it would be better if I went myself." This girl is the pioneer of the Spirit Association headquarters, codename Sea Mystic, real name Guyuru. The fight between our hero and Yu Fengyong was so terrifying that everyone in the city was watching. Under our hero's relentless attacks, Yu Fengyong was being pushed backward at full speed. Inside one of the buildings ahead, a small girl witnessed the scene and said to her mother, "Mom, look, a broken star." At that very moment, Yu Fengyong was hurled straight into the building. Inside, the girl's mother immediately covered her daughter's eyes and said firmly, "That's enough. Stop looking. Let's go." Just then, the woman's husband rushed in and said anxiously, "Kang City can't be stayed in anymore. We must leave immediately for Shen City. It should be safer there." Hearing this, the woman asked nervously, "Do you really think it's like what's spreading online? That the whole world is changing?" The family hurriedly abandoned the building and began fleeing. As they ran, the little girl looked back at the burning building outside and cried, "Mom, I'm really scared." Her mother held her tightly and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, baby. There will definitely be a way out." The husband shouted in panic, "Hurry! If we don't leave now, this building will collapse too." 1 minute before Yu Fengyong crashed into the building, he had been desperately trying to block our hero's fireball-like attack. However, the flames unleashed by our hero were far too powerful. They scorched Yu Fengyong's body, burning and injuring him severely. Blood flowed from Yu Fengyong's mouth as he screamed furiously, "Feng Zhangzhe, know when to stop, or else the Yu family will never let you go. The Kang City Spiritual Association won't let you go either." The entire area was glowing in blazing flames due to our hero's attack. Inside the Spiritual Association building, several members of the Kang City Spiritual Association began shouting in panic, "Feng Zhangzhe, how can he be this reckless? He dares to attack the Kang City Spiritual Association. This is outright bullying with strength." Another shouted, "Quick, go support Captain Divine Blade. He can't hold on much longer." Someone else yelled urgently, "Captain Feng Zhangzhe from Tai City, immediately stop these extreme actions near the Kang City Spiritual Association." Our hero stood right in front of the building. Someone pointed at him and shouted, "Divine Blade is the captain of Kang City. If you lay a hand on him, you're provoking the entire Kang City Spiritual Association." Another person yelled furiously, "We will never tolerate such behavior. Be prepared to bear the consequences." Hearing this, our hero spoke coldly, "So this is the attitude of the Kang City Spiritual Association?" He raised his sword into the air, gathering fiery energy, and continued, "You ignore the captain who came from Tai City to provide support. Since both are captains, perhaps you believe your Kang City captain is stronger, so you didn't even bother stepping in to stop this." A gigantic attack had already taken shape. The people inside the building were utterly shocked. Our hero's flames engulfed more than half of the structure. Then, staring directly at Yu Fengyong, he said, "However, I'm afraid you've misjudged badly. With your level, you think you can take the blade in my hand?" At this moment, Yu Fengyong was gravely injured. Blood poured from his mouth, and he was gasping for breath. Our hero hurled his fire-wrapped sword toward him and declared, "Then try it." Let's see if you can catch it. Seeing the attack coming, Yu Fengyang burst into laughter. Laughing wildly, he said, "Do you know what's best for you? You really are sensible." He raised his hand to intercept the sword and continued arrogantly. The Kang City Spiritual Association is utterly useless. Such a powerful spirit weapon was actually developed by Tai City first. A treasure like this can only belong to me. Watching him laugh like a madman, our hero thought to himself, I will never understand the mentality of these so-called pioneers. Because they gain extraordinary power, they believe anything they desire can be taken through plunder and slaughter. In the end, these pioneers are no different from aberrations. When too many people like this exist, they become one of the key factors in humanity's destruction. And this Kang City Spiritual Association indulging such people and doing nothing must be dealt with. Then the attack struck. The moment it collided with Yu Fengyang, it transformed into a colossal inferno. The massive attack crashed directly onto the Spiritual Association building, engulfing it entirely and destroying it. As the structure collapsed under the flames, our hero said coldly, I forgot to tell you this Tang blade isn't some spirit weapon forged by the Spiritual Association. It is my exclusive weapon, personally forged by me. It recognizes only one master me. Inside the collapsing building, people screamed and fled in terror. Some cried out, someone help us, save us. Others shouted in fear, oh God, did Captain Divine Blade die? Someone else screamed in disbelief, wasn't Feng Zhangge only at Creation Spirit Realm 2-star? Others argued frantically, Yu Fengyang was a whole realm above him. Amid the chaos stood Wang Zhong, the head of the Kang City Spiritual Association. His face twisted with rage as he clenched his teeth, thinking, Divine Blade Yu Fengyang is the only 3-star Creation Spirit Realm powerhouse in Kang City. With exceptional talent and concentrated resources, he would have touched the Vajra realm in just one more month. With his talent and his status as the inheritor of the U-School Blade technique, he ranked among the top 5 captains in all of Xian Nation. Yet, he's completely no match for this Feng Zhangge. Feng Zhangge has long surpassed the level of an ordinary captain. This man possesses the power to slaughter an entire city. After destroying Yu Fengyang, our hero stepped forward with his sword, standing before everyone. The moment they saw him, people collapsed to the ground in terror. Wang Zhong also fell, trembling. The man beside him stammered, what do we do now? Is he really going to bury the entire Kang City Spiritual Association with him? Another begged in fear, Captain from Tai City, please show mercy. This was all our fault. At that moment, a helicopter flew into the area. The pilot urgently reported, a pure and extremely powerful Yang attribute energy detected ahead. The flames near the Kang City Spiritual Association are weakening and showing signs of extinguishing. Inside the helicopter stood a woman named Gu Yuru. Looking down at the scene below, she said solemnly, weakening? I'm afraid we're already too late. I can feel it. His strength is far beyond imagination. Could he really destroy the 3rd largest city directly? She immediately activated her water attribute power. Massive drops of water poured down from the sky like a torrential rain, crashing onto the burning building and gradually extinguishing the flames. As Gu Yuru suppressed the fire, she said calmly, he's already at a national-level pioneer. Even so, this can be considered him holding back. Seeing Gu Yuru in the sky, Wang Zhong became ecstatic and shouted, look, headquarters has arrived. Hearing this, our hero looked up at the sky. Seeing Gu Yuru standing on the helicopter, he thought seriously, a water attribute pioneer. This pure power is far stronger than Yu Fengyang's. Among all the pioneers I've encountered, she's among the very best. Gu Yuru, staring at our hero, was equally serious. Such domineering and violent high-level fire attribute spiritual energy, Yang attribute, heavenly flame attribute. What other power am I failing to see? No wonder he possesses city slaughtering capability. If he hadn't withdrawn the flames himself, my rainfall might not have extinguished the remaining fire. Her gaze then fell on our hero's spirit weapon, and she was visibly shocked. Wait, that Tang blade-style spirit weapon. The purity and fusion of its power based on my understanding of the Tai City Spiritual Association. Their weapon development is nowhere near this level. There's only one possibility. This weapon was forged by him personally. At that moment, Wang Zhong shouted angrily from behind. Was it really necessary to go this far, Feng Zhangge? Headquarters has arrived now. How do you plan to explain this to us? Our hero replied coldly, I gave you 10 minutes. But after receiving the message, you never gave me any explanation. Turning slightly, he released his fiery energy and said with killing intent, so that means you also believe your Kang City captain deserved to die. And remember this, if you ever dare speak to me like that again, I'll kill you all as well. At that instant, Gu Yuru leapt down from the helicopter and told him to stop. Our hero stared at her seriously. Seeing this, Wang Zhong laughed inwardly, thinking, that's right. Headquarters has to consider public opinion. No matter how strong this Feng Zhang is, if a Tai City captain killing a Kang City captain can be brushed aside without consequence, won't captains everywhere lose faith? How would the associations be managed then? Gu Yuru faced our hero and said, it's nice to meet you. My name is Gu Yuru. Wang Zhong grew even more excited. What's more, the Kang City Spiritual Association has been destroyed to this extent, and this Feng Zhang is still being arrogant. Headquarters should teach him a lesson now. Gu Yuru then said solemnly to our hero, I am also from the headquarters, the Sea Mystic. This incident was the Spiritual Association's failure. She then bowed deeply and said, I sincerely apologize. Headquarters will give you an explanation. Our hero watched her silently, his expression unreadable. Wang Zhong froze in shock, utterly confused, unable to understand what had just happened. Seeing the person sent from headquarters apologizing to our hero, Wang Zhong is extremely shocked. His body starts trembling, and in disbelief he thinks to himself, what? The Sea Profound One is apologizing to him? Meanwhile, Gu Yuru is still standing in front of our hero with her head lowered in an apologetic posture, thinking to herself, this negotiation represents the headquarters' attitude toward the burial sealer. Appeasement, reconciliation, rewards. There must absolutely be no more conflicts. As for the Kang City Spiritual Association. At the same time, the people of the Kang City Spiritual Association are utterly stunned by this scene. The two people standing beside Wang Zhong are terrified. One of them says in disbelief, is it really over just like that? No matter what, the captain of Kang City was burned alive. Does this really not count as internal conflict? The other one also speaks up. The headquarters representative didn't even question responsibility and is even saying they'll give him an explanation. Standing between them, Wang Zhong watches all of this in extreme fear, completely shaken. Our hero is also silently observing the scene. After apologizing to our hero, Gu Yuru walks toward the organization members. As she approaches, she thinks to herself, their dissatisfaction doesn't matter. The Kang City Spiritual Association's captain, Divine Blade, intended to harm the burial sealer and threatened his life. Arrogant beyond measure, repaying kindness with hostility toward the help from Tai City's Spiritual Association and the Star God War Zone. At that time, why didn't they think about stopping internal conflict and minimizing losses? A bunch of self-important fools. She walks straight up to Wang Zhong and asks him, who is the person in charge of the Kang City Spiritual Association? Hearing this, Wang Zhong raises his hand and says nervously, I am. Gu Yuru then says to him, you have 3 days to pacify the people of Kang City and come up with appropriate public relations reasons to temporarily suppress public opinion. Hearing this, Wang Zhong replies in fear, all right, we understand. At that moment, Gu Yuru suddenly speaks in an extremely serious and angry tone. After 3 days, all of you will be removed from your current positions. Headquarters will soon send people to take over Kang City. As soon as they hear this, everyone is terrified. Gu Yuru continues, remember, if you do nothing during these 3 days, then when the time comes, you will bear the consequences yourselves. Hearing this, our hero is also slightly shocked and thinks to himself, the Spiritual Association headquarters actually dismissed all the personnel of the Kang City Spiritual Association. I didn't expect them to make such a decisive move. This really exceeded my expectations. This time, headquarters must clearly show its stance and make it widely known. Anyone who provokes the burial sealer will end up just like the Kang City Spiritual Association and Yu Fengyan. After taking action against the organization, Gu Yuru looks toward our hero and says, burial sealer, I wonder if this method of handling things satisfies you. But rest assured, in the future, the Spiritual Association headquarters will absolutely not allow such incidents to happen again. Anyone who provokes you is provoking the headquarters itself. Hearing her words, our hero replies, I don't care how you deal with them. What I'm more curious about is how you plan to suppress public opinion. Guyuru then says, are you wondering whether public opinion in Tai City and Kang City regarding the spiritual energy revival can still be suppressed? Right now, extraordinary events are occurring frequently across the world, and disasters caused by anomalies are continuously emerging. In truth, many people have already guessed most of it. But the reason it hasn't been made public is because the time isn't right yet. She continues, if it were made public now, the world situation would change instantly. Chaos would begin from within and rapidly shatter the fragile surface that is still being maintained. If Tai City hadn't had your existence back then, the era of spiritual energy revival in Xia Nation might have already begun on the day Tai City was destroyed by the King of Anomalies. She adds, or if it weren't for Elder Wu of the Star God War Zone, we would have entered the spiritual energy revival era even earlier and faster, catching all ordinary people completely off guard. Listening to this, our hero thinks seriously, so that's how it is. A small group falling into chaos is better than everyone falling into chaos together. As he recalls his own people, he continues thinking, if we want to continue maintaining the illusion of equality and peaceful livelihoods, we need those pioneers who, after the spiritual energy revival, can stand above billions of ordinary people to face the crisis head-on. He thinks further, no wonder many pioneers are eager to move and want to create even greater chaos. Xia Nation's strong insistence on suppressing public opinion not only restrains pioneers from causing conflicts, but also limits the spread of anomalies. It also allows ordinary people to transition smoothly into the spiritual energy revival era. However, without sufficiently powerful pioneers working together, this simply cannot be achieved. After thinking through everything, our hero looks serious and says to Guyuru, it seems that it truly has reached a point where delay is no longer an option. As he says this, he thinks again, at my current spirit creation realm level, although I've already resolved one natural disaster and bought Tai City some time, it's still far from enough. Hearing his words, Guyuru says, you still have matters to attend to, don't you? We will arrange a dedicated aircraft to send you back to Tai City. However, I would like to trouble you for a moment longer. What follows is my personal request and does not represent the Spiritual Association headquarters. Then, smiling while thinking seriously, she thinks to herself, so young, yet possessing the power to destroy a city, and also having the character to shoulder great responsibility. Tai City having such talent is truly enviable. I'm really very curious. Our hero then says to her, see, profound one, there's no need to be polite. Please speak. Guyuru extends her hand toward him and says, in the name of Guyuru alone, not as the sea profound one, I would like to befriend you. May I? After this, the story shifts to the Star Gold War Zone, where we see Galen. She is visibly tense. A military officer standing in front of her reports the situation, explaining that the events unfolded exactly as described and that everything happened just like that. The moment Galen hears this, her tension spikes. She suddenly stands up in anger, slams her hand on the table, and says furiously, this is utterly absurd. The entire spiritual association of Kang City is so foolish and short-sighted. She then turns extremely serious and continues, if this goes on, Kang City's strategic position will keep declining. The Spiritual Association headquarters should take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the cruel future of spiritual energy revival, Kang City will collapse completely and fall out of the front ranks. An incompetent commander can exhaust an entire army. Hearing this, the person standing in front of Galen responds, the Spiritual Association headquarters should still be reliable, especially the Sea Profound one. They might even be trying to poach your talent, so shouldn't we also show some sincerity? Listening to this, Galen says with tension in her voice, that's only natural. The compensation for the burial sealer absolutely cannot be lacking. At the very least, it must not be inferior to what the Spiritual Association headquarters offers. Also, the original reward for assisting Kang City this time should be doubled for him. The man smiles and says, I have to admit, I admire the burial sealer's strength and personality. Decisive in killing, yet balanced in control, this is exactly the kind of person suited to lead a city. I think this reward suits him best. As he finishes speaking, he places several envelopes on the table. The moment Galen sees the envelopes marked as from the secret restricted area, a smile appears on her face. She smiles and says, "If I didn't truly know that you appreciate him, I'd think you were deliberately making things difficult for him." The man laughs and replies, "Crisis and opportunity coexist. Only he is worthy of cultivating there. Besides, our war zone also has a genius in seclusion inside. In the future, things far more terrifying than the sacrificial king's hell will continue to appear, one after another, each capable of destroying humanity's existing beliefs." He continues, "Letting the burial sealer advance quickly is the only way for him to grow in the coming darkness and reach an end we ourselves cannot see." Hearing this, Galen picks up one of the envelopes. As she opens it, she says, "You're right. Perhaps even our cultivation forbidden zone will be too simple for him." At that moment, as the two are talking, the door suddenly opens. A secretary rushes inside, calling out Galen's name loudly and saying, "Elder Wu has awakened and wants to speak with you." The moment Galen and the man hear this, both of them are stunned. A few hours later, the story shifts to Tai City. Our hero has already returned to his house. At this moment, he is scrolling through chats on his phone. He first checks the balance in his bank account. Just then, Ling Yi walks into the room and says, "Cousin, you're finally back. I saw everything on the forum over in Kang City." She walks over and sits beside him. Our hero places his hand on her head and says, "It's nothing serious. Don't worry too much." Hearing this, Ling Yi says excitedly, "I wasn't worried. The Pioneer Forum is full of people saying you brutally killed the Kang City captain, Divine Blade. They're describing it in such exaggerated ways." Hearing this, our hero taps her forehead with his finger and says, "Other than cultivation-related information, stop browsing the forums so much. Did you forget our agreement to improve yourself as soon as possible?" After saying this, he stands up and starts walking away, saying, "All right, I'm going to cultivate and try to break through." Yi hears this and says in shock, "Why, you just broke through not long ago, didn't you? You're already going to break through to Spirit Creation Realm 3 stars. Our hero replies that it isn't necessarily true. Hearing this, Yi becomes slightly disappointed and thinks to herself, "Strange, why do I feel like my cousin has something on his mind?" Our hero then returns to his room and begins cultivating. As he cultivates, powerful energy gathers around him, and he thinks, "Just a little more." This is the purest dark attribute from the bone bird. By merging it into the infinite dark realm, its energy can be utilized to the maximum. Within the energy, a bone bird-like figure can be seen. At that very moment, a system notification appears. Do you want to embed the dark attribute into the infinite dark realm? Our hero immediately chooses yes. As soon as he selects the option, another system notification appears. Dark attribute has been merged. Infinite dark realm upgraded. After enemies are dragged into the infinite dark realm, the bone bird and other anomalies within the realm will fight for you, greatly weakening the enemy. As the notification appears, a powerful dark-colored shield forms around our hero. He stands inside the dark circle, glowing like light, while outside everything turns pitch black, with thick dark mist forming. Moments later, numerous dark creatures emerge from the mist, fully prepared to fight him. Seeing this, our hero thinks seriously. Doesn't this mean I can command these anomalies like a monarch and use them for myself? He immediately launches continuous attacks with his spiritual energy. As he destroys them one by one, his power keeps increasing. Suddenly, a powerful golden phenomenon forms in the sky. The entire environment changes, and the sky above undergoes tribulation. At that moment, another system notification appears before him, reading, "Detected that you have reached the breakthrough requirements. Do you want to break through to Spirit Creation Realm 3 stars?" When our hero is undergoing a breakthrough, a golden-colored projection is created in the sky, and it is completely visible. The tourists who are currently roaming the mountains around our hero's house become extremely shocked when they see this projection. They stare at it in disbelief, wondering what it could be. One person says that it looks like some kind of projector, while another says, "Could it be that the immortals have reincarnated again? The immortals who protected us last time and killed all the monsters." At the same time, our hero is sitting in his position. After subduing all the dark creatures, he looks at all of them and thinks to himself, These anomalies that I have subdued are just like servants who obey a king, strengthening my boundless dark realm. Then, the system notification appears in front of our hero, informing him that his boundless dark realm has been successfully upgraded, and that he has gained a new ability. New ability Abnormal Combat. After pulling enemies into the boundless dark realm, you can summon the anomalies that were refined and killed within the boundless dark realm to attack enemies. Note, the stronger the enemy, the more spiritual energy is consumed, and the shorter the duration. While reading the system notification, our hero activates the boundless dark realm in his hand. Looking at all the dark creatures inside it, he says, "Another newcomer has joined our boundless dark realm family. Your strength is extremely pure, and it is very beneficial to my improvement. From now on, work properly here. I will not treat you unfairly. To maximize the use of the new ability of the boundless dark realm, I still need to continue increasing my spiritual energy reserves." At that very moment, a powerful energy bursts out from our hero's body, and once again rises into the sky. Immediately after that, our hero breaks through to Spirit Creation 3rd level. After completing this breakthrough, he feels happy and thinks to himself, "I can feel it. The abilities I absorbed before and the techniques I learned have fused more deeply with my body. My power has been purified and refined even more. Because of the upgrade of the boundless dark realm, when using dark attributes now, there is no longer that previous sense of stiffness. As for the rest, it will need to be explored through practice." After this, the story shifts to the Star God War Zone, where we see Galen standing in front of her master, Senior Wu. She tells him that he is progressing very quickly. Hearing this, Senior Wu asks, "How much time has passed since he picked the lost-tempered flower and saved my old life?" Hearing this, Galen replies, "Half a month." She then starts thinking to herself, "Yes, only a short 10+ days have passed. Yet Fang Yi has already done so many unbelievable things. For any pioneer, these would be achievements lasting a lifetime." Hearing this, Senior Wu says, "Not only did he save me, but he also helped you, as well as countless future pioneers of Xia country. The ability to restrain dark attributes is something neither you nor I can achieve. Clearing 2 cities of anomaly kings consecutively, resolving city disasters and eliminating harmful elements, continuously upgrading 2 stars. All of this was completed by him in just these short 10+ days. I truly can't wait to meet this heaven-chosen prodigy." After that, the story shifts to the Tai City Spirit Association, where we see Sue and the rest of the team. They also detect our hero's breakthrough energy. While detecting the energy and checking the location, Sue says, "It's in the direction of Fang Yi's new home." He advanced again? The member standing beside her says in shock, "The energy fluctuation caused by the burial sealer is actually greater than when the anomaly king descended before." He then shouts loudly to everyone, "Immediately activate the handling plan. Ensure that the burial sealer's upgrade is not interfered with by any external forces. Activate first-level public opinion emergency plan." Sue smiles happily. While typing on her phone, she thinks to herself, "Ever since Tai City experienced the natural disaster sacrificial King Hell, not to mention how much authority the burial sealer has gained among pioneers, even ordinary people who have not yet awakened have already accepted such phenomena. They remember Fang Yi's spiritual energy and feel reassured by it. As for those people in Kang City who judge others with dog eyes, they did play a small role after all. Strong deterrence, strong persuasiveness. This way, no reckless pioneer will dare to trouble him." At the same time, the story also shifts to Kang City, where we see Chu Kingly. She is searching for something on her computer while thinking, "I never expected cultivation to be such a difficult thing. After awakening, I don't have the slightest sign of upgrading to Ghost Axe Realm 2 stars. Where exactly did something go wrong?" She continues thinking, "These pioneers are a bunch of mediocre people with no insight. They can't find any information at all, or they simply don't reply." After obtaining some other sources, she says coldly, "I'm afraid they are completely unfamiliar with the burial sealer and can't even establish contact." She then becomes serious and thinks again, "If only I could meet him in person. These mediocrities ignore me just because I've just entered the Ghost Axe realm. I don't believe they wouldn't change their attitude after seeing me. It's just, after the revival of spiritual energy, are my conditions and bargaining chips really not enough?" According to online information, Kang City has completely offended the burial sealer. Kang City can no longer be stayed in, let alone developed. She quickly puts away her laptop and walks out while thinking firmly, whether it's everything I have now, or the future after the revival of spiritual energy, I, Chu Kingly, must firmly grasp it all. After this, the story shifts back to our hero. Lin Yi looks at him and asks, "Brother, have you finished your advancement? Do you feel any changes in your body?" Hearing this, our hero replies, "It's okay. Apart from smoother spiritual energy circulation and achieving twice the result with half the effort, there are no major changes for now. I suspect that deeper changes will only appear after I advance to the Vajra realm." Then Lin Yi shows him her phone and says, "Sister Galen asked me whether we want to go to Tianhai Forest." Tianhai Forest seems to have experienced a new heaven and earth abnormality. Hearing this, our hero says, "I also received her invitation. It should be the Star God War Zone wanting to make up for what happened in Kang City. Since she invited you, let's go together." Lin Yi becomes happy and says, "Tianhai Forest is a border forest under the jurisdiction of the Star God War Zone. It was originally ordinary, but within 5 years it began to grow wildly and evolved into completely new species. The spiritual energy concentration there exceeds 60%, and the mutation rate of animals and plants is extremely high. It is both an excellent holy land for pioneer cultivation and a cradle of unknown terrifying mutations, but it is still under the control of the Star God War Zone." Our hero arrives at Star God War Zone Tianhai Forest. The same girl who was with him during the previous task is standing there. As soon as she sees him, she greets him and says that she is happy to meet him, Captain. When our hero approaches, the girl asks whether he remembers her. Our hero asks why she is here. She replies that she is guarding the restricted area. "Of course, Officer Galen entrusted me to guide you and your cousin, and there are also some situations I need to inform you about. Just before you arrived, Tianhai Forest experienced another troublesome change. Spontaneous combustion occurred inside the forest, producing mutated flames that are different from dark attributes. The aura is extremely gloomy, and the flames cannot be burned out or extinguished." Our hero asks, "Another newly mutated unknown fire attribute?" The girl replies, "That's right. Since your cousin is here as well, I will accompany you." Our hero says, "I don't think it's necessary." "Yi, what do you think?" Lin Yi replies, "I don't need it either. Thank you." The girl responds, "All right. Please be very careful. I will wait here." As our hero enters with Yi, the girl watches him and thinks to herself, "My attention was entirely on the burial sealer just now. I didn't notice that although this girl looks young and gentle, her temperament is outstanding and firm. The spiritual energy flowing from her is extremely strong. Her talent is even above mine. What did these siblings eat while growing up? Why are they both so monstrously talented?" Our hero moves deeper inside. When he enters further, terrifying flames fill the area, extremely fierce and violent. Seeing this, our hero raises his hand and says, "What an insanely strong aura of death. This cold death energy is no weaker than the dark tide." Lin Yi stands beside him and says, "And the officer just said that this flame cannot be extinguished, which means it is continuous." At that moment, our hero activates his breathing method and tells Lin Yi to move a little farther back. He then moves forward. As he advances, energy-like entities emerge from within the forest fire and rush toward him to attack. Seeing this, our hero raises his hand and thinks, "The flames here are already much stronger than ordinary fire attributes, and they possess a desire to pursue and devour the spiritual energy on the human body. However, no matter how special a fire attribute is, it is still fire. In front of the supreme yang attribute, it has no effect." As the energy reaches him and prepares to attack, our hero has already created a protective shield. All the energy crashes into the shield and dissipates. He then activates protection on Lin Yi and says, "My intuition tells me that the source of this black fire is ahead. Your spiritual attribute is wood, which is at a disadvantage against fire. Keep the protection I gave you on. Be extremely careful." He then draws his sword and attacks the direction from which the energy came, destroying the energy source. Moving forward, he looks into a cave and prepares to enter. As they advance inside the cave, Lin Yi says fearfully, "The death energy is even heavier than before." Hearing this, our hero says, "This is magma." As they go deeper, the cave is completely filled with magma. At that moment, the system notification appears before our hero. Detected a major heaven and earth transformation phenomenon. Preliminary detection indicates dusk fire attribute fluctuations. When our hero sees the magma inside the cave, he immediately walks closer to it. He reaches out with his hand and touches a flowing stream of magma. The very moment his hand makes contact with the magma, system notifications begin to appear before him. The first notification informs him that he has obtained the Twilight Attribute Technique, which belongs to the Twilight God realm. Immediately after that, a second notification appears before him, stating that it can devour surrounding attribute energy and strengthen the young attribute based on the absorbed power. After reading these notifications, our hero grows serious and begins thinking deeply. He mutters to himself, wondering if this is a fire attribute similar to the Desolate attribute, one that is extremely targeted and specifically feeds back to enhance the young attribute. While he is carefully observing this energy, another notification suddenly appears before him, announcing that he has obtained a new ability called Death Brand. A warning follows immediately, stating that this ability has special attributes and should be implanted with extreme caution. Our hero is completely confused about what is happening when yet another notification appears. It states that the ability grants infinite deaths, and after being killed by someone, the Death Brand will be imprinted into the opponent's body. The effect of this imprint causes the opponent to lose the pain and fear of death and fall into endless cycles of death. After reading all of this, our hero becomes even more serious. He continues reading and realizes the effects carried by the Death Brand. The first is Yellow Springs Flame, where flames from all directions of heaven and earth endlessly burn the person marked with the Death Brand. The second effect is Death Collapse, which carries intense poison and, as the name implies, brings invasion and curses of death, causing the body structure to collapse endlessly. The third effect is Hellish Vision, where the gates of hell open for the branded individual, and the evil spirits of hell line up to escort them to their burial. Our hero thinks to himself, "Infinite deaths. This ability is indeed powerful, but it may not be suitable for me right now. The price is too great. This side effect of death is not something I want." He then scrolls through the system interface and makes a decision. He commands the system to retain the Death Brand ability, but not learn or implant it for now. At this moment, Lin Yi is watching our hero closely. A powerful magma shield has already formed around him, and he stands within it while absorbing this immense power. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi feels happy and shocked at the same time. She thinks to herself that her cousin actually managed to subdue flames that are like hell itself. She wonders if this means he has gained yet another attribute ability. She continues thinking about how many different attribute abilities he already possesses, finding it completely unbelievable. As our hero finishes absorbing the spiritual energy, he becomes serious again. With a calm smile, he looks toward Lin Yi and tells her not to lose focus, saying that there is something else here besides this. The moment Lin Yi hears this, she immediately turns around and sees a dragon standing behind her. Seeing the dragon, she becomes slightly frightened. Instantly, our hero rushes forward at full speed, sword in hand, and positions himself in front of Lin Yi. He calmly tells her that it is not a dragon, but merely a mutated lizard, saying that at best it can only become a slightly larger four-legged insect. Then, our hero activates his Twilight energy and laughs as he says that this is perfect timing to test his newest ability, the Twilight Flame Domain. The moment the dragon sees this, it quickly opens its mouth and launches a fire-type attack toward our hero. Seeing the attack rushing toward him, our hero immediately swings his sword forward and releases his own attack. Both attacks collide violently in midair and explode instantly. The impact is so powerful that the entire cave is blasted apart in a single shockwave. The force of the explosion is immense. The guards standing outside are completely stunned by what they witnessed. A girl standing outside feels the overwhelming pressure and urgently says that something has gone terribly wrong inside and that backup must be called immediately. Beside her, another man is monitoring the situation through his device. The spiritual energy readings on the device skyrocket, causing him to panic. He hurriedly agrees and quickly sends out a signal from the device. The signal travels directly to the War God Zone. where Galen is present along with many other people. A warning voice echoes from the system, announcing that a new mutated life form has been detected in Tianhai Forest. The spiritual energy concentration has increased by 1000%. The danger level is classified as S rank, and the abnormality level cannot be calculated for now. At this moment, Senior Wu is standing beside Galen. After seeing the spiritual warning signal, Galen says with concern that this timing is extremely bad. She notes that the spiritual energy in Tianhai Forest had been stable for a long time, yet something like this happened precisely when the Entamer entered to cultivate. Senior Wu, standing next to her, speaks as well. He says that although he trusts the hero's strength, they should still go and check the situation personally. Immediately afterward, both of them depart at full speed, heading straight toward the direction where our hero is located. They soon arrive near the hero's area and land heavily on the cave where he is inside. The girl responsible for security is shocked when she sees how fast they arrived, thinking to herself about that terrifying speed and realizing that this must be the power of a Vajra realm expert. She thinks that while the Entamer is someone whose strength alone can trigger phenomena, Elder Wu is someone who doesn't even need to mobilize spiritual energy. With just a simple movement, he can shock all pioneers with his low-key yet profound power. In just a few seconds, they accurately locate the position and arrive at the scene. This level of teleportation ability can only be described as flawless mastery. As the two continue moving forward, they reach the cave entrance. Senior Wu raises his hand and says that this is the place. In a single motion, he uses his power to throw aside the massive stones blocking the cave and begins moving inside, saying that they should go in. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the attack our hero launched at the dragon was extremely powerful. In order to protect Lin Yi, our hero had created a protective barrier around her. Even so, Lin Yi was still affected by the pressure of the impact. She could not see anything clearly. Looking toward the light ahead, she anxiously called out, asking, "Brother, are you okay?" After completely finishing off the dragon, our hero replied calmly, "I'm fine. But it seems someone wants to have a conversation with us." The moment our hero says this, Senior Wu suddenly appears in front of him in a single flash. Our hero immediately turns serious and looks at him intently. Senior Wu then speaks, saying, "You are my lifesaver, the Entamer, aren't you?" Seeing Senior Wu act like this, Galen becomes slightly startled and nervously calls out her master's name. At the same time, Senior Wu's gaze shifts past our hero and lands on the dead dragon lying on the ground. Looking at it, he says, "Entamer, did you truly grow to this level all by yourself?" This mutated lizard was on the verge of completing its evolution. Once it transformed into a dragon, it would have surpassed the spirit creation realm and reached a level equivalent to the Vajra realm. Judging from its wounds clean, sharp, and precise, you killed it instantly with a single strike. He then begins thinking to himself, "Strange, on this young man, I sensed twilight fire energy similar to that of a half-dragon, and it was extremely pure. Could it be that the warning detected earlier was?" At this moment, Galen steps forward and asks our hero, "Did you resolve it again?" Hearing this, our hero responds honestly, "The truth is, I directly finished it off." Hearing this, Galen is shocked and thinks to herself, if this half-dragon had successfully broken through, it would have possessed Vajra realm level power. And yet, the war zone had never detected its existence before. If it weren't for the Entamer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Our hero then looks toward Senior Wu and says, "So it really is you. Elder Wu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm truly happy that a senior like you has recovered." After hearing this, Senior Wu laughs and replies, "Ha ha, and how could I not feel the same? With such a powerful junior like you, I can finally retire with peace of mind. Since you've already killed this half-dragon, may I ask you to help us keep this matter confidential? Please don't let anyone outside Tianhai Forest know about its existence, including the Spirit Association." Our hero grows serious and begins thinking deeply. So that's how it is. Tianhai Forest may look like a mutation and cultivation zone under the jurisdiction of the Star God War Zone, but in reality, as the area with the most frequent spiritual energy fluctuations, anything could appear here. The things that emerge here might be even more abnormal than the dark anomalies of the extreme dark zone. The Star God Warzone must be bearing greater responsibility and doesn't want to place an even heavier burden on the Spirit Association. After thinking this through, he speaks seriously and says, "No problem. The Twilight Fire attribute I absorbed just now mainly focuses on devouring, which is extremely similar to the legendary Touty. That lizard earlier also absorbed Twilight Fire and was able to mutate into a half-dragon. Could it be that the secret of Chanhai Forest is that Touty once existed here? The abnormal changes brought by spiritual energy recovery are already causing terrifying damage even among ordinary creatures. If it were a ferocious beast like Touty, that would truly be a disaster. No wonder the Star God Warzone values this place so highly." Hearing our hero's words, Senior Wu extends his hand forward and says, "It seems you understand now. Thank you." Our hero also reaches out, shakes his hand, and smiles as he says, "Of course. None of us want high-level anomalies to truly be born. Before there are any signs, there's no need to place excessive pressure on more people, right?" After that, everyone exits the cave together. As they walk further outside, our hero suddenly feels a powerful aura and says aloud, "What kind of aura is this?" Ling Yi also senses the aura but cannot quite understand it and says, "It feels very pleasant, like a refreshing atmosphere." However, Galen feels it and says, "This is spiritual power." At that very moment, a figure appears before them, slowly advancing through towering bamboo trees. And after only a short moment, Baisu, the wood attribute vanguard of the Star God Warzone, appears before them. Everyone present becomes happy the instant they see him. One member, sensing his aura, looks at Baisu and says in surprise, "Isn't this Baisu's aura? Has he already successfully broken through to the Vajra realm?" Seeing this, the girl also says excitedly, "That's great! The Star God Warzone has finally gained another venerable who has touched the Vajra realm." At the same time, our hero becomes slightly serious after seeing him, thinking that this person's spiritual power is actually quite something. However, before he can think any further, Baisu looks toward Galan and Senior Wu and says with a smile, "Elder Wu, Galan, I've come out of seclusion." As he says this, he suddenly turns serious and looks at our hero as well, asking, "And who is this?" Senior Wu laughs as he looks at Baisu and then introduces our hero, saying, "Let me introduce him. This is Baisu, the wood attribute vanguard of our Star God Warzone. He's our trump card." He had been in closed-door cultivation all this time for the sake of breaking through to the Vajra realm. Then Baisu introduces himself and says, "Hello, I'm Baisu. But let me add something, I'm currently at half-step Vajra, and I haven't truly broken through yet." Hearing this, our hero greets him as well and introduces himself. "Hello, I'm Fengye, the sealer, and the team captain of Teishi City." While speaking, our hero looks at Baisu and thinks seriously, "Not bad. This man's spiritual body is transparent and thoroughly nourished, flowing through his entire body. Unlike other vanguards or anomalies whose auras are domineering and oppressive, his instead gives off a refreshing feeling that makes one feel comfortable all over. He indeed already shows signs of the Vajra realm. Compared to my current strength, he seems to be not far behind. It's clear that the Vajra realm is really not that easy to break through." When Baisu hears the words, "the sealer," he becomes a little confused, wondering what the sealer and the Teishi City captain mean. At this moment, Senior Wu speaks up. "This Teishi City captain was invited by Galan. Not only did he save my life, but he also resolved the natural disaster crisis in Teishi City. From now on, he will also be an important strategic partner of our war zone. You brat, you'd better show him some respect." Senior Wu explains the whole incident to Baisu. After hearing it, Baisu turns serious and says, "During my time in seclusion, so many things actually happened." Then Senior Wu continues talking about Baisu. Baisu awakened as a vanguard very early on. His talent and resources are among the best in Xia Nation. His speed in breaking through to the spirit-building realm was almost the same as yours. After that, he stayed in closed-door cultivation in the Tianhai Forest and knew very little about what was happening outside. With the revival of spiritual energy and human cultivation, to put it bluntly, humans are walking a path that goes against the heavens, doing things that violate nature. Therefore, when it comes to advancing realms and absorbing attribute-based spiritual energy, humans are the slowest among all blue planet creatures. Initially, humans were temporarily divided into 5 levels based on the mutation and evolution of animals and plants. Up until now, among all humanity, there are only 5 Vajra Realm 3-star vanguards at the very top. Our hero listens to this seriously, while Senior Wu continues. Of course, it's also possible that there are wild vanguards with aptitude like yours, the Sealer, who haven't been discovered by us yet. But such people are truly as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns, and they can hardly advance any further. As time passes and spiritual energy becomes denser, the difficulty for vanguards to cultivate and break through will decrease. However, the Vajra realm is still an insurmountable chasm. Countless vanguards have fallen one after another trying to break through, and some have even lost their lives during the process. But once someone reaches the Vajra realm, their entire being undergoes a tremendous transformation. It can be said to be a complete rebirth. They become infinitely close to the legendary state of transcendence and ascension spoken of by the ancients. The spiritual energy infusion becomes far more transparent and smooth. Bai Su safely reached half-step Vajra, and his attribute power did not go berserk. Instead, it became gentler and more harmonious, benefiting both himself and others. That is already very impressive. I am deeply gratified. As soon as Senior Wu finishes speaking, Bai Su laughs and says, I think this sealer is also extremely powerful. Then he looks at our hero with a smile and says, before my breakthrough, I felt the spiritual energy fluctuations you unleashed. Because of that influence, I managed to break through to half-step Vajra. So, I really want to spar with you. How about it? After that, the spiritual energies of the two begin to collide with each other. Upon hearing Bai Su's words, our hero becomes serious and thinks, this Bai Su is humble in character, yet his battle intent is not lacking at all. In some sense, we're quite similar. One could even say that from him, I can feel the aura of someone of my own kind. Then our hero smiles and says, I have no problem with that. As soon as the two prepare to fight, everyone present quickly moves far away. Senior Wu steps forward as the referee and says, since that's the case, I'll take it upon myself to act as the judge this time. You two may spar, but stop before going too far. As the duel is about to begin, both of them activate their spiritual power. The instant Bai Su and our hero activate their spiritual energy, a massive explosion erupts in the area, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing this, the girl from the team immediately exclaims, Bai Su has come out of seclusion. And the moment he does, he's fighting the Taishi City captain. Damn, a clash between two monsters. I'm getting excited just watching this. Senior Wu also thinks seriously, one is a suddenly rising new star gifted by heaven in Taishi City, and the other represents the star god Warzone. In this spar, who will gain the upper hand? At this moment, Bai Su activates his wood attribute, causing an enormous amount of wood-based spiritual energy to gather in the area. Seeing this, our hero thinks, a wood attribute vanguard is naturally extremely compatible with plants, able to command them and stimulate their growth. Immediately after, our hero activates his thunder attribute and continues thinking. Bai Su's spiritual power has already reached perfection. He has developed his ability even further. He can forcibly create a plant army. Naturally, he can also catch opponents off guard in battle and manipulate any plant to launch a lethal strike. As soon as he finishes this thought, he launches thunder-type attacks toward Bai Su. However, several wood roots suddenly come from behind to attack our hero. Seeing this, our hero thinks seriously. This entire Tianhai forest is his home ground. While thinking, he immediately destroys the wood coming toward him with his fire energy, thinking, but these are all top-grade kindling. However, none of the burning plants are completely reduced to ashes. Seeing this, our hero looks at Bai Su and asks, are the plants under your control non-flammable? Bai Su answers seriously, that's right. Wood attribute is indeed very disadvantaged against fire attribute in battle. But now, my plant army cannot be suppressed by fire attributes. Hearing this, our hero is slightly shocked. At that moment, roots burst out from the ground and wrap around him, forming an encirclement. As he does this, Bai Su asks, how is this move? If you were my true enemy, what you'd be facing now wouldn't just be this indestructible cage. Trapped within the roots, our hero places his hand on them and thinks seriously, amazing. Is this the strength of half-step Vajra? Wood attributes spiritual energy to an extreme level of purity, utilizing every plant here to the utmost. Seeing our hero do this, Bai Su says seriously, "You'd better not touch it for too long. This giant tree itself carries some toxicity. After being used by me, the poison becomes even more refined and concentrated." But our hero laughs as he listens and says, "If that's really the case, I'd like to try it once." The moment he finishes speaking, he releases a powerful fire, causing flames to spread across the entire area. The fire is so terrifying that it burns every tree in the region. Bai Su is utterly shocked upon seeing this, unable to believe it's possible. At this moment, the entire forest is engulfed in flames, and Bai Su thinks in panic. Plants reinforced by my spiritual power shouldn't be burnable by any fire attribute spiritual energy. What kind of terrifying power is this? At that moment, our hero appears behind him with his sword and says, "You seem distracted." The instant Bai Su senses our hero behind him, he quickly dodges the attack and retreats a short distance, thinking nervously, how is this possible? He's clearly only at the spirit building realm 3-star. But his abilities don't seem inferior to mine at all. Looking at the surroundings, Bai Su says, "You calculated that I would re-inject spiritual energy into the Chanhai forest and predicted my retreat route. Did you deliberately burn this forest?" Our hero smiles and replies, "That's right. You're indeed very strong. I could only think more carefully and cut off your escape route. Otherwise, once you prepared and injected more spiritual energy, dealing with you would have become much more troublesome." After hearing this, Bai Su becomes extremely furious, gritting his teeth as he thinks, "I've always regarded myself as one of the rare geniuses of the Star God War Zone. The Tianhai Forest, which ordinary vanguards fear, is an unparalleled aid to my cultivation. He's clearly at the same realm as me, yet his mind is so meticulous. Even on my home ground, he doesn't fall behind at all. Now that I've reached half-step Vajra, I cannot lose." Then he lets out a maniacal laugh and says, "Fine then, let's take this step as well." Immediately, he places his hand on the ground and activates the roots, releasing them toward our hero. Seeing the roots rushing at him, our hero becomes slightly serious. At the same time, when Senior Wu and Galen see this, they rush toward them and shout loudly, "Bai Su, have you lost your mind? Creating another wood attribute Chanhai Forest will drain all the spiritual power from your body." Seeing himself on the verge of defeat, Bai Su releases his full power in an attempt to stop our hero. He forcibly unleashes his wood element power, spreading it outward and affecting all the trees and plants in the surrounding area with his energy. Watching this, Senior Wu and Galen immediately tell him to stop. However, Bai Su is not willing to listen at all. Without hesitation, he uses his power to launch massive roots toward our hero, attacking him directly. Seeing this attack coming, our hero activates his fire energy and thinks to himself that such rich wood element spiritual energy is actually very good. Then, looking towards Senior Wu, he says, "Old man Wu, Galen, the competition isn't over yet. Leave this to me." Hearing our hero's words, Senior Wu calms down. At the same time, our hero, with fire energy activated in his hands, destroys Bai Su's attacking roots while advancing toward him. He has already condensed powerful fire energy into the shape of a sword and strikes directly at Bai Su from the front. Seeing our hero's attack approaching, Bai Su hurriedly raises more roots in front of him to defend himself. However, our hero slices through those roots. The moment Bai Su's roots are severed, blood spills from his mouth. Even so, he does not stop. Once again, he activates his wood attribute and shouts again, "I can still replicate and recreate the entire Chanhai forest." Hearing this, our hero speaks in a serious tone, "Is that all you've got?" As he says this, he charges toward Bai Su and launches a punch at him. Seeing our hero coming straight at him, Bai Su hurriedly creates a protective shield in front of himself. However, the instant our hero's punch collides with the shield, it shatters completely. Bai Su is sent crashing downward under tremendous pressure, smashing violently into the ground. The people standing below are shocked by this sight. One of them says, "It seems he's disappointed with the strength of the Star God War Zone. Bai Su is the strongest among us. Was even this not enough to catch his eye?" The girl standing beside him also speaks up, saying that there was nothing wrong with what he did. In reality, Bai Su himself had pushed things to this point. Among them, Lin Yi is also standing there. Looking at her cousin, she thinks to herself, "My cousin didn't even use his full strength. he hasn't even shown many of his attribute abilities yet. For a genius of the Star God Warzone to lose this is completely normal. On the other side, seeing Bai Su's defeat, Senior Wu says, unexpectedly, Bai Su couldn't hold on any longer, and even his mental state, the successor of the Star God Warzone's military district, is still far too inferior compared to the sealer. Hearing this, Galen adds, you also understand Bai Su. Although he appears calm and gentle like the wind, his nature is actually pure and simple like a child's. He is a truly pure martial fanatic. At the spot where Bai Su crashed down, a cloud of dust rises. When the dust finally settles, Bai Su is kneeling on one knee. He looks at our hero and thanks him. Then he immediately stands up again, increasing his spiritual power as he says that he can still continue the fight and that his spiritual energy has not yet been exhausted. Hearing this, our hero replies, actually, I think it's time to end this. While our hero is speaking, Bai Su continues increasing his spiritual energy and instantly creates 3 or 4 clones of himself, sending them around our hero. Seeing this, our hero becomes slightly serious and thinks, using spiritual power to create clones. His spiritual power and consciousness are indeed top tier among the pioneers. It can even be said that he is the strongest opponent I've encountered so far, and he's consumed quite a bit of my spiritual power. At the same time, Bai Su and his clones charge toward our hero to attack him. Seeing them approach, our hero immediately activates his fire energy again and releases it toward Bai Su's clones. In a single instant, all of Bai Su's clones are completely destroyed. At this moment, Bai Su can only see a fire-formed dragon standing before him. Witnessing this, he says in shock, where did they go? Their presence was clearly here just a moment ago, so where did they disappear to? Before he can react, blazing flames surge up from below at incredible speed and wrap around Bai Su, binding him tightly. As he struggles within the flames, he realizes that he cannot break free. He thinks to himself that he cannot move at all. At this moment, our hero appears in front of him and points his sword directly at Bai Su's forehead. Seeing this, Bai Su becomes terrified. Our hero holds the sword steady and says, "You are finished." Watching this from below, Senior Wu says, Bai Su's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The sealer truly is full of surprises. Hearing this, Galen says, although I expected Bai Su to lose, I didn't expect him to lose so completely. This monster, this is the first time he's suffered such a massive defeat. Seeing her brother's victory, Lin Yi says confidently that she already knew this would happen. A boy standing nearby adds, someone who can consecutively resolve 2 calamity-level anomalies, Bai Su losing to him was only natural. The girl standing beside him also agrees, saying that no matter how many plants Bai Su created, he never stood a chance of winning. Meanwhile, our hero releases Bai Su from the fire binding him. Bai Su walks up to our hero and says, a half-step Vajra, a genius. In front of you, it's nothing. Then, bowing his head before our hero, he says, thank you for your guidance. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Hearing this, our hero replies casually that it's fine and there's no problem. As soon as Bai Su finishes speaking, he leaves the area at full speed. Seeing him leaving in such a hurry, Galen asks where he is going. Bai Su doesn't explain much, he only replies that he is going into retreat. Bai Su had already left the area, and Galen was still somewhat worried about him. As he was leaving, Galen spoke up once again. Didn't you just come out of seclusion? There are still many matters in the war zone that require you. Standing beside her, Senior Wu placed a hand on her shoulder and said calmly, this is the first time he has suffered such a setback and lost control like this. Let him go. As he finished speaking, Senior Wu turned around and looked toward our hero. He walked over to him and said, Sealer, do you have any intention of staying in our Star God war zone? Although you are the captain of Tai City, holding both positions is completely possible. I want you to become my successor. When our hero heard this, he asked in surprise, your successor? Senior Wu nodded and explained, that's right, I want to cultivate you. This isn't me being arrogant, the resources of the Star God war zone rank second in Xia country. No one dares to claim first. These are not things that can be obtained through ordinary missions. He continued, after that, I would introduce you to the people of Divine City. As the largest city in Xia country, Divine City controls a massive amount of potential resources. The Star God War Zone was originally promoted by Divine City, only later relocating its station. Anyone who can secure a place in Divine City is among the very best of the pioneers. You would absolutely be able to make a name for yourself there, sparring and interacting with them more. By then, your realm might even surpass mine. After listening to all this, our hero smiled and replied, "Thank you, old Wu, but I actually don't have such intentions. I don't truly belong to the Spirit Association either. As for being a captain, I'm only holding the title in my hometown. I don't want to join any side." Hearing this, everyone present was slightly shocked. However, Senior Wu burst out laughing and said, "I understand. Your thinking isn't wrong at all. In this turbulent era of spiritual energy revival, the stronger the pioneer, the less willing they are to be bound. None of the factions are truly qualified to negotiate terms. Then let this be a gesture of goodwill. Even if you don't join the Star God War Zone, you may make any request you wish." Hearing this, our hero said, "Then, I want to continue cultivating here in the Tianhai Forest with Yi." When Senior Wu heard this, he replied, "Just that. That's easy." As he spoke, he grew serious and thought to himself, "The Tianhai Forest has ever-changing phenomena and already contains abundant attributes of all kinds. It seems a thunderstorm is about to descend." After the battle between these two youngsters, the thunder attribute has absorbed even more energy. Come to think of it, during the earlier fight, his heavenly thunder attribute wasn't fully displayed. Then, laughing heartily as he prepared to leave, Senior Wu said, "Excellent. Truly outstanding at such a young age. Everyone, clear out the Tianhai Forest for them. Do not disturb their cultivation." After turning back one last time to look at our hero, Senior Wu thought seriously to himself, as long as he remains a pioneer of Xia country, that alone is the greatest blessing. Once everything was settled, only our hero and Lin Yi remained behind as everyone else slowly departed. At that moment, our hero rose into the air, flying upward. With a serious yet confident smile, he thought to himself, as expected, the Star God War Zone did not reject my request, nor did they place any pressure on me. This is the absolute advantage of overwhelming strength. Then, he immediately released his thunder power, looking up at the sky as he said, "Divine thunder, tempered 100 times, is coming." At that moment, powerful thunder had already formed in the sky, spreading across the heavens and releasing deafening lightning that engulfed the entire firmament. Our hero was flying straight through the sky, advancing at full speed right in the middle of raging thunder. Lightning surged wildly all around him, trying with all its might to engulf him. Watching from below, the two military personnel were left slightly stunned by the sight. Almost at the same time, both of them spoke in shock. The sealer, what is he doing? Is he trying to connect with the thunder? At the same moment, we also see Bai Su standing at a distance. Watching our hero's actions, his expression turns serious as he thinks to himself. The fire attribute on his body has already reached the extreme. Recklessly making contact with such pure and refined lightning power will only cause two extreme high-level attributes to violently collide within his body. Even for dual attribute or mutated attribute cultivators, there is always a main attribute and a secondary one. When one attribute's spiritual power is overwhelmingly strong, the other can only serve as support and coexist alongside it. Otherwise, when extreme attributes clash head-on, does he really not understand the consequences of that? Meanwhile, our hero had already reached the very front of the thunderstorm. A massive and powerful bolt of lightning tore through the sky and came crashing straight toward him. Seeing this, our hero smiled calmly. In the next instant, the terrifying thunderbolt slammed directly into his body, and upon impact, it continued downward and struck the ground as well. The moment that overwhelming lightning collided with the earth, the entire area was completely destroyed. Watching this scene, the military personnel exclaimed in utter shock, "Sister Galan, aren't you going to stop the Sealer of Graves? The lightning in Tianhai Forest is something no living being can approach, and yet he's actually trying to draw down heavenly lightning." Hearing this, Galan replied calmly, "That's because he also possesses the ultimate lightning attribute. The tyrant that was reported earlier is actually the Sealer." The moment Galan's words reached the team members, they were utterly stunned. The girl in the team asked in disbelief, "Is that really true?" The boy beside her spoke with equal shock, "Have I been in the war zone for too long? Dual attributes aren't rare in the war zone, but this is just too abnormal." Smiling gently, Galen said, "You're surprised, and that's only natural. When I first learned about it, I felt exactly the same way. He's been called the Sealer so many times that people have forgotten he also carries the title of Tyrant. Looking across the entire Xian nation, he is a peerless genius capable of suppressing an entire era. The stronger the thunder, the more he can turn it into his own power, tempering his body through it." At this moment, our hero was not satisfied with just one powerful lightning strike. He looked up toward the sky and spoke boldly, "The more, the better. I'm worried my spiritual power isn't enough yet, still not abundant enough." Soon after, even more terrifying lightning began forming in the sky. One bolt after another crashed down and collided with our hero's body. As the lightning struck him, it was rapidly absorbed into his body. Feeling this overwhelming sensation, our hero spoke, "My bones, my veins, and every part of my body are trembling with roaring power." With each attribute he gained, everything became more perfectly harmonized. Then, system notifications began appearing before him. Inner Flame attribute refinement completed. Heavenly Fire attribute refinement completed. Yang attribute refinement completed. Dark attribute refinement completed. After countless messages flashed by, one final notification appeared. Divine Thunder 100 refinements, full body great completion. Your physical body and spiritual power have fused more seamlessly, and your spiritual energy reserves have become far more abundant. As soon as this message appeared, our hero smiled, feeling the thunderous spiritual power surging within him. He said with deep emotion, "Thunder refinement. It feels like my entire being has been reborn." Then, while still suspended in midair, he threw a powerful punch. The instant his fist moved, thunder mixed with black energy burst from his hand. When it collided with the mountain ahead, the entire mountain was completely obliterated. Watching this power, our hero said with satisfaction, as expected of the heavenly thunder of Tianhai Forest. After cultivation, the experience truly feels entirely different. At the same time, we see Bai Su once again. Watching our hero's display, his expression grows extremely serious as he thinks, "The spiritual mountains and spirit stones of Tianhai Forest have been nourished by spiritual energy for countless years, yet a casual strike shattered an entire mountain. I can tell he didn't even use 30% of his strength." Even lightning attribute pioneers of the same level, who share the same natural advantage of tempering their bodies, could never achieve such a feat. Destroying a mountain from afar with nothing but the force of a single punch, no one else could reach this level. Then, turning his gaze toward our hero, Bai Su continues thinking, "Is it over already? Sealer of Graves, we will have another chance to compete again." After observing the thunder, our hero began descending toward the ground. At that moment, Senior Wu looked at our hero and laughed as he spoke. "Such a top-tier talent he's only visited once. Yet he's already given me one surprise after another. The younger generation is truly formidable. I still want him to stay in our war zone. Someone who can directly defeat Bai Su, a half-step Vajra, and who can also slay an incomplete natural disaster anomaly head on. This person is exceptional both in strength and temperament. He was able to rise into the upper ranks of Xian Nation purely through his own cultivation. His talent is simply terrifying. If someone like this could become my successor, I would have no regrets in this lifetime." Standing beside him, Galen spoke after hearing this. "However, at present, from a certain perspective, it is the Star God War Zone that needs the assistance of the Sealer of Graves, not the other way around. It's not that he needs us." Hearing this, Senior Wu burst into laughter. Laughing, he said, "Galen, I feel that you've changed quite a bit." Upon hearing this, Galen also smiled and replied, Yes, I've changed as well." Senior Wu then spoke again, "Very good. After hearing your answer, I feel even more confident about your future." Then, casting a sideways glance toward Lin Yi, he added, "Or perhaps, we can invite that young one as well." At this moment, Lin Yi was cultivating. She was completely focused. Our hero walked over to her side, looked at her, and thought to himself, "This is a rare opportunity. Cousin, you must work hard." Just then, our hero noticed Senior Wu and Galen approaching. Seeing them, he asked, "Elder Wu, Galen, haven't you left yet?" Senior Wu smiled upon hearing this and said, "Yes, I have a new idea, and I don't need you to promise me anything. I would like to invite your family member, Lin Yi, to our testing zone." Hearing this, our hero asked seriously, "Are you saying Yi can continue studying and cultivating in the war zone? As he asked this, he thought to himself, perhaps this condition isn't enough to move me. But for Yi, it's an excellent opportunity for growth. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. I just don't know what Yi herself thinks. Then, speaking seriously, he said, "Thank you, Elder Wu. The Star God War Zone treats new pioneers with great sincerity, and I am deeply grateful. As her acting guardian, this invitation is something I find very hard to refuse, but I cannot make the decision for Yi." At that moment, a voice came from behind. "I won't go." The instant our hero heard this voice, he turned around to look at Lin Yi and asked, "Have you finished your cultivation?" Lin Yi replied, "Yes, and thank you for your kindness and the opportunity. However, I don't want to go." Hearing this, Senior Wu asked her seriously, "Why don't you want to go? May I ask the reason?" Lin Yi then explained, "Perhaps I'm still quite naive, and I still have a bit of a student's mindset. If I were to say that I don't want my cousin to be put in a difficult position, that would be looking down on the sincerity of the Star God War Zone and using my cousin as an excuse." As she spoke, she continued excitedly, "But it's because I am also a pioneer. I have my own pride. I want to rely entirely on my own abilities to obtain everything that rightfully belongs to me." Hearing her words, our hero thought to himself, "Why does it feel like my sister has suddenly grown up?" On the other side, Senior Wu laughed after hearing Lin Yi's words and said, all right. We were too narrow-minded. Forgive us, child. But we will continue to keep an eye on your performance. Keep it up." Hearing this, Lin Yi became happy and said with a smile, "I definitely will." After that, the story shifts to our hero's home. Both our hero and Lin Yi had returned home. As our hero climbed the stairs, he thought seriously to himself. The issue of spiritual power reserves has been resolved. Next, I should organize the new Twilight Fire attribute and think about how to use it. And then there's the more troublesome Death brand. These are all my bottlenecks. As Lin Yi walked a bit ahead, she suddenly noticed someone squatting at their doorway. She asked her cousin, "Hey, cousin, why is there someone squatting at our door?" At that moment, Su Qingying, who was sitting at the door, stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "You're finally back." Our hero stepped forward and asked, "Su Qingying, why are you sitting at the door? What happened?" Su Qingying explained, "Something big has happened at the border. The captain of Moon City contacted our Tai City Spirit Association and urgently requested help." Hearing this, our hero asked seriously, "The Moon City captain? Then where is that person now?" Su Qingying began explaining, "The Moon City captain is currently severely injured and is still being treated at our Spirit Association. She risked her life to escape from Moon City to deliver this message. With no other options left, she specifically asked for you by name, Sealer of Graves." After this, the story shifts directly to the Tai City Spirit Association Medical Institute, where Su Qingying brings our hero along with her. As soon as they arrive at the hospital, she sees Chen Ruo standing in front of her and immediately calls out her name. The moment Chen Ruo hears her name, she becomes happy and says with relief and excitement, "Sister Su Qingying, you're here." Then Su Qingying introduces our hero to Chen Ruo, telling her that he is Tai City's captain, the Sealer. After that, she tells our hero about Chen Ruo as well, saying, "This is U City's captain, Chen Ruo." After hearing about our hero, Chen Ruo walks up to him, grabs his hands tightly, and says anxiously, "Captain of Tai City, hello. I am Chen Ruo, the captain of U City. The abnormality that appeared in U City has absolutely exceeded the A+ level. I've heard that you have experience handling heavenly disasters twice before. Please, I beg you, help me." Our hero pulls his hand back from hers. Chen Ruo, still flustered and panicking, continues speaking rapidly, "I'm sorry, I was too rude. I'm really extremely anxious. Clearly, the detected abnormality concentration was only B level. Yet so many people disappeared. Our people went in and never came back. Even the neighboring teams who came to help all vanished. My younger sister is very strong, but she too." After hearing her words, our hero becomes serious and thinks to himself. What she means is that the abnormality in U City caused many pioneers to go missing, yet it was only detected as B-level concentration. U City may be a border city, but it wouldn't lack reliable pioneers. There's definitely something strange going on here. Then he asks her directly, "The pioneers of U City and your sister, did they go missing? Or are they already dead?" The moment Chen Ruo hears this, her entire body starts trembling. She tries to explain further, but out of fear, she can't bring herself to say it. Seeing this, Su Qingying helps her sit down on a bench and gently comforts her, saying, "Don't rush. Take it slowly. Speak calmly." Then Chen Ruo, extremely frightened, begins speaking while recalling terrifying thoughts. "I don't know, I can't contact them. But my sister and I have had a special connection since childhood. I can feel that she's still alive." Then, suddenly calming herself down, she looks at our hero and says, "I almost forgot the most important thing. This is your reward. As long as you're willing to go, please, I beg you. I really have no other option." As she says this, she reveals a box in front of everyone. Our hero takes the box into his hands and thinks to himself, "This is..." Although whatever is inside has been sealed layer by layer, I can feel a familiar positive energy. He then asks Chen Ruo, "What is this? Why is it sealed?" Hearing his question, Chen Ruo thinks to herself, "There's hope," and then begins explaining. This was extracted and condensed from a high mountain where a massive yang attribute eruption occurred during the great transformation of heaven and earth in U City. It is a spirit crystal. Inside it is an enormous amount of yang attribute spiritual power. It is also U City's treasure. Originally, we hoped to cultivate a yang attribute pioneer with it. But no one was able to absorb even a single trace of its power. Instead, some were even burned by it. While listening to her explanation, our hero opens the box. Inside is a small yang attribute crystal. He takes it out of the box and holds it in his hand. Seeing this, Su Qingying says to him in shock, "It's actually a spirit crystal. The conditions and techniques required to condense a spirit crystal are extremely harsh. At present, even the Spirit Association and major military regions rarely possess even one. Moreover, pioneers who haven't mastered any attribute have a chance to awaken an attribute by absorbing a spirit crystal, thereby improving their talent and strength. Because of this, spirit crystals have become something all factions compete fiercely for, and they are currently priceless and impossible to find on the market. Spirit crystal, not naturally formed, but a spiritual energy crystal condensed and extracted after intense collisions in areas rich in spiritual energy." Our hero immediately absorbs the crystal and says decisively, "Deal. I'll take the item. Shall we depart now?" After accepting this mission, everyone begins heading toward the mission area, and all of them are driving in cars. While driving, our hero asks Chen Ruo, "What exactly is the abnormal phenomenon that occurred in U City like?" Chen Ruo explains in a very serious tone. At first, tombstones inexplicably appeared in the mountains. Villagers who witnessed it said they could hear movement coming from inside. However, the tombstones themselves showed no unusual activity. We went to inspect them the next day, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were within the normal range. We sealed off the area and drove the villagers away, telling them not to come near. But that very night, skeletons crawled out of the tombstones and dragged villagers who were collecting herbs into the graves. She explains the entire incident step by step, and while talking, they directly arrive at the cemetery where everything happened. As soon as they arrive, everyone looks ahead. At that moment, Su Qingying asks our hero what he thinks. The moment our hero arrives there, he starts sensing the spiritual energy of the place. While sensing it, he says, "Strange, there's no abnormal aura at all." Then Chen Ruo explains, "This is U City. Ever since that day, tombstones have been appearing all over the place here without any pattern. No one knows when skeletons will crawl out and start grabbing people everywhere to bury them alive as companions. In less than a single day, even more tombstones have appeared. Come, I'll first take you to meet the people from our Spirit Association and the military district." While they are talking, a strange kind of energy begins leaking out from every single grave. After hearing everything, our hero becomes extremely serious and thinks to himself, "Such a low abnormal concentration. I've never heard of anything like this from the Spirit Association or the military district. Skeletons crawling out of tombstones, yet these tombstones themselves don't have any special spiritual or abnormal energy fluctuations. Could these tombstones simply be used to isolate the abnormal aura and lower people's guard? Or do they serve some other purpose? Capturing people, burial companions? This feels more like some kind of ritual." While thinking this, he places his hand on one of the tombstones and says, "Abnormalities, just like humans, also conduct sacrificial rituals, but they do so for the revival of an even greater abnormality. This is different from the heavenly disaster species we encountered in Tai City before, but the form is similar. The abnormal bat swarm slaughtered Tai City's residents in large numbers precisely to welcome the descent of the abnormal king." As soon as Chen Ruo, who is walking ahead, hears this, she mutters in shock. "Heavenly disaster, is that also a form of sacrifice?" The moment she says this, both our hero and Su Qingying focus their attention on her. Then Chen Ruo, extremely frightened, continues, "The people here, especially the residents in the mountain villages, don't really like the rapidly changing world outside. No matter how much we persuade them to relocate, they refuse. Tomorrow, they're even planning to hold a..." At that very moment, the entire ground of the cemetery starts shaking violently, and the earth begins to crack. Seeing this, Chen Ruo screams in fear that it has started again. Immediately after that, skeletal hands burst out of the ground, tearing through the soil. One skeletal hand lunges straight toward our hero to attack him. However, our hero dodges the hand and thinks to himself, "The strength of an individual abnormality isn't that impressive. As expected, it's only B rank." He immediately draws his sword and cuts the skeletal hand cleanly in half. But when his sword slices through it, the blade is pushed backward. Just as his sword is forced back, another skeletal hand bursts out of the ground and grabs his sword from behind. Our hero tries to move his sword, but it won't budge. He turns around with a serious expression, and at that moment, the skeleton has already fully crawled out of the ground, glaring at him furiously. Su Qingying and Chen Ruo are also surrounded by skeletons. Su Qingying, feeling nervous, says, "What on earth is going on here? They're actually not afraid of the boss's yang attribute?" At this moment, a huge number of skeletons have gathered throughout the cemetery. Looking at all of them, our hero laughs and says, "Seems like it, but I still need to verify it. This mission is getting interesting." On the other side, Chen Ruo activates her spiritual power to deal with the skeletons. She takes out a flute-like instrument and plays it, using her spiritual energy to destroy the skeletons. After defeating the skeletons in front of her, she says fearfully to everyone, "These skeletons aren't high level, but they don't feel pain, and they don't have any concept of death or losing the ability to fight. There are even more of them than when I escaped before. No matter how much we kill, they just keep coming. Could it be that even the sealer can't do anything about them?" Su Qingying also attacks and destroys several skeletons and says, "Hey, don't lose hope." However, as she attacks and sees the skeletons burning, she asks in confusion, "What exactly is happening here?" At that moment, our hero activates Twilight Fire Domain. The instant this skill is activated, flames spread throughout the entire cemetery, engulfing every skeleton and destroying them all. As our hero's spiritual energy destroys these skeletons, a system notification immediately appears before him. Detected a special death attribute. When our hero reads this notification, he thinks to himself about what a death attribute is. At the same time, another system notification appears, stating continuously absorbing this attribute, energy conversion in progress, strengthening yang attribute. Then another system notification appears, indicating that the strengthening of our hero's yang attribute has been completed. The moment the fire domain is formed, the entire graveyard is swallowed by our hero's domain, and every skeleton present in this area is caught within the fire domain. As soon as they enter it, they begin burning fiercely, shattering into pieces and being completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, Su Qingying looks at Chen Ruo and says in amazement, "See that? That's the true power of the Sealer of Graves." Witnessing such terrifying power right before her eyes, Chen Ruo is utterly stunned and exclaims in shock, "So strong! The Sealer of Graves truly lives up to the name. That fire just now actually burned both the skeletons and the tombstones? I was too narrow-minded before. U City is finally saved. I'll take you to regroup with the others at the Spirit Association right away." After that, they head toward the U City Temporary Spirit Association Hall, where people are already present. As soon as one of them spots Chen Ruo, they shout from a distance, "Team leader, you're back." Hearing this, Chen Ruo responds, "I brought back reinforcements Tai City's team captain, the Sealer of Graves, and Tai City Spirit Association member, Su Qingying. Then, while introducing the people present to our hero, she adds, "These are our companions from the U City Spirit Association." Among them were Chen Feng, Chen Roman 11, and Chen Xing. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing speaks up in disbelief. Tai City's team captain, the sealer of graves, the one who single-handedly resolved the catastrophe-level anomaly. She simply couldn't believe her eyes because our hero looked extremely young. Chen Feng looks at our hero and says angrily, "What use is that? What U City is facing is completely different from any other anomaly. You should hurry up and leave already. Why come back at all? And why bring outsiders here to die with us?" At this moment, Chen Roman 11 also speaks up. "This isn't a B-rank anomaly event. You've all been deceived by her. You came here to be buried with us." Everyone is extremely distressed at this moment. Then Chen Ruo steps forward and says to our hero, "Sealer of graves, they've just been through too much." So our hero cuts in with a serious expression and says firmly, "I accepted someone's request, so naturally I will see it through. I will resolve the problem here." Hearing our hero's words, everyone looks toward him. Chen Roman 11 then says, "U City is relatively remote, and the villagers' way of life is quite primitive. Whenever something can't be resolved, they invite the gods and pray for blessings." Feeling slightly uneasy, Chen Ruo adds, "With graves covering the ground, they still want to pray for blessings. We couldn't persuade them. You should go and take a look yourselves." After hearing all of this, our hero begins to think to himself, a large-scale god-inviting prayer ritual, primitive villages, simple beliefs, and ancient activities. It all feels like there might be some similarities to the anomalies that have appeared. Just then, the ritual begins. Some people start beating huge drums, and as the sound of the drums echoes, everyone moves toward the ritual area. Watching this, Chen Ruo says nervously, "The ceremony is about to begin." With so many people gathered like this, if an anomaly erupts from the tombstones. At that moment, our hero walks forward, a faint smile forming on his face, and says calmly, "I actually think this event is quite interesting. Who wants to go take a look with me?" After this, everyone is standing in Yuanyuan Square. On the central stage, a fire is burning, and some of the people present there fall to their knees on the ground, crying bitterly and begging desperately. One of them, weeping uncontrollably, cries out, "O gods, open your eyes and look upon your people." Another person also shouts through tears, "Please show mercy. Save my children. I am willing to give up my own life." One by one, everyone begins crying out, pleading for compassion, begging the gods to show mercy. At that moment, the burning fire starts to fade, and as the fire is extinguished, the people watching grow even more frightened, terrified that the divine flame has gone out. At the same time, the entire stage begins to collapse. Skeleton hands burst out from the ground, tearing through the earth, and as soon as the people see the skeletons, they begin screaming that the tombstones have broken, and that the skeleton monsters are coming out again. Countless skeletons rip their way out of the ground, and seeing this, the people present are struck with terror. Some panic and run away as fast as they can, shouting for everyone to escape, while others, shaking violently in fear, remain kneeling on the ground, still praying, believing that all of this must have been done by the gods for them. Some children cry loudly and ask in trembling voices, "Mom, the heavenly gods will definitely save us, right?" The skeletons continue to tear their way out of the ground. More skeletons emerge and begin slaughtering people. The little girl who had been crying just moments ago is also targeted, as a skeleton approaches her from behind, preparing to attack. However, at that very instant, a powerful surge of fire energy crashes down onto the skeleton. As the fire energy descends, it ignites and burns several skeletons around it. When the villagers see this, they stop in their tracks, and upon seeing the fire burning once more, they shout excitedly, "It's fire from the heavens." The divine flame reignites, and from within that blazing divine fire, our hero steps forward and appears before everyone. He shouts loudly to all of them, declaring that there is no need to worship gods, that there are no gods in this world, and that they will not come. The villagers listen to our hero's words in utter shock. However, at that moment, some people scream loudly, "It's a god! A god has truly performed a miracle! The gods have vanquished the calamity." Others cry out desperately, "God, save us! There are so many skeletons here, only you can help us." Hearing all of this, our hero simply shakes his head. Raising his hand, he begins to create the Twilight Fire domain once again. and as he does so, he says, "Twilight Fire Domain, unfold. I am not a god. I am the Vanguard Team Captain from Tai City, codename Sealer of Graves." A massive domain forms across the sky, and even the members of the organization are terrified by what they see, shocked and confused by this overwhelming phenomenon. Chen Feng, completely stunned, asks, "Just what kind of background does this Sealer of Graves have? What is he doing? What kind of monstrous ability is this?" Laughing lightly, Chen Ruo explains, "I already told you he's not an ordinary vanguard, but you just wouldn't believe it. He consecutively eliminated 2 catastrophe-level anomalies in Tai City and Kang City, and even soloed the 3rd-ranked Spirit Association of Kang City. I heard that the Spirit Association headquarters and the Star God Warzone have already treated him as an honored guest." At the same time, our hero rises into the air, flying upward, and a system notification appears before him. Twilight Fire Domain has devoured a large amount of unknown attributes. Yang Attribute Enhanced. Reading this notification, our hero activates the Crimson Fire Blade technique and declares, "Then I'll use this enhanced Crimson Fire Blade art." He launches the attack downward. Flames roar below, and his blade attack descends at the same time. In a single instant, every skeleton present is completely erased, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, the villagers burst into tears, crying out in overwhelming emotion. One of them shouts, "Heaven has not abandoned you, city." Another laughs through tears and says, "They're gone. The tombstones and the white bones are all gone." Meanwhile, Su Qingying quickly checks her detection device and says, "Stabilization zone values have returned to normal. Beimu district anomaly values have returned to normal." As she speaks, her expression suddenly changes in shock, and she blurts out, "No, don't you all realize it? The light pillars have actually increased." Hearing this, Chen Ruo screams in fear. Jinming district has fluctuations. The anomaly concentration is continuously converging. At the location where our hero stands, an enormous amount of energy begins gathering toward the sky. The color and atmosphere of the heavens start to change, and due to this massive concentration of energy, another king of anomalies is being born. Our hero stands directly before it. This king of anomalies is of the skeleton type, and the moment it forms in front of him, system notifications begin appearing before our hero. Detected unlocked unknown attribute. Analyzing. This attribute is identified as Death Attribute.